I go by the name of Host Eric, and I am the host of an internet company, major corporation, a major international internet corporation called Talking with Famous People. I'm the host of the channel, but I'm not the CEO of the corporation. No, that would be Lee Iacocca. Rachel and I are just employees. Lee Iacocca is in charge around here. He makes all the content decisions, makes all the personnel decisions,
Wow.
and he does all of that from beyond the grave.
They're gonna make a TV show about it.
Yeah, they should. They should call it Lee Iacocca's YouTube channel. Hello again for the first time with Withou stopping. There's one person watching, and it's me. And apparently I don't even like it. Let's see. There, now I do. Now I like it. So hello again for the first time without stopping. This would be the first time that I say hello again without stopping. That doesn't mean I'm just going to repeat hello again over and over and over again. It just means that every time prior to now that I said hello again, I said hello again. But not this time. For the first time, I'm saying hello again without stopping. And I know that it's not just me who finds that exciting news. So I thought I'd share it with you. Okay, so can you guess what drug came in today for Eric? He's live streaming. He doesn't seem to have anything particularly pressing to talk about. What drug do you think came in today? Was it penicillin? No.
I did see a whooping cough sign.
Was it whooping cough vaccine? No. Misfortune, you guessed correctly. You guessed correctly. That's right. Someone's special bottle of Wake Wake pills came in. And that someone would be me. So Rachel and I are waking our way down the Wake River. And we're here to chat. We're here to listen. We're here to care. We're here to hear. We're here to see. We're here to read. We're here to know. We're here to do. We're here for a lot of different reasons, all of them infinitives.
Yeah. I believe one of them is to live, laugh, and love.
Right, we do. We are here to live, laugh, and love, and learn. And learn.
And learn.
One of the things we've got to learn is to live, laugh, and love.
Yeah. It's pretty important.
Yeah. So, I'll tell you what, let's start out by walking out front and seeing if the birds are enjoying any of their new brand of woodland cutlets that we got them.
Oh.
This new brand of woodland cutlets doesn't just have all of my functions are constantly being engaged at the same time. I'm going forward, I'm going reverse, I'm going in low gear and high gear, all concurrently. Um, no, that's not true. But it's an excellent analogy. Eric wins a prize for excellent analogy. Do you consider hello again an oxymoron or a paradox? No, because I don't think greeting somebody implies that it's the first time you ever met them. Which is what would have to be implied for it to be understood as paradoxical. Hello again for the first time might be deemed paradoxical until you understand that the without stopping means this is the first time I've ever said hello again instead of hello again. Oh my God. It's Jonesy. Don't run away, Jonesy. Don't run. Damn, we had Jonesy on the wall for a second. Then he ran away. Okay, we'll put it like that. Maybe like that. Those woodland cutlets are for you, Jonesy. I'm not concerned. Come back. Enjoy them. Yeah, it could be either of those two things. You make a good point there. It could also be your mom's face, your mom's butt, or your mom's butt face. So anyway, I've been given the birds and squirrels a lot of sunflower seeds, but today we had to go to Oakhurst to purchase my prescription. While we were there, I said, hey, we should get more cat litter. So we went to the Bonds and we got some cat litter, but right next to the cat litter, there were these seeds. It was like a special mix. It has fruits and nuts in it and everything. And we said, I bet the birds and the squirrels are gonna like this. I never got them. And that's my exciting story. A story that's full of excitement. Yeah, that's my exciting story. A story you love to hear. It was a story you wished I had told before, but I'd never told it because it hadn't happened. Now you know it's a story you could never live without. Wonderful story. Fabulous story. It's a story of excitement and magical wonders. Wonderful story. Fabulous story. It's the kind of story you go to the library hoping to hear. I think we can all agree with that song. Everybody except Bernice. She never agrees with anything I say. Well, we were watching baseball on TV, but Oakland's getting killed. We decided to just become fans of the local teams here. We get Oakland A's, San Francisco Giants. I can't help but be a Dodger fan. And of course, my number one team will always be USC Trojans. But all of that notwithstanding, I like becoming a fan of the teams I can watch. I don't have TV that has Major League Network. So I only get my in-market games plus ESPN's extra games. We've watched at least some of every single one of Oakland's game so far, except for the Fujiyama start, Fujinamara start, or whatever his name is. As the second game of the season. I just caught like a brief second of that game. The Oakland A's, not doing so great, you know. They got 2 wins. They're getting destroyed by the Devil Rays right now. The Devil Rays are 6-0. After today's game, they're going to be 7-0. The only undefeated team in baseball, getting off to a hot start. You know, teams that get off to hot starts like that, they always seem to fade. I got my hope for the plucky Oakland A's and equally plucky San Francisco Giants. Of course, we've got the Golden State Warriors around here, but I kind of think I'm a Lakers fan. I kind of can't help it. Same way that I'm a Dodgers fan. But I'll root for the Warriors in the playoffs, I guess. Since we get Warriors. We might get Sacramento Kings, actually. I'm not sure. We'll probably get Warriors. We might get them both. We're about equidistant. In fact, I looked it up. I looked up the distance to the Oakland Coliseum versus the distance to the a paramoron is a moron who stays on the outside of the fence because they can't figure out how to open the latch of the gate to get in. Good to know. Hola, Huesto, ¿cómo estás? Hola, Olive. ¿Estás bueno? ¿Y tú? I can play beginning Spanish as well. Well, Just Davis, that's because I'm trying to interrupt your schooling. I don't believe in your schooling, so I'm trying to interrupt it. I check my time here and say, what time is it where Just Davis is? Okay, good. He's in school right now. And then I go live. Well, that's not really true. The truth is, I went live because I got speed, and I'm on it. And that makes me want to talk. I often do want to talk, but not as often as I used to. You know, having this channel for such a long time and having streamed so much for such a long time and having made so many videos, etc. I don't have as pressing a need to talk as I used to. Side chic, como chingues en su cuerpo. How many chingas are in my, what's my cuerpo? I don't know what my cuerpo is. I don't know what chinguses are either. You'll have to translate that, or I'll translate it for myself. Here. Piao, search Google for. Where did that go? Spanish to English translation. Where is it? Where did you go? God damn it. It's so hard. Why does everything have to be so difficult? Enter text. Why can't I paste it? How do I fucking his body? How do I fucking his body? I don't know. How do I fucking his body? I must have missed that period of health class. Like Magnus Carlson. He's a shame he never lived up to the hype. I thought you were talking about the Magna Carta for a second. I think the Magna Carta did live up to the hype. The Magna Carta is the Joan of Arc of documents. It's true. I studied at Historical Analogy University, where I learned that, in fact, the Magna Carta is the Joan of Arc of documents. Interestingly, Joan of Arc is the Declaration of Independence of people. So, obviously, the property is not commutative. If you know what I'm talking about, yeah. I vacuumed a little bit earlier. If you have your signs Eric is on amphetamines bingo card, go ahead and mark that one off. Vacuuming. Check. It was fun. It was satisfying. It felt like $1 million plus $1 million. In other words, it felt like $2 million. You guys want to take the trash out? Jeremiah Fix, you were talking earlier about how you wanted to take the trash out, right? Hello. To say hello is to love. To love is to live. Why do we live? Do we not live for love? For the tender caress of a kitten's paw? For a warm embrace from a good woman? Do we not live for love? I've got a bag of trash now. Okay, let's take this bag of trash outside to los canos de trashos o la basura. ¿Dónde está la basura? Aquí, aquí, señor. La basura is aquí. Do you really need love? That's an excellent question. Somebody asked where the library is. La biblioteca es en la playa. Okay? So that's where the biblioteca is. It's in La Playa, where bibliotecas generally are. They tend to put bibliotecas in playas these days. Oh, señor, la biblioteca es en la playa. Oh, you don't need to tell me twice, Esmeralda. There. You guys hang tight for a second. I'll be right back. Well, we got the neighbors' dogs barking at each other. That's not nature's most pleasing soundtrack. But you know, it's so much quieter around here than it ever was in Arcadia. Arcadia, we lived pretty close to the fire station. Plus, there was peacocks constantly kirker-doodling. We had non-stop leaf blowers. Here it's pretty quiet, usually, but not always. We get your occasional sound of the chainsaw. There's the neighbor's dog barking. That dog up the hill barks a fair amount. Not that much, though. We get the ear-piercing gurgle of this stream polluting the sound waves non-stop these days. Ear-piercing gurgle. Sometimes we're inundated with meows from the cats. Trouble sometimes will meow up a storm, you know. He's got a real meow box on in that one. It's versatile. He can give perfunctory meows like meow. He can give plaintive meows like meow. He can give like beckoning meows like meow, meow. He gives a variety of purr meows, different kinds of meow. I mean, purr is like a beast when he gets into bed with us at night. He generally won't get into bed until I get into bed. Rachel always wants him to go to bed with her, but he wants us to all go to bed at the same time. We usually don't, though. Although lately I've been trailing not too far behind Rachel in the going to bed department. Probably not so much today. These are good ones. You know, there is a quality difference between different strains of Adderall. these are these are good, clean, strong, poppy Adderalls. You're just saying that because it's the first day, Eric. Now I can tell by the taste. It's like, yeah, I melt these things in my mouth, and I can tell right away. It's supposed to all be the same thing, but I don't know. That's not my experience. Of course, it's a tough thing to evaluate because how you experience it is always linked to like how much you've been doing it and how rested you are. I've got a veritable Christmas tree farm back here, huh? All these little Douglas firs looks like. Probably just let them grow rather than harvest them as Christmas trees, though. These bushes here. I should probably, I don't know. I want to see what it is. I don't want to chop it all down yet, but this is the kind of stuff to really say, like, oh, you should clear that away from your house, you know? Like, hi, you should clear your face away from my house. That's what I say to them. A lot of things look like poop, but are really just a leaf. Look at me, I'm going around the back. The snow's all melted now. Almost. Not quite all of it, but almost. I could burn again. I could drive my little car down there, probably. Drop off some wood. Burn it. Make a big fire. Oh, yeah, you're facing the wrong way. You're going to want to see my midriff. Yep. Another lovely day up here in the woods. Overcast today. We got a little bit of rain. Not much, but a little bit. You know, this thing here, it has this that goes cover to cover it over with, right? But when I took it off, behind it was like there was a bunch of mosquitoes back there. So I decided to leave it off for a while. Wonder if I should put it back on now. These are the questions that plague mankind. Let's ask the little boy on the dolphin. Little boy on the dolphin, what do you think? Should I put it back on or take it off? Oh, no response. I'll take that as a negation. I guess I'll leave it off for right now. and put it back on if we have fancy house guests over, like the president or Ronald Ronald McDonald's or Andy Rooney. If Andy Rooney comes over to the house from the dead, he'll have to rise from the dead. But just as Lee Iacocca has had to rise from the dead in order to be the CEO of Talking with Famous People, it's not really asking too much if you offer good dental benefits. And believe me, here at Talking with Famous People, we have the best dental plan available. I mean, I would suspect that self-harm would be a response to a deeply unwelcoming world. Trying to physicalize some emotional pain, you know? Well, what do I know? I'm just an Eric on the internet.
I think I'm gonna have one.
Okay, sorry, I didn't ask you one-on-one.
Hi, Mr. Bobby.
I don't think self-harm is selfish or unselfish. I think it's I would think it's an attempt to physicalize emotional pain. Something tells me I'm into something good. Oh, I see. I got your badumps. My mistake, Mr. Bobby.
Hey, Just Davis.
That's some pretty good non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah, this brand we've been happy with.
Yeah, even though it's like diet or whatever. Well, maybe it's not diet. It just advertised it has low calories on it.
Yeah.
But it tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Boring holes into things. Holes are bored through. That takes action and repetitive effort to reach a certain depth. I think I'm an ENFP. There's no subtypes of ENFP. I mean, you think you can answer them, but you don't know unless you actually ask them, and somebody who knows you're answering them correctly can see that you're answering them correctly. Did Aga get their friend with that ENTJ selling EI fashion to shareholder investors? I don't know. What am I, a keep track of shit guy? No, I'm not. I'm not in charge of keeping track of shit. Let's keep track of Kathy. I'm not a keep track of Kathy. We are non-alcoholics.
Yeah.
We are addicted to non-alcohol. We drink a lot of these things.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I was saying to Rachel, I drink as much beer as I used to when I drank beer.
But now it doesn't have any of the negative side effects.
That's true. Still makes me feel kind of bloated.
Mm-hmm.
It has a lot of the effects of beer, you know.
It does, yeah, the burping, I burp.
But it doesn't get you drunk. So
It's big.
no hangovers.
Yeah, no hangovers.
I was at the what did I type you? Did I type you an E and FP? You actually are then. Beer is actually supposed to be pronounced the same way bear is. Bear. A glass of bear. Well, I don't dislike water, but I find myself not ever drinking it. Why not? These are some of the mysteries that if I typed you INTP, then that's what you are. How would you say you're an ENFP with TI Dom?
That's
I don't type people INTP willy nilly.
no.
If I typed you INTP, you're an INTP. The only other possible thing would be an ENTP. I can sometimes mistype ENTPs as INTPs. Water's more exciting when you drink it directly from a waterfall. That's what my cat thinks.
Yeah.
You know, why don't we go try to put together the little water fountain?
Okay.
Okay, let's go try to do this. No time like the present. Rachel and I made some very effective canna butter.
That's very effective.
I think that's our second try to do it. Oh, I need to get a new trash bag. Don't put that in the trash yet.
Oh, I didn't put it in the trash. Put it to the side.
I took the trash out, but I did not then replace the bag. Okay. Okay, everybody. Eric's got his glasses on, and that means he means business. I guess we gotta charge this
Oh
first.
man.
That's fine. We'll just charge it on the brick. Is the brick down here?
Yep, it's right next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, it's gotta be plugged in.
Oh, the whole time?
Yeah. Okay, well, we have to get 2 more of these things,
Yeah.
is what it boils down to.
Okay.
Okay, so let's read the instructions. schematic. Put the cord in the notch. So this goes out like this. Comes out the bottom like so. And where does the light go?
Looks like
Right there.
yeah.
I see. Okay. Now, does it come with one of these things?
Oh, sweet. That's good.
Okay. Okay, now this, like that.
Yeah.
And this, like that. Yeah. And this, like that. And then this, like that. Does it have a fill line in here somewhere? Okay, so you put this in first. And then you're supposed to come over here. That's hot, right? That's cold.
Yeah.
Okay. And fill it up how much? Whoa. Okay, well, let's try that much. And then let's put this in. Like now. And we'll plug this in like now.
Aw, that's so cute.
There.
Thank you for setting that up.
Mm-hmm. Let's put it over here in front of the phone. There. Now the cats can drink from that thing.
Yeah.
And so can we. Capio's gonna love that thing.
Oh, good. I hope she does.
Capio cannot stop playing with the water. When we were lying down for a nap yesterday, I heard, or maybe it was last night, I heard her splashing in the toilet. She likes to splash around in there. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what's going on in the schmoen schmon. Well, I'm glad that you are not beating your head against the wall out of boredom. You're welcome, Jeff Shaw. You are welcome. In both senses of the word. Z. Word Z. You are welcome here, and you are welcome in response to the thank you. The thanks for. Everything I've ever said to you is a reflection of your own understanding and wisdom. Be brave, subtle soldier. Be brave, subtle soldier is fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Me likey. Me reiki a rot. You've got to run figuratively. Does that mean you're going to literally walk? I guess so. All right. No, Eric. There are more things besides running and walking. God, get it right. Okay, so now I'm done with that task. I've set up that fountain. Well, remember, side chic, it doesn't matter what you think. It matters what I think. Now do your task of doing nothing, an unrelated activity. Well, I have a number of tasks to do. I don't know if I'm going to be doing any of them right this second. I think right this second, my task is to pull a bowl.
Ooh, me too.
It might even be a good night to do mushrooms.
I'm going to do less than I did last time.
Okay.
But yeah, that could definitely it could be fun.
No, side cheek, from God's point of view. It's a big difference. Big difference.
What is God's point of view?
That well, the Eric's perspective on side cheeks type is more important than side cheeks perspective on his
Oh
type.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. I don't know for sure. I haven't confirmed that with God, but I'm guessing that's what God thinks. I'm a pretty good guesser. So, yeah. Jesus and God are not always in agreement with each other, but usually they are. When they aren't, the Holy Ghost sorts it out.
The Holy Ghost sorts it out?
That's what I think. That's what I think the Holy Ghost's job is.
Oh.
Is to sort things out between the ESTJ Father and the ENTP Son.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Which makes the Holy Ghost an ISFJ, I guess.
Oh, I your aunt just emailed you. Hold on. I don't think she's going to be able to make it.
What did she say?
I can't find it anymore now. I'll find it and
It's
I'll read
fine. No, the Holy Ghost is an ISFJ. That's the type that comes between an ESTJ and his ENTP son. If we visualize the Holy Trinity as my family,
Oh.
what does she say?
She said, "Hi Eric, did you get my message that I can't go to Missouri on May 2nd? Also, I was wondering why you and Rachel hang up every time I call. Love, Aunt Evelyn."
Oh.
I never hear anything on the other end.
Yeah. Tell her. I'll call her right now.
Okay.
Obviously, we're not hanging up on her.
No.
No. So, could you get me the landline?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me what her number is?
Oh, let me get it.
So I'm gonna have to call my aunt. I'll probably go outside for part of that conversation, but I've been putting off calling her back. All right, so as soon as you're ready, tell us.
1-757-914-1233.
Hi, Aunt Evelyn. I'm good. I just got your email. We are not purposely hanging up on you. We must not be hearing anything on the other end. I'm sorry that happened. It's definitely not us purposely hanging up on you. Okay, we have noticed we've gotten a few phone calls on the landline where we get nobody on the other end. We don't hear anybody on the other end. I don't know. The landline does display it, but we're not in the habit of looking at it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I obviously it works when I'm calling you, so I don't know what to say about that. We survived it pretty well. We were we were stuck here for a while when it was at its worst. We were snowed in, um, and then and for a while we weren't even getting mail. We were out of power for a while, but then gradually all that stuff came back into regularity, and now we just got snow a couple of days ago, but it didn't stick. We got quite a bit of it. I mean, it stuck for a little while, but then it melted right away. So no, I'm not. I like it a lot better up here. We went back to LA briefly to see Delilah, pick up some mail and some packages and stuff, and I really it was just the traffic was terrible everywhere we went, and it wasn't even a traffic day. We went on a Sunday, so I don't know. Yeah, it sure did. I'm glad we got hit that with that much snow. Mammoth Lakes, where my dad and mom used to have a condo a long time ago when I was a kid. They had 705 inches of snow this year in the snowpack. Yeah, definitely. How are things going with you? Well, good for him. I hope he. It sounds like there's probably something he's obviously you have to be passionate about that if you're going to go into that field. Are you very excited about that? Well, that's great. How old are they? Well, that's around the age when a lot of people do have kids. Um, how many kids did Julie have? I see. So you have a lot of grandkids. Hmm. Wow. I mean, I I knew this in some sense because my dad periodically would tell me about them, but hearing it articulated out like that, it's a lot of extended family. Yeah, yeah. So okay, I understand you're not going to be able to make it there on May 2nd. Do you want us to change the date? Yeah, probably that's why. I mean, or could be that she knows that I've been dragging my feet on getting arrangements made. So, I've been kind of procrastinating on that. I need to call the cemetery and find out, like, talk to them and stuff. So, okay. Well, I'll call them tomorrow, and I'm glad you called me, and I mean, emailed me again, and let me know that we weren't connecting for some reason. Um, so that's the end. That's good impetus for me to get on this. So I'll get on that tomorrow as soon as they're open. Okay, I'll do that as well. I'll check with her too. If it's not gonna be until like June, well, the thing is, Rachel and I are getting married on July 8th. So, and you're definitely invited if you want to come. If you can't make it, I totally understand. We're gonna just have it here at the house and have it catered. And, you know, sure, I understand. No, I got you. I understand totally. So what I was gonna say is that if we're gonna be putting it back to June, I'd probably prefer to put it back until after the wedding. But if we can find a good date at the end of May, then that's fine for me too. So I will call tomorrow. I'll talk to the cemetery and I'll talk to Delilah and we'll see what we can come up with. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry about the lack of communication here on my part. I've been meaning to call you, but I've been wanted to wait until I finish dealing with the cemetery stuff to call you. Yep. Okay. I will get back with you in the next couple of days. All right. No problem. Thank you. Sorry. Bye. Okay. That was weighing so much on me, that phone call. I mean to call her, meaning to call her, but I keep putting it off. And that's SE8 for you. It's like, oh, just do it, Eric. Thanks, amphetamines.
Just like show media says you did it.
Thanks, show media. She totally thinks we've been hanging up on her. Like, well, I didn't have anybody else's phone. I don't know, man, but I was not hanging up on you. Oh, you like your new cutlets? The birds have some exciting new cutlets that include fruit and nuts. So you can expect some pretty invested birds here, you know. Today I showed them I don't just have regular woodland cutlets. I also have deluxe woodland cutlets. Okay, dog, shut up already. I need to sweep out here. It's one of the jobs I need to do is sweep up all these pine needles and stuff. Put a bunch of pine needles and stuff in the back of the little car. I need to move the existing sticks and branches down in the little car before I do that, though. I could use the pine needles and stuff to burn up with the rest of the stuff. I need to do a controlled burn. I need to contact Cameron too and tell him we're pushing back the date on the funeral. Confirm dates with him. Mugity meow, mugity mew. So, uh, there's that. I stand outside longer, but the sound of the dog barking bugs me. Well, that's good. I felt like it was coming up too fast for us to have not made any plans for it yet, you know. So we might have to push it back to like August or September. September's a good month for burying.
Yeah, September is a good month for burying. We just have to watch out. Like, I don't know when hurricane season is.
Watch out! There's a hurricane at your funeral. I don't know if Missouri has hurricane season. They'd be more
Oh,
likely
okay.
to have tornadoes, I think.
Okay.
They might be in Tornado Alley. Yeah, Rachel's with you there, Bobby. She's not a fan of unleashed dogs.
They scare me.
Yeah, I've never been bitten by a dog, I guess. So, I don't know. SI, you know. It's like, oh, dogs are fine until one bites you.
Yeah. Until they bite you.
There you go. That needs a new paint. That wall, um, windy, persistent, and wet. Your low is like a hurricane. Windy, persistent, and wet. What is the most hated type? I think it depends on who you are, you know?
Yeah.
It's like certain types don't like other types, you know? But it's possibly it's possibly a TE Dom type. TE Dom types are probably more likely to broadly rub people the wrong way because they're TE Doms, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, side cheek, but I'm interested in what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like TE Doms in general are going to treat people as cogs and systems that they're trying to operate or manage, and that's going to rub people the wrong way. A wage gap. Well, wage gap, schmage gap. So let's say about that. Um, for most jobs, there's either no wage gap at all, or no way to authenticate that the wage gap exists due to the fact that they're a woman exclusively. So, like, if you go work at CVS, there's no wage gap at CVS. Everybody at CVS gets paid the same amount of money starting out, etc. There's a clear salary, yeah. So this reported wage gap only exists in managerial positions, and it's much more difficult to evaluate that data than it would be if there was something entrenched. There's nothing institutionalized. There isn't any company anywhere in the U.S. that has a pay scale that's different for men and women explicitly, right? So it has to be something more subtle than that. But I don't make hardly any money at all, and I'm not a woman.
It's true.
I'm a man who makes almost no money. How sad for me. Well, I guess I'll just have to live with it. You should ask your mom about that. She's in a corporate managerial position. And it's like the only thing I could even think of would be, you know, at the men's club, how we always talk about the vagina discount, where we take 10% off the wage of any woman, keep it for ourselves.
Oh, you keep it for yourself.
Yeah, that's part of our agreement at the boys' club.
Mm. That's what it's called, the boys' club.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's where all the men get together and decide how to treat women.
Oh, I have heard.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you were part of it.
All men are part of it.
All men are part of it.
Yeah. We walk in. The first thing that you have to do is you have to whip out your junk to prove you're a man.
Mm.
Yeah. They have a junk printer. It's like a fingerprinting machine, but for your junk.
Oh, wow. That's so, like, protective.
Well, that's to make sure no fake dudes get in. As soon as you're born, the male doctor at the hospital sneakily registers your dong print if you're a male. He's part of the boys' club too.
Oh, he's part of them. So are most male gynecologists part of the boys' club?
They all are.
They all are.
Yeah. They're like high wizards of the boys' club. Male gynecologists.
Wow.
Yeah.
High wizards of the boys' club.
Mm-hmm.
Male gynecologists. That makes sense. They're the closest to being a woman by proxy.
Well, they're saying above them in Latin, I don't remember what it says in Latin, but what it translates into is, I medically need to reach into your vagina for some reason. Well, it's because male junk doesn't need its own special doctor because it can take care of itself. But women junk needs its own special doctor because it keeps getting into trouble. It keeps failing to parallel park.
Yeah, as that commercial.
Yeah. So, you know, that's why it needs its own doctor. There's a urologist for men. But see, that's about your urinary tract inside of your body.
What about prostate doctors?
That's your butt penis.
Yeah, so that's like.
Are there really doctors that just are doctors with prostates? Proctologists, I guess. No, they're butt doctors. Or are they foot doctors?
I think they're podiatrist is butt.
Podiatrists are foot doctors. What's a proctologist? That's a butt doctor.
Yeah.
There's no penisologist though.
No, there isn't.
Whereas there is a vaginologist. Except they call it gynecologist to make it sound less like vaginacologist.
It sounds more like gonorrhea though.
Right. You gotta really be into vagina to become a gynecologist. Because you don't know what kind of vagina you're gonna get in there on any given day. Usually you're not gonna get, you know, it's like gynecologists can't make a rule that says hot co-eds only. What's so complicated about the prostate? Don't they just check for cancer? Well, it gets enlarged as you get older. There's some pills you could take to slow the growth of your prostate, but probably not a good pill to take. I think they took it off the market for causing some unintended consequences. A urologist is also an andrologist by training medically who is equipped to treat certain male reproductive and genital issues. Andrologist. That's a penisologist is called an andrologist. They typically try to make it sound androgynous. Andrologist.
I know androgens are like a certain type of hormone, but
I've got androgens in my penis. Take me to the andronologist. Take out my androgens. Replace them with ortrogens. I only tip people for things I can't do, like tipping my urologist because I can't pulverize my kidney stones. I hope I don't have any kidney stones.
I don't know. Me too. Knock on wood.
I've never eaten any stones that I can remember eating on purpose, anyway. I'm assuming that's how you get kidney stones. You just eat small stones and eventually one of them gets lodged in your kidney. Yeah, I know. It sounds like a written joke. I figured that much, Bobby. I figured that one was a professional joke writer.
I've heard they're not pleasant either. I've heard they're actually extremely painful.
I've also heard that. I'm just, if I do get kidney stones, I hope it's while I'm not participating on an episode of Naked and Afraid.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be rough.
That's extra rough. It's already rough.
Yeah. All eaten by mosquito bites, and then you have kidney stones you have to pass?
Oh my god.
In a natural way?
Don't you think that they would medically tap you?
No, because you can just pass them in your urine. It's just extremely painful.
Oh.
It's the childbirth of men. Here, force this little pebble out your penis. Ew. That sounds horrible. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Least of all me. Except for old kidney stone Kevin. He loves kidney stones. He's taken masochism to a whole new level. He asks other people to donate their kidney stones to him so that he can pass them. That's how dedicated he is to kidney stones. The loud neighbors are being loud again from up on the hill. Oh well. You know, their children will grow up someday. And presumably there'll be less shouting. Shouting and a screaming. Fussing and a fighting. Yelping and a barking. So you say that wall needs new paint. No, what it really needs is to have this stupid not paint shit scraped off of it. The previous owners applied this gray sealant stuff. It's basically like a form of concrete. And I've been scraping it off. I've got a lot of it scraped off now, but my goal is to scrape all of that gray stuff off and just let it be its regular wall. It doesn't need that shit on it. It doesn't do any good. If it did, it wouldn't be so easy to pick off. I want to go get a knife and pick some of it off. You guys can enjoy the exciting spectacle of Eric picking paint off of a wall. Okay. Oh, you're going to like this. This is going to be sexy. You'll see. Alright, are you guys ready to be entertained by some serious paint picking action? I hope so. I'm ready to provide some serious paint picking action. Well, I guess that's enough peeking at the wall. No, please. We love watching that so much. Please pick at the wall some more. Well, guys, I know that was pretty great. That's pretty great stuff. Especially when I was off camera, I'm sure it was really great when I was down there. That's probably the best part, huh? You know, picking that gray stuff off this wall, it's an important job. It's my job, and I'm going to occasionally do it. Climate science be damned. Wait, no. I mean, big jobbiness of it be damned. Eventually I'll pick all that stuff off. It's just a matter of all you need is just a little patience. Axl Rose was so wise when he sang that song. We could all learn a lot from Axl Rose that day. That was the day we learned that all we needed was just a little patience. I want to get Axl Rose dating Kirsten Dunst. Can we set that up somehow? Does anybody know either Axl Rose or Kirsten Dunst? I want them to be a couple. I want him to do his dance and her to do her thing that she does. Yeah, there's a lot of new cutlets around. Are you saying thank you? You're welcome. You should go look down there more, though. You're in the wrong part of the wall. I put them further that way. Yeah, more that way. Now you flew too far away. You should go back to eating your cutlets. I'm not going to bother you. You worry about me, but I'm the one who put the cutlets there. So obviously, you can trust me. Have a nice day. You too. You have a wonderful, wonderful day. I hope you have the best day you've had since last Thursday. Oh, it's one of those people. You know what I say about those people.
Hong Duk Dong is a character in a movie.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and the icon is the face of the person.
I see.
Yes.
Well, now I know. Now I know. There will be no swinging going on around here. Unless it's Rachel and I swinging from each other's arms.
Aww.
Probably not that either. You know, persistence really is a virtue. I learned that this winter. The day I had to dig out the drain.
Yes.
That was the
Big
day I
day.
really learned that persistence is a virtue. I had to guesstimate where it was at and dig through this big pile of snow. And I had to find the drain. And the reason is, if I didn't, we were going to start flooding over on this side because it wasn't draining like it should, because it was all covered in snow. But it was pouring rain. And so I went outside and I dug and I dug and I dug. And fortunately, it was on the day when I had just gotten Adderall. And I found where it looked like the Good night, Jeremiah fix, where it looked like the curvature of the driveway went up again. So I dug that way now, and then I found it. And it was such a triumphant moment when I successfully found it and then dug out the path to it, and all the water started draining down the drain. And I was like, oh, yes, 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 triumph. That was a triumphant moment.
That was so triumphant. A triumphant moment. That'll go down in history.
Yeah. So, women have an unfair advantage over men in gaining followers online? Do they? How mean of them. How horrible of them to exploit their womanhood to have an unfair advantage over us poor men. It's like, why don't I get more subscribers? It's because of those damn women. They're stealing my subscribers.
Oh, that too?
Yep. With their boobs and their pretty faces. Well, now I'm mad as heck, and I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm going to start making videos where I dress up with boobs and lipstick and go, ew, look at me. I'm a lady. Like that.
Then it'll get you to, I think, 1 million subscribers.
Yeah, probably. 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 Well, look. But how many of those people who have all those subscribers get to have conversations like this with their regular crowd of people?
They don't. That's why, like.
Not that many.
Yeah. That's why Frank James doesn't live stream anymore, because I guess.
Because people threw too much money at him? I'm a transracial cross-dresser, yeah, yeah, yeah. I could always dress up in old-fashioned version of different cultures' costumes and claim to be that race that day. You know. Hello, I am a woman of Guatemalan Indian heritage.
Guatemalan and Indian.
Indians from Guatemala before the Spaniards.
Oh.
I am an abuelita. That's true. I am an abuelita from Guatemala of Indian descent. The blood of South America before the Spaniards came and conquered with their conquistadors. There's some sports team that's named their mascot, maybe it's a high school, is named the Conquistadors. I'm surprised that's still. Maybe they probably changed it recently, I would guess.
What is a conquistador?
It's the Spanish that came and conquered South America and put in all the Catholic churches everywhere and stuff. You know.
Oh.
They were kind of brutal about it. The Spanish.
So that's like not the best mascot to have.
Well, they're kind of like calling your team the slave traders. We're the slave traders. We're tough. The slavers.
Tier 1-0 sounds disgusting. But does it really have, is it really addictive and like there's ambience to this
It has ambiance. When you drink it, automatically some smooth jazz starts playing in the background.
Oh, wow. That is some ambiance.
Oh, that's why the Spaniards killed all those Indians, because they were killing each other. I see. They had to civilize them. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of civilization. I'm a big believer that civilization is better than savagery. And I'm aware that civilizing the new world came with some costs, some unavoidable costs, incredibly unjust, unavoidable costs. But that doesn't mean you want to celebrate it exactly. The colonization process encouraged civilizing elements to it, but it was not motivated by really the desire to civilize. It was justified by that. All kinds of atrociously bad behavior was justified by the purported need of those individuals to be civilized by Europeans. So, well, I mean, why wouldn't they shoot an arrow at you? You're coming on shore with your guns and your tanks and your bombs and your guns and your tanks and your bombs. They are dead. We are dead. They are a team. And then it's like they bust out Sinead O'Connor. And then what do? And she shaves her head right in front of all of your Indian people. And that's how the Indians got head lice.
From Sinead O'Connor?
Yeah, it's one of the last known tragedies of the Spaniards colonizing. Was their briefly lived team up with Ireland.
Yeah, it sounds very brief.
No, Mr. Bobby, they didn't have tanks and bombs and guns. They just had guns, okay, and armor.
Look
And
at the
swords,
water fountain, Pee-Pee.
and a clear interest in engaging in military action against the people who already lived there, I mean, and lifted there. Some of them went to the gym. And it's like, oh, good, there's nobody living here. Actually, we live here. Like I said, oh, good, there's nobody living here.
Oh.
See, I was right.
Do you think, what's her name from, do you think that Sacagawea, like, it's like, oh man, I helped out the wrong people.
I think she was like, fuck it.
Let's party.
Fuck it, let's party, yeah, basically. Like, fuck it, we're not going to win this fight with these white people, so might as well make a few ducats walking across the country,
And
pretending like I know where I'm going. All I'm really doing is heading generally west. That's my thought on the matter.
And their bombs, and their bombs.
Like, how would Sacagawea know the way all the way from like the East Coast to Oregon? Has she walked it before? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think she just made it up. Oh yeah, the trail continues up over there. Just gotta. It's quite a ways though, so we'll see. Okay, we came on sooner than I thought. There it is.
We came up sooner than I thought. There it is. Wow, that's.
Sacagawea, that's not a trail. That's trail-like. We'll make it a trail. Come on. You guys said you wanted to be trailblazers, right? Lewis, Clark, Come on. Oh, Sacagawea, we can never say no to you.
It's really hard to say no to Sacagawea.
Well, a little known fact, Sacagawea had with her on her famous journey Susan B. Anthony.
Susan B. Anthony?
Yeah. Of coin fame. Together, they led the way. The two men cowered behind them in terror as Susan B. Anthony and Sacagawea fought off bears, wild Indians, tame Indians, more bears, and landslides. Herman Cortez didn't need no stinking gun. Herman Cortez conquered the Aztecs with his fists. The Aztecs, they were like his piñata, and he was like the stick. I'm the guy swinging the stick. Aztecs, he said. Oh, I'm the first Mexican. Then he sold oranges to the Aztecs for a remarkably cheap price. When the Aztecs got them home, they realized, hey, these oranges are terrible. It brought down their morale so much that the Spanish were able to conquer them. That's how Herman Cortez conquered the Aztecs. Did you know there are more than 1,400 types of cheese in the world? The most expensive cheese is called Puli cheese, which is made from the milk of a Balkan donkey. There must be one great donkey. What's her name? Cheese Mule? That's what her name should be. Cheese Mule, the Balkan donkey. $600 a pound, huh? Well, best damn pound of cheese I ever ate. I'm sure that's what people who buy it say. God, that cheese was so good. It was worth $600 a pound. The cheese we get is like maybe $13 a pound, $14 a pound, because I think we get the amount of cheese we get, I think, is a pound. It's a Tillamook loaf, not the baby loaf, not the mini loaf, the full loaf. I believe it's a pound of cheese. It lasts quite a long time, and it doesn't cost $600. It's also very good. If a man walks up to you, looks at you up and down, bites his lip, and asks, how much, what do you say? $1 trillion. That's what I say. And I assume you'd like to buy my shirt. It costs $1 trillion. You can have my pants for just $10 million if I'm wearing underwear. I don't want to get arrested for lewd things, like showing my wiener in public. I'd say $1 trillion. Now pay up. That's how much it costs to look me up and down.
You're like an Egyptian queen.
Exactly. That's how much Cleopatra charged people to look her up and down. $1 trillion. I say I'm not that kind of girl, but I am for about $50. Good one, side chic. Good one. You brought your jar of hilarity from home, I see. We've got some very strong cannabis butter. Very, very strong. Yesterday, I ate 1 spoonful of it, and it fairly well knocked me on my ass. Meanwhile, Rachel had 2 spoonfuls of it, and she was pretty faded. She was indeed pretty faded.
Are you having some now?
No, if you want to, go for it. I'm still thinking we might take mushrooms tonight.
Then I'm not going to.
Do you want to take mushrooms?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let me start the mushroom tea. Okay, I guess I'll do it in a little one. I'm fixing a hole where the rain came in to keep my mind from wandering where it will go. Meow, 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 meow. And it really doesn't matter if I'm wrong or right. Where I belong, I'm right. Where I belong. Silly people, so yeah, 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 yeah. I wonder why they can't get in my door. I'm something, yeah, in a colorful way to keep my mind from wandering where it will go. Meow, 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 meow. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, well, this seems like it's less than we put in last time. We just put those in there like that. And we just let that boil away for a while. It's better to leave the lid off of it probably because it's going to boil over if I put the lid on. But I wanted to start boiling first and then I'll take the lid off of it. Why? Well, looks like you're putting popcorn in the spaghetti. Mushroom tea, you heard right. Tea made out of mushrooms. It's a holistic, hygienic, biopotric, new way of bringing health and vitality back into your life. First, retain your semen. then drink mushroom tea. If you love things that are horrific and holistic, you're going to love mushroom tea. It brings out the best in all of us. Mostly, it brings out the best in me and you and all of us. It's a lot to keep in mind, but I have faith that you can do it, and that I'll be watching and being so proud of you when you do. I'm so proud of little Meow Meow, I'll say. Look at them go. In my most condescending tone. And you'll say, gosh, Eric, are you really proud of me? Are you really? And I'll say, yeah, I really am. You get 'em, sport. Like that. You're welcome. I believe in you. But then again, I also believe that children are our future. And that's a truth that'll never be proved. It's always a day away. It turns out that yesterday's children were yesterday's future, but past performance is no guarantee of future outcome. That's what they tell me on all the banking commercials. I mean, investing commercials. They're not FDIC insured. So, if you thought they were, get over yourself. Get over yourself right now. As quickly as possible. There we go. Now it's boiling. I'll take the lid off. And we'll just let this boil. We'll just let the ingredients boil away. Just let them boil and boil. You're going to see something really fabulous when we're done with this. It's going to knock your socks off. It's going to knock the socks off of your guests, your loved ones, your friends, even your frenemies. They're going to say, wait, those disgusting mushrooms made that drink? It's not that gross. I'm like, I know, right? It's not really that gross. You guys gotta just choke it down real quick and you're done. It smells kind of gross right now in here. But it's a lot less gross doing it this way than it is eating them. Let me tell you that. Eating mushrooms won the King of Grossness Award 2 years running. I came in second in the third year. I put on the fan to suck up the smell of mushrooms. For when your mother comes over later tonight. I don't want her to get the wrong idea. There. I opened the window. Eric, what are you doing with that bottle of wine there? I thought you didn't drink alcohol. I cook with that wine sometimes. I haven't cooked with it. It's so old now from sitting there for weeks, but I'll still cook with it. I opened it to cook with it. And that's all we've done with it is cook with it. Thanks, Mr. Bobby. I am holy, let my holes bleed, let me succeed until I taste the mushroom tea. You don't need to succeed, though. That's fine. You can instead just succeed. I think that'd be fine. Sean, Ryan, Baron, if it isn't my favorite piano teacher. How are you today, and how is your piano? Are you more enjoying the white keys or the black keys? Hmm? It's a racism test right there. I'm testing your racism level. If you say white, it's 100. If you say black, it's still 100.
What if he says ebony and ivory?
Well, then that's okay, only if he's Paul McCartney. The piano's overplayed because you're overworked. So vast is the thirst for knowledge of the piano? Wow. Well, congratulations. I too feel pretty overworked these days. Earlier, I took the trash out and I vacuumed. I picked some stuff off of the wall. Rachel washed the crock pot. So,
Empty the dishwasher too.
and she emptied the dishwasher too. Not to mention, she's like frequently doing laundry. You're a frequent launderer.
Yes.
Am I retarded? In his own way, isn't each of us retarded? Yes, I think so. And I, no different than any other person, am in his own way thoroughly retarded. How about you? Would you like to self-report on your retardation level? The frequent wanderer of the British period romance film. I like
I like that too. Can I star in it?
that. You're the maid who's frequently laundering and looking at the stable boy. I'm the stable boy.
I was just gonna say, please have it be you as the stable boy.
And I keep going, hey, sup? Sup, girl?
And I keep on being like,
And I keep saying, you know you my world.
and I'm blushing.
Like that. And then you get coquettish and start hiding behind trees
Yes.
and peeking out. And then we both start doing it to each other.
It's a game.
And then the mean old lady who's the manor house ruler lady comes out and yells at us. And she tries to sell me to a work gang to work in a coal mine.
Oh my gosh.
But you sneak me some bread with a nail file in. So when I get to the coal mine, my nails are always clean.
Aww.
The Constant Gardener is an actual movie.
Yeah.
Really? Well, constantly gardening sounds like excessive gardening. You need to sometimes sleep, eat, do things other than just garden. But in Constantinople, constantly constant Constantine requires even his gardeners to be constant in their gardening, so.
Yeah, like what is the Constant Gardener about? I remember it was like,
First I sow the ground with seed, then I water. In the meantime I prepare these breads to be eaten while reflecting upon gardening. Probably like that.
yeah.
It's a British romance flick, I think. Not a biopic about Jose the Landscape. Okay, good to know. Jose the Overworked Landscaper is not a bad title for a movie either.
Not a biopic about Jose the landscaper?
No, I'm saying another good title for a movie would be Jose the Overworked Landscaper.
Yeah.
I guess to answer your question, my communion improv music yesterday ended up being framed around G flat. Oh, G flat. That is such an adorable shade of key. It's like, keep trying G flat, you'll get to be G eventually. That's how you gotta be if you're G flat's friend. So you keep having to correct people. No, I'm not a flat G, I'm G flat. You know, it's an easy mistake for non-musicians to make. So, people keep thinking it's just a flat G. I was going to add a little more water to this. Oh, little pot, you're so little, you're a little pot, a little squirrel. You got a lot of room in you, see, but being a little pot means he. You fill over with electric boil with the lid on. And so, thereby soil the countertop here with your mushroomy liquids. So we don't want to do that. So what we're going to do is just this. We're going to let it come to boil again. This time it's got more water in it. Because it needed more water in it. There's no in it. So we just let that come back to a boil. Shouldn't take such a super long time because it already had some hot water in it. It was already in some hot water. What I need to do is get my charging cable and the charger Maru. I got my charging cable and my charger Maru. Charging cable and charge with you today. We're gonna have some charging time. Okay, there. You're charging now, but I'm gonna have to plug in the battery thing here pretty soon. It's only got one blinker out of a maximum of 4 blinkers. So that's how you know it doesn't really have that much charge left in it. Just a share. There's not much gas left in this metaphorical gas can. It's like a gas can for electricity.
It is like a gas can for electricity.
Mm-hmm. In fact, the Sioux people refer to these portable chargers as Tiktututinsinti, which translates to gas can for electricity.
You're so wise.
Yeah, I know a lot about the Sioux Nation and their tribe and their people and their ways. For example, did you know that Phil Collins was inspired by the Sioux Nation when he wrote Sioux Suicidia?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. And he actually stole that melody from an old Sioux Nation song. It's actually their national anthem. It goes, Sioux Indians.
Oh.
Yeah. Little known facts about the Sioux people. Their name wasn't really originally spelled Sioux. It was originally spelled Soo, but they got mad at the white people, so they changed it. Fuck it, they said, let's just spell it Sioux. And then white people everywhere were like, Sioux? What? Oh, don't boil over, Mr. Boily Pot. I know you are really very hot, but don't boil over, Mr. Boily Pot. That would make me sad. Don't boil over, Mr. Boily Pot. I know you were boiling very hot, but don't boil over, Mr. Boily Pot, 'cause that would make me sad. So sad. Let's hear it. Too sad. Let's hear it. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look at Mr. Boily Pot. There it is, boiling away. Doesn't that look delicious? Doesn't that look appetizing? Mmm. It looks like a trip to Chinatown for soup. Chinese people eat all kinds of weird things. Like boiled mushroom soup doesn't seem weird for Chinese people. They eat all kinds of strange things. In Shanghai, I had this dish called Little Smelly Goat or something like that. It was smelly lamb. Why would you choose to have a food that's smelly?
Yeah.
Can we make it not smelly?
Well, what about like food that is like mushy? Like, well, smelly's pretty bad.
I mean, if something smells good, you wouldn't call it smelly. But in certain Asian cultures, they like to eat some really smelly foods. These are the kind of mushrooms that make wonderful tea. A wonderful tea that has the flavor of the earth. It's a holistic wellness treatment that we use that's bipolitical, that's has a lot of biotics and wheatgrass in it. And that's why we're doing it for our well-being. Rachel and I have both begun retaining our semen. It's harder for Rachel than for me.
Yeah, it is. They don't tell you about retaining semen and how difficult it is.
Well, yeah, Astafaster. Each of them has his own name, obviously. Dave and Steve, Mary, June, Judy, Bob, Greg. I think those are all the mushrooms I put in. What? Astafaster, Rachel and I would not do drugs. Okay? We're a little bit more clean cut than that. Look at this. That's not a guy who would do drugs. Okay? We drink mushroom tea for its holistic healing properties. It's just made out of whatever mushrooms randomly land around us, you know. Who knows what kind of mushrooms are just gonna show up at your door one day, you know? Maybe they're oyster mushrooms. Maybe they're shiitakes. Maybe they're oyster talkies. Maybe they're shitsters. What are regular mushrooms called?
Fungi?
No, I mean just the regular kind of mushrooms that you get at the store.
Portobello?
Portobellos
No,
are
those
big.
bigger. I don't know. Like white mushrooms? I don't know what they're called.
Eaten mushrooms. We got some good eating mushrooms going on.
Yeah, we do.
Sounds a bit icky. Well, sometimes from icky, April icky makes spring flowers. Okay. You just got to think about it that way. It's less gross than eating them. Substantially less gross than eating them. Well, no one knows about the magic ones. They're magic, obviously. That means they're paranormal. That means we can only ever guess at their mysteries.
We can only ever guess at their mysteries?
That's the nature of magic, yeah. Rachel's not wearing a nightgown. Oh, the wife from Everyone Loves Raymond. Well, Mr. Bobby, that's not very polite. That's not very gentlemanly of you to say that. There's more to a woman than a pair of boobs, okay? A lot more. I prefer lion's mane. More of a spiritual, active, mythogenic mushroom than magic mushrooms. What's lion's mane? Never even heard of it. Now I'm going to have to research it with my researching bone. Do I have a meow meow? No, I don't have it. I don't have this. I also don't have this. And lastly, I don't have this. Now I have all the things that I missed. She was wearing toilet paper. Oh. She had stuffed her bra with toilet paper to make it look like she had bigger boobs. Lucky for her, whoever found out was into toilet paper. No, I like it better this way. Knowing that there's been toilet paper all over your boobs. It's like a health mushroom, sort of being advertised as a neurotropic type thing. What's a neurotropic? Does it have anything to do with neuropathy? Poor Raymond. He didn't get to blink his wife because she has toilet paper boobs. That seems like an odd reason. What? You want to watch me pick more paint from the wall? I don't know, guys. It's getting kind of late. Please, can we watch you pick more paint from the wall? Okay, this is the last time, okay? This is the last time. Just for a little while. I'll tell you what. Since you've been so good, I'll put you on this side of the little fence. Phew. How do you like that view, huh? Now that's what I call a room with a view. Now that's what I call a room with a view. Hi, I'm Eric, and we're here today in Mariposa to talk to you about meowing. Well, that's all we have for tonight's show, folks. It looks like the Scorpions were right. Here I am. Rock me like a hurricane. How was that, everybody? That was excellent. Excellent. That's an easy rap, quick rap. Let's go to the rap party. You nailed that, Strauss. You nailed it. First take. Oh, you guys are too kind. Thanks. You know what, actually? Bobby, you know, the director, Bobby. Yeah. He says do it again. Do it again? Okay. All right. I'm doing a take, sure. Can't always get it right on the first take. All right. So, we just pick up from here, right? Oh, you want me to get bigger pieces? Oh, okay. Well, there's not that many big pieces left. No, I'll find it. Don't call them in. I'll find it. Ah. How about over here? Does this work? Off camera? Okay. Hold on 1 second. Can you ask Billy, the camera guy, to move it? God, why do I have to do this? Doesn't anybody else do any work? Okay, you ready? We're doing the ending sequence again, take 2. Now don't cut yet. I'm just finding my groove. Just hold on. Well, folks, that's it for me. And for tonight's show. I guess Scorpions were right. Here I am. Rock me like a hurricane. How was that? Perfect? Perfect? Good. I thought so too. I thought it was perfect. I don't understand the line though, but you guys keep telling me that's fine. We didn't even mention scorpions at any other point during this episode. I don't see how it makes sense. How are we going to deal with that in post-production? I don't understand. Okay, well, you're the artistic director, I get that, but I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense. You want to film an alternate ending? Okay. Alright, well, tell me where to go. Alternate ending? I've never done this before. Okay, let's see what the alternate ending is. And action. Well, I'm all done loading these sticks into my little car. I guess Prince was right. This is what it sounds like when the doves cry. Like that? Okay, well, I don't think that makes any more sense than the last ending made, really, to be honest. I've forgotten about the mushroom tea. Okay, well, I did forget about it for a second. But I remembered in time. Fingers crossed, you know. Fingers crossed like Jesus Christ was back when the Romans nailed them to sticks. Okay, let's give this a little stirry poo. A little bit of stirring never hurt anybody. A little bit of stirring for you. A little bit of stirring makes the whole world go round. That's what they told me back in stirring school, and that's what I believe to this day. Yeah, I went to stirring school. It took me 17 years to get my associate's degree. He kept saying, Eric, that's stabbing, not stirring. They were right. Eventually, I learned to do both. I could both stab and stir. You gotta stab it so that there's holes for all the juice to get out. That makes sense, right? That makes good intuitive sense. We've got to stab it so all the juice can get out. Okay, let's take a look-see. For those of you who want to know the answer to the trivia question, what does it sound like when the doves cry? The answer is boo, 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 boo. Thanks. And we scream at each other. This is what it sounds like when the doves cry. Is there anybody going to listen to my story all about the girl who came to stay? She's the kind of girl you want so much it makes you sorry. Still you don't regret a single day. Oh girl, girl. Believe to pleasure, will she still believe it when he's dead? Oh girl, girl. She's the kind of girl who puts you down and friends are there, you feel the fool. When you say she's looking good, she acts as if it's understood she's cool. Ooh, 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 girl. Rachel, where's the Pyrex thing?
I think it's in the drawer, with the, I think I put it in the drawer. I don't think it's in the, oh, there.
Thank you. It's almost done, I think.
Cool.
I could probably add a little bit more water to it, but boil a little bit more. Probably a good idea. You like when doves cry more than Purple Rain? Me too. I like that song better, for sure. I don't love a lot of Prince songs. Like, I don't have Prince on my playlists, really. But, When Doves Cry is pretty good. Um, Raspberry Beret,
Yeah, Raspberry Beret.
that's a really good song. And Kiss is a good song as well. I don't want your extra time. I just want your extra time and your tulip kiss. That's a good song. Oh, Little Red Corvette, not so much. Party Like It's 1999, not a bad song. Yeah. If you're in the mood to party like it's 1999. Yes, Travis, that's for you and for Pito. That's your kitty fountain. Travis using a kitty fountain. You know why he's using the kitty fountain so well? Because he's a little red Corvette.
We don't have to worry about the water, right? I just get so paranoid because that girl from the pet hospital said that you can get cat AIDS through saliva.
Well, I'm not gonna worry about it.
Okay. If you're not, I'm not.
Yeah, it's impossible to prevent. If it's that easy to get AIDS, then it's impossible to prevent her to get it. Unlike that, it was possible for me to prevent that from happening, but I failed to prevent that from happening.
See, so it didn't actually happen.
Good to know. That boil over just a little bit, not too much. Now we just gotta let it boil down a little bit more with the lid off. And then we'll have mushroom tea for its holistic health benefits. At that point, the live stream may change somewhat in its tenor, mood, yeah, etc. Well, we're not going to drink out of it. We're worried about the other cat drinking out of it. I was drawing stick figures, telling a story. I was, but then I stopped. I said, enough of this storyboarding, let's get down to business. That's when all of my reality came to life. My girl does like to party all the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. So does her man. We like to party in our little red Corvette.
I don't really like Purple Rain.
No, not a very good song. His best song is Darling Nikki, though.
Meow.
I met a girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. I met her in a hotel lobby, masturbating with a magazine. She said, how'd you like to waste some time? And I could not resist when I saw little Nikki grind.
I didn't even know about that song until you showed me it.
But then thank you for a funky time. Call me up whenever you want to grind. That song is fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
That's his best work. It's so weird and also singable. Yeah, that's my favorite kind of song where it's like it's hard to get the melody down, but it sounds so good when you do.
Yeah.
Well, we might as well play a song before the tea is ready. We'll just play one song and I'll check on the tea again after it's ready. So let's just play Cloudy Day in Los Angeles.
Very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. Day is nearly done. So come by us some more time.
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm a celebrating just something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say forgiving. They'll try to stop your will to fight. I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten. Noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very foggy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time.
So fast, trouble still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Good job, Rachel.
Good job, Eric. Thank you.
Okay, just get in there.
It's cloudy day in Los Angeles, Asphodad.
Alright, I guess they need about one more song's worth of boiling down.
Thanks, Asphodad. Thanks, Side Chic.
Okay, it's nice to have an automatic tuner in the guitar now. this song. For this, find the chorus for one song and the singing of the other song. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll wanna know the way to get back at you. Wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost in two. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bumpity-da, ba-dee-da-dee-dee, dee-da-dee-da, dee-da-doo. Bumpity-da, ba-dee-da-da-da, bumpity-da, da-da-dee. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a wonderful lady, and I love you so much.
You're a wonderful man, and I love you so much too.
Okay. Everybody, put the last one in the trash.
Inside sheet.
You want to go outside, sweetie?
I think Trouble's outside. Or he was.
Okay. Let me put this liquid boil down a little bit more. I think the mushroom's out now.
Okay.
And then we'll have tea in a second. I tell you what's a real dishwashing nightmare. You know, people think spaghetti's bad for dishwashing in general. It's hard to get the red out of everything, right? But non-dairy creamer is a bitch.
Yeah, it is. It sticks to the sides and everything.
Thank you guys. Thanks, Chef Shaw. Thanks, Side Chic.
The other mug is in the cabinet if you need it.
That's fine. This one's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want less than half this liquid? Or I'm not sure if it's gonna be, I can't really say with the strength, you know?
Okay.
Or do
Then
you want half of it?
yeah.
Half?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We've got I don't even know what it is. We've got 300 milliliters. Are going to be about 150 milliliters and 850 milliliters.
No.
What's that? Was that trouble?
No, that was pee-pee.
That's trouble. I'm Mr. Man, kitty man. Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put my ice in it. So, hi, Mr. Man. Okay, all right. Touchy, touchy, touchy.
He wouldn't let you pet him?
Oh no. No pets are allowed for Eric. Maybe he'll let me after I watch him eat.
Yeah, maybe.
So you haven't done your job yet. Okay, I'm back. And I've got some tea here. It's not history's most delicious tea, but it's history's most nutritious tea. That's a little bit gross. That's a good chaser if you want to chase for something.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go have a cigarette. Let's let the the portable charger charge. Battery. All I can see is just a yellow lemon tree, and that's all I want to be in my life is a lemon yellow tree. Hooray for me, lemon, lemon, yellow tree. Okay, I'm ready to go outside. I don't even need a beverage. That's how tough I am. It's not especially cold tonight. It's probably, I don't know, high 40s. What does it say at the bottom of the TV, Rachel? What does it say the temperature is? 50. 50. I guess pretty good when I said high 40s. So yeah, it's unusually warm for around here these days. Sure, it'll get warm, I guess, regularly, or even warmer if we get into summertime. There's the dark blue of the late evening sky. Hi, my name's Eric, and I'm here to tell you a spooky story of the woods in front of this scenic backdrop. Once there was a camper who went into the woods and encountered a Sasquatch. And the Sasquatch threw his tent up in the air and he said, "Wee, wee," and they laughed and played all the day long. Yeah, here you guys are in the scenic backdrops. Check out this backdrop I put in OBS to make it look like I'm in front of some trees. Pretty crazy, huh? Looks like I really am in front of trees. I like this one, actually. It makes me look like I have a fancy house. Hi, I'm Eric. I'm here today at the Strauss residence. You may be able to see the sign what's written on there, but you surely can see there's a sign there. What do you think? No, do it again? Okay. What do you mean it's tilted? Well, tell the camera guy to fix it. I tell you, my crew is just absolutely terrible. They do a terrible, terrible job. There, that's better. Hi, I'm Eric in front of this house. As you can see, it's got a plaque on it, which means it's probably an historical monument. What does it say? Strauss? Oops, it's just somebody's house. Whose house is it? It's our house. We live in the South, in a southern house. We live in Alabama, the swamps of Alabama. Trouble, leave them birds alone, will you? Hey, Trouble, leave them birds alone. He's a big runner. Makes big noise when he runs. He never got the message about how cats are supposed to be stealthy. He chose instead to be stealthless. That's another alternative way to be stealthless. I'm pretty stealthless. Hello, I'm coming over here. That's what I always say. And people go, why do you have to say that? And I go, because I don't want to scare you when I'm peering in the laundry room. That's why. You don't want that either. Is there anybody going to listen to my story all about how I went up backyard? How I went into the backyard where it's dark and scary and there were lots of trees for things to hide. Sasquatch. It's reported in some of the Sasquatch journals that if you sing that song, you can attract Sasquatches to your house. Thought I'd give it a try. I already put out seeds and stuff for the birds. What does Sasquatch want to eat? That's the question. Some people say apples. Some people say PCs. Neither of them are answering my question. What do Sasquatches like to eat? Hi, Mr. Man. You're not Sasquatch. You're a Sasquatch kitty. You're a Sasquatch kitty. There's got to be a twist. Sasquatch kitty has such a supple wrist. Well, no Sasquatches yet. But, it might take them a while. Sound travels slowly in the mountains. It travels at only 12 miles an hour. That's why it takes so long for the sound of my voice to reach you after my lips move. Because I'm standing 12 miles from the camera, so it takes an hour for the sound to get there. I've got it on super high magnification, that's why it looks so close. I've got a 12-mile long stick that has this in front of me. I've got a 12-mile long stick to keep my tripod away from my face. It's not working. I can't believe a 12-mile long stick is not working. It must be because the stick keeps breaking, I guess. In order for it to be sturdy enough, it would have to be so heavy. Plus, where are you going to get a 12-mile long stick? There aren't many trees that are 12 miles long. Cutlets. Yeah. If you have enough cutlets, Sasquatch cutlets. Well, that's because I'm in special sound-absorbing mountains, Jeff Shaw. They absorb the sound temporarily, then they release it later. That's how it works that way. Sound does operate very strangely up here. Even when I'm outside, I hear some birds or something. Like the other morning, I heard some honking, maybe in geese, maybe in turkeys, I don't know. I couldn't quite pinpoint where they were coming from. Sometimes it sounded like over there, sometimes it sounded like over there. Sound bounces off of the mountains and confuses. But even inside this house, it's hard to tell where sound is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out it's usually my butt, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes when I hear Rachel cry, "Hey, let me out of there," she's stuck someplace else.
Mm.
It's just a
That's
joke.
why.
She's not really ever stuck up my butt. Oh, gooses, my mistake. How many Christmas gooses do I have to eat before I become an official Englishman? I saw a flock of gooses in the woodsens.
Mm-hmm.
The woodses. Woodses. 256 gooses make a flock of geese. If you have 255, they're still called gooses. I'll keep that rule in mind. You can only refer to 256 geese or more as geese.
That's a lot of geese.
Between 1 and 256 gooses, you have to use gooses.
Gooses.
Yeah. Up to 255 gooses.
I would think that the term gooses is used more than geese then.
It should be, but I just learned this rule tonight, and probably the rest of the world hasn't heard of it yet.
Yeah, no.
So, um, well, figure 6 chucks an hour. If the woodchuck's working an average 8-hour working day, that's 48 chucks a day. An average woodchuck's life is 3 days long. So that would be exactly 152 chucks. Turns out, unfortunately, woodchucks cannot chuck. They should have been called wood can't chucks. No, because we're talking about at the equator, Bobby. We're talking about at the equator. How many equatorial woodchucks? Okay. Equatorial woodchucks are the origin of all woodchuck variants. First, the equatorial woodchuck evolved, then all the other woodchucks evolved simultaneously in different locations, but with slight variations.
What's an equal? What is
Equatorial woodchuck?
it? Yeah.
It's just a kind of woodchuck I made up.
Oh.
That lives only at the equator or within 1 mile either direction of the equator,
Wow.
but anywhere around the globe. So, as long as it's within a mile north-south of the equator, equatorial woodchucks live there.
No.
Even in the middle of the ocean.
Wow, even in the middle of the ocean.
You can still find them swimming there. Keeping track of the equator, living off of fish and other sea life. You know, they got in trouble with the Greenpeace for eating so many whales. When people talk about diminishing whale populations, why don't you hear them talking more about equatorial woodchucks?
Yeah, why not?
Conspiracy. They're in league with the Chinese. Part of their plan to take over the Panama Canal by filling it with woodchucks. Of course, the equatorial woodchucks say that's too far from the equator for us. That's why the meetings have stalled. Then they got Van Halen to perform the song Panama, and that helped move things along. Of course, part of the problem was nobody had a translator who could translate from equatorial woodchuck into Chinese or back again. Because it turns out the Chinese government had mistaken equatorial woodchucks. If the equator crosses China anywhere, if it does, they had mistaken the equatorial woodchucks for Uyghurs and sent them off to prison camps, where of course they promptly died, being moved too far from the equator.
Oh no.
Yeah,
It's so sad.
yeah. What happened to all the Chinese Yetis too? The Chinese mistake everything that's not a Chinese person for a Uyghur.
For what?
A Uyghur.
A Uyghur?
Yeah.
What's a Uyghur?
They're a population of sort of Chinese Muslims who live in some part of China that China's now taken over or claims as theirs.
Oh.
They get persecuted a lot, sent to things like prison camps and whatnot.
Jeez.
And that's despite the fact that their name is Uyghur, which sounds like a pretty cool name to me. Makes me think of Tom Seager, famous Cincinnati Reds pitcher. Except I think his name was Tom Seaver.
Tom Seaver, yes. I think you're right.
I think Tom Seaver may have been a Uyghur. He's the only Uyghur ever to play in the major leagues.
What's a Uyghur again?
It's an ethnically Chinese Muslim.
Oh.
They live in some northern part of China that's near some Muslim places. That is not true, Mr. Bobby. Oh my God, that is not true. The Uyghurs make up 83, etc. That's nonsense. Where did you hear that crazy nonsense? You must have heard it from the woodchucks. Yeah, well, you're right, Jeff Shaw. They're Luddites. Woodchucks are famous Luddites.
Luddites?
Luddites are people who don't agree with technology and want to return to primitive ways.
Oh.
They were originally an actual group of people, I believe, who had that position. Now it's just used to refer to, I'm the gatekeeper. What gate am I keeping for them? Okay, this is a gate. If you want to go from over there to over here, you have to walk through this gate, okay? Do not attempt to walk around the gate. That's considered cheating. I am the gatekeeper. Who is the keymaster? Gozar the Godzarian? Well, feels like those mushrooms are starting to kick in a little bit.
Yeah.
Kicks in fast when you drink the tea.
Mm-hmm. Why is that?
Well, I guess because it's already in water form.
Oh, it's already in water form.
Your stomach don't gotta mush it down into water form.
No.
Good thing the various properties of the mushroom are water soluble.
Oh, yeah?
It's a lot easier making this than it is to make can of butter.
Yes, it is.
Can of butter, you gotta decarb it in the oven. Then you gotta cook it in the crock pot for a couple hours. What does it all mean? It means they're scary, Mr. Bobby, and you should be very scared of them. It means they're up to no good. It means they're either up to no good, a lot of good, or some good.
Is trouble still outside?
I think trouble's outside. What kind of good are you up to? No, some, many, much, ma 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 ma. What kind of good is that? It'll have to be 15 hours from now. Well, nobody wants to wait 15 hours just to taste hash browns. Why do I have to wait 15 hours to taste hash browns? Because it's no longer breakfast serving time at the restaurant. That's why I have to wait 15 hours to taste the hash browns. That's what people should be told when they try to order hash browns at McDonald's after breakfast is done being served. They should be told, can you come back in a number of hours? Yes, we can get you this. Can you come back in 17 hours? No. Oh. I guess you don't really like those hash browns then, do you? No, okay, I'll come back. I do like them. That's what would happen. Some people say, well, I never. And they drive away in a huff. Some people say, let me talk to your manager. And the person says, I am the manager. In fact, I'm the king.
Wow.
That'd be a good thing for them to say.
It would be.
I'm not only the manager, I'm also the king. I'm the king of McDonald's. Yeah, if you got anything bad to say, talk to me. Okay, I want to complain about your customer, your employee. You mean me? I'm not even my own employee. I'm just here helping out for a friend. He wanted to go to a concert with his girlfriend Betty, so I said, okay, fine. But the only reason I'm working here today, mister, so you can take your hash browns and shove it.
That shows a lot of command.
It shows a lot of courage, is what it shows. A lot of courage. Yeah. That's the kind of brave men and women who are heroes on today's front lines in the fight against COVID. Yes. It turned out it wasn't even a guy who worked there. He just walked in and nobody was at their first window, so he just picked up the headset and started using it. I said, when questioned by police, he said, I just always wanted to feel the power of being on this side of the McDonald's microphone. I wanted to feel the weight of that responsibility on my shoulders. I wanted to feel the power. And look how powerful it was. I made the cops come to get me. You're always baffled that beavers like wood in an evolutionary sense. Well, I chewed a lot of pencils in my day. Of course, we had regular wood pencils back then. People still use those now, I think.
Yeah, number two pencils are the standard.
Number two pencils are forever, like diamonds.
Yeah.
You can never use them all away. You always have a little stub left over. You can't use all of a pencil. It's not possible. Because when you get down to the very end, you can't sharpen it anymore.
No.
Or if it's not sharp, you can't say you're using it really.
When
Just
you chew.
rubbing against things.
Yeah. When you chewed on pencils, did you chew on like the eraser part or the pencil part?
Well, the erasers went off right away. They got bitten off right away because I couldn't help but bite them off. Then I went and chewed all around the whole wood part. I like the
Yeah, me too.
sensation of it. Hi there, Taylor.
Hey, Taylor.
Wait a second. I'm not a hobbyist. Oh, wait, no. Hose. Okay, I am one of those.
Hey ho.
I'm a ho-ho. I'm a hostess ho-ho. I ate the fuck out of my everything that I had in my hand. I was slow developing. I blame it on my parents probably not breastfeeding me. I don't know if that was true or not, but I'm gonna blame them for that anyway. And I am. That's good. Those are good drug eyes you got there, Flow State.
Yeah.
You nailed it. You nailed it right away. I am shroomy or something. The first of those two things. Not the or something. Just the shroomy one. And on Adderall. I'm shroom-drawing. Adderall. Why is the camera doing that all of a sudden? Did I just move it?
I think it's like
I was
not.
just on
Yeah.
delay.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on Alfred North Whitehead? I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is either.
I would see a kid roll up a sheet of paper, pop it in their mouth, start chewing like you're normal. I went through a bit of a paper eating phase, I think, too.
I used to make spit balls out of paper.
Do you keep them and give them names?
No, I would like at the back of the like sit on the bus and spit it at the front of the seat, the back of the person's seat in front of us, and like we would have races to see who would like stick the longest. Pretty gross.
That's not very hygienic.
No.
Well, I worry about a philosopher whose views could be considered interesting. It would be called interesting, as opposed to correct or incorrect, you know? It makes me think like something you'd call Foucault if you were being nice. He has some interesting views. Instead of accurate, which is, he's wrong. Horribly, terribly, insanely wrong. Like, so wrong that he doesn't even know he shouldn't be a philosopher. That's how wrong he is. And think if you put some fancy sounding words around shit, all of a sudden you're making an argument, but it doesn't work like that. Like, T.I. polar as they come. Nothing interesting about it, really. It's just appalling. It's an appalling defacement of the public property of philosophy.
Like Alan Watts.
Yeah. He's more excrement on the pavement, too. Just gives philosophy a bad name.
Yeah. Do you think he's T.I. polar?
No, but I think he's probably ENFJ, CI4. Outside, he's obsessed with the NI shit.
Yeah, he is.
Or for him, it's still just an instrument to be used to communicate some undefined message, you know?
Mm-hmm.
To be a leader of bringing people of the West to this Eastern way of thinking. It's just so wonderful because it's like, that's just NI and not SI at all. That's ENFJ run amok. Alan Watts. Well, I'm Eric though, for baby. So it doesn't matter where else names come up a lot or not. You know, you gotta do more than that to get me to look into somebody. Or again, that's not a good way to advertise their thoughts or their philosophy at all then. Tell me some of his arguments if you want to impress me. You're using the wrong sales pitch on somebody who's TI like me. I don't give a fuck about people's credentials. As if. I don't know. I don't have any thoughts about them. I don't heard of them. I'm not the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. But I'm sorry for being so hostile to you. It's for past shit that makes me hostile to you. I assume you're up to no good. I find myself thinking, didn't I already hide this guy? don't know if it was you or not. Might have been somebody else. And I know it was you who freaked out one time about some nonsense. And yeah, but I don't know if I banned that you or not. I don't remember what it was you freaked out about at all. I don't remember any of the substance of why I've got my eye on you. I remember just vagaries that make me have my eye on you. Like that. Like, I got my eye on you. Well, I might sometimes. I mean, I've said before, I will not correct my daughter and let her get away with shit. But I would never let anybody else get away with it. And she was wrong about COVID, so that doesn't surprise me. It's consistent with my rule.
What's your rule?
I'll let Delilah get away with shit that I won't let other people get away with. I won't correct her on shit generally. Because I don't want to start a fight. She's stubborn as fuck. And she is one stubborn girl.
Where did you get that from?
I didn't concede the argument. I just decided to not argue against her anymore. I don't concede wrong arguments. It's ridiculous. If you made a bad argument, I wouldn't be echoing it, certainly. That doesn't sound like you made a good argument. Because you're not saying that I made it eventually. You're saying that I let my daughter make it and get away with it. But you're not my daughter, obviously. So I'm not going to let you get away with it. I'm sorry that made you mad, but next time be my daughter. Okay, well, I just wanted to get the argument over then, I guess. There's no good argument in favor of mandating it. If you're gonna mandate it, you'd mandate it for children. But there's absolutely no reason to mandate something that doesn't even meet the definition of a vaccine because it doesn't prevent people from getting the fucking disease, you shithead. Think a little bit, you fucking shit for brains. I do the kind of things I wouldn't say to my daughter, right? It doesn't even work. How could you possibly mandate that people, legally mandate that people get it? Think a second, right? You're not preventing anybody from getting it or giving it. How could you possibly be in favor of mandating the vaccine? Think for a fucking second, right? Oh, you're in favor of having fewer people be hospitalized. Well, then take people's choice out of the healthcare system entirely. They're going to use to steal all their autonomy. They're going to use the fact that the public has some payment into some people's healthcare depending on their health insurance. Are you suggesting that we have to mandate everything that could possibly cause any health harms accordingly? Otherwise, you're being inconsistent and it's special pleading. Just think for a fucking second, you fucking retard. God, I'm having a nice mushroom trip, man. You come with your nonsense. Just think for a fucking second. think. Don't be an idiot for a second. It's not a vaccine. It doesn't stop people from getting the disease. If it stops people from getting the disease, then everybody I know who has the vaccine wouldn't have gotten it. Instead of everybody I know who's vaccinated getting it. And some of us getting it multiple times. Just think for a second, you tard. God. Do you not get what a vaccine does? The vaccine slows the spread of COVID. How? How does it slow the spread of COVID? Okay, if you're saying it lessens the disease burden, fine. Then it's a mitigator that lessens the disease's burden. That would be unprecedented. We don't mandate mitigators, right? We mandate vaccines for children before they get into school so they don't spread diseases. Because why? They can't contract them and therefore not be carriers of them. Not in order to make them less of a carrier of something when everybody has it and everybody gets it. Think for a second, you fucking tard. It's unprecedented what you're advocating. It's insane. There's no corollary or comparable advocacy that anybody could possibly even dream of making. And the amount of improvement supposedly is very much going to be population based. You're talking about a whole bunch of children that are going to experience the least possible improvement. Those are the ones whose rights you're stealing away, which you think doesn't matter at all because of your purported claims of society benefits. Which is the same kind of logic that caused the COVID lockdown, which caused massive societal harms and just prolonged or put off the inevitable outbreak of COVID, as I predicted well before it even fucking happened, you retard. I'm on mushrooms. So go fuck yourself, for fuck's sakes. Oh my God. I'm saying, if you're going to call yourself a vaccine, prevent the people from getting the disease like every other vaccine does. Otherwise, don't call yourself a vaccine and be retarded. God, I'm trying to enjoy a mushroom trip, not like play around with explain things to retards. God. According to that logic, absolutely everything that has any purported health benefits you can talk about to society, any net societal benefits is justified. It doesn't matter how much people are opposed to having this forced upon them, right? It doesn't matter at all. There's no quantifiable cost to that. We can't add that in lives or dollars, so it doesn't matter at all. Well, that kind of retarded thinking is what's responsible for all the horrors of the world. And it's also what's responsible for ruining my good mushroom trip. People's rights matter. Individual rights matter. When you trample them, you need to do so for extremely good reason. Not for cocky pock and bullshit like that. I'm not opposed to mandating vaccines for children entering school, okay? Actual vaccines for diseases that do what vaccines do, that prevent people from getting the disease, right? That's fine, because that way a vaccine is a good balance between individual choice and not, right? The way it's supposed to work is if you get a vaccine, that prevents you from getting the disease. So if other people choose not to get a vaccine, then they're not a threat to you. That's the whole point of a vaccine, is to empower individuals, not to steal their rights away. God, how fucking retarded could you possibly be? You can't just, if in fact your logic justifies forcing people to do things, it justifies anything you want to force them to do, because you can always point to positive impacts. You can always pile up some positive impacts and say demographic wide, it would work better if we outlawed smoking. If you ignore all the actual individuals that it harms, You want to be like the fucking shitty people of California and help black people by outlawing menthols. Oh my God. Well, who does it hurt? Who does it hurt, right? It doesn't hurt anybody. It hurts the individuals who want to smoke, you fucks. You fucking retards. Who do you think it hurts? It hurts people who want to smoke. Who aren't like you. Who doesn't like smoking, right? We outlaw everything that causes anybody health problems. We outlaw living itself. It's insane, it's stupid, it's unjustified, it's insane, it's stupid. Well, we're going to just pretend this COVID vaccine is like a real vaccine that works. Oh, blah. Real vaccines work. That's why none of us have measles or whooping cough. That's why none of us have rubella and polio and shit like that, right? Real vaccines actually work. You can't just ignore the fact that this one doesn't and try to treat it the same in terms of public policy unless you're completely fucking retarded. Oh, I'm tripping so hard. I'm tripping just as much as last time. I thought I put less than it, but maybe not. It'll look pretty gnarly. What I put in. It's good to show you, no matter how many drugs I'm on, you just can't be wrong around me like that and expect to get away with it. That'll sober me up more quickly than stupid wrongness. Stupid, bad for society, bad for civilization kind of reasoning. Or lack thereof. I mean, that's just catastrophically bad and stupid. It's important to be smart about public policy, you know? It doesn't just mean like invoking science or whatever. It means be smart. Those vaccines that we all took as kids prevented us from getting that disease. Why would we dream of treating this failed vaccine until it were successful? What, did we mistake it for evolution or something? Failed explanations don't deserve the same respect as real explanations any more than failed vaccines deserve the same respect as real vaccines. Why do people want to be so wrong all the time? It's so easy to be right. They seem to listen to me for a fucking second. Hurt, baby, you're not listening to me. What you're saying is an insult to everything that's a real vaccine. Every scientist has made a real vaccine that works. You want to treat the same way a completely failed vaccine that purportedly, on small limited studies, has been shown to have some effect on the severity of having the disease and some effect potentially on how contagious you are when you have it, while concurrently being having imposed on you self-imposed quarantines of multiple days, etc. Even so you can't claim any of those impacts, right? Or you haven't calculated whether those impacts are impacted by that, have you? No, you haven't. You don't even care. You don't even care about any of the impacts. You don't care about counting, like the fact that maybe somebody doesn't want their child immunized with that bullshit at all. I don't think there's any harm to it. I believe that there might be some small, minor, incredibly small amount of good from it, but never in the history of mankind has anything that does so little been forced upon people, medically forcing them to inject their children with something. Are you insane? Just because you think it's good for society does not mean it's a good idea to have some enforcement body at gunpoint forcibly injecting children with something. And that's what you're advocating for. Who's the insane one? It better damn well work if you're going to do that, right? Because there are people who will not have that any other way. There are plenty of them. I know you don't like them, but they exist, and you don't count the harms you're doing to them as harms because you're fucking stupid. God, I'm gonna ban that guy. He pisses me off so much. But really, the reason I'm going to ban him is because you ruined my mushroom trip. And that's not okay. This is purely a spiteful banning because you ruined my mushroom trip with your garbage. That kind of garbage is the death of civilization, and it's depressing to ever hear it. Goodbye. Parallel analogies. There's nothing that parallels this. It's unprecedented human nonsense. I was proved right from the very beginning. This fucking hater cannot stand it. There's nothing parallel to this. It's an unprecedented act of global human stupidity combined potentially with somebody's intent. Who knows? But nobody could have anticipated that. And the point is, you have to calculate things not in terms of their total number of deaths, right? In terms of their likelihood of death to the individual. And that's not any more deadly than a flu. Than a normal flu. Not like a special flu. I just thought of a good expression. If we're evil, we enjoy forcing our loved ones for their own good. If we're stupid, we enjoy forcing strangers to do things for their own good. What's the difference between stupid and evil? The crazy thing is, this guy thinks his is a pro-science position. This whole COVID nonsense has been anti-science from the start. We're that was in any kind of scientific fashion, we wouldn't have been pitched this fatality numbers of 4%. I've been right about it from the very get-go, and not more importantly, I've been not wrong about it. Whereas everybody else who was opposed to the nonsense went wildly the other direction and bought into some other nonsense. I've been cool and collected down the middle all the way, correct. Yeah, he got banned. He got banned for messing with my mushroom trip. That's a good reason to ban somebody, too. Ruined my mushroom trip. I was having such a pleasant mushroom trip, too. Now I'm just thinking about how stupid that fucker is. The problem he doesn't get, of course, is if we use his logic, you can justify anything. You can justify forcing everybody to do anything. That's why you can't use that kind of logic that doesn't calculate rights violations as though they matter for anything. Because you can't, just because you can't collapse their value into dollars or body doesn't mean they don't have value. That's how civilization gets destroyed. Idiots like that. It's depressing. You got so much breath to advocate, and not a single bit of it for worth anything. In reality, he just hates people that he deems anti-science, or thinks he has the sciencey side of things, but he's so totally wrong. Even if you come up with a corollary for that, pointing at some other place that did something that's unjustified in the first place is not going to be correct. It's not a good way to justify what you're doing. You have to justify it intrinsically on its merits, for fuck's sake. There's no precedent for forcing parents to inject their children with something that doesn't work. It doesn't work as advertised. No, we're just rebranding it as something else. It's still good for society, though. Well, what about the individuals who make up society? What about what they want to do or not want to do? How about their autonomy? How about their ownership over their own bodies, for fuck's sake? Does that matter? Not at all? What a fucking tard. And it's like we mandate or require for children entering either private or public schools that they be vaccinated for certain things, right? Mumps, measles, rubella, whooping cough, chicken pox nowadays, polio. They don't have to vaccinate for it anymore because it got rid of polio. That's what real vaccines do. That's why you never meet anybody who's got whooping cough, rubella. So yeah, that's fine. Let's mandate those vaccines. They work, after all. Don't just create a new class of thing where you're mandating, this might help a lot about let's just shoot everyone has to shoot their children follow this shit. Oh my God. Just stop already. How dumb can you possibly be? Force people to take the COVID vaccine. It doesn't work. Oh my God. Well, you just don't force it because it helps a little bit. That's really won't see anyone with COVID anymore either, because our natural body or the immune systems will have killed out the old and the weak, and then the rest of us will be immune to it from our immune systems, not from wearing masks or vaccines. It's not that kind of disease. I know. I had COVID. I got it after I got the vaccine and the booster shot. Good thing I got that booster shot. Who knows how much worse it could have been if I hadn't gotten the vaccine and the booster shot. Who knows how much better it could have been if I hadn't gotten those as well. He is great. You're a great guy too, Jan Jams. I want you to know that. You're a great guy, and you're gonna make some girl a hell of a boyfriend. You just have to get over that. I don't want to offend you by groping you kind of vibe, you know. The girls want you to grope them if they want you to grope them. If they don't want you to grope them, then they definitely don't want you to grope them. But, you know, if they want you to grope them, then they definitely do want you to grope them. So there's nothing wrong with groping them in that case. I know it seems strange at first. Wait a second. You want me to grab your boobs? But it's true. It's true. Take it from me, a 51-year-old man. Yes, under the right circumstances, they do want you to grab their boobs. I finally solved one of life's biggest mysteries. Do girls really want me to grab their boobs? Well, in general, the answer is no. Or if you find a very special girl and you marry her, then you can grab her boobs. That's the only way you're allowed to grab them. So just remember that. Otherwise, you could get in trouble. Anyway, the point of this is that the right girl with the right mood lighting and ambiance, some wind chimes, and some candles and incense. And then she says, "Oh, Jan Jams, you grab her boobs." Well, that's a much better topic than COVID. Teaching Jams how to grab a girl's boobs. You gotta get the right candles and everything. And the right tinkly music. You should have some like tinkly piano music going on one side of the room with some like R. Kelly on the other side of the room. You're like, yeah, girl, you so stingy. You know, I want to reach out and touch that. What is it I'm referring to? I don't even know. You have some music going like that in the room. This time we just have some tinkly music on the piano. Tinkle, 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 tinkle. Tinkle, 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 tinkle. Like that on one side of the room. And on the other side, you just have a tape on circle. Kind of like the music at the funeral. Replace my original Tinkle Tinkle music with the Tinkle Tinkle music from the first funeral home we went to, okay? Songs that never resolve. Anyway, never other friend of the room have a voice of a guy just going, yeah, baby. Ooh, girl, I like that. Yeah, like that. You got it all going on. And others like saying, and then you gotta light a bunch of candles, okay? Each of them smells like a different flower, okay? So when she walks in, it's like it's like walking into a horrible old Yankees candle shop. What is that candle store called? Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur Candle Store. That'd be a good name for their candle store. Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Candle Store. Anyway, this horrible store. It smells so stinky in there. I think whoever has to work in there, they should be given like a combat bonus or something. Rather smell all those smells all day long. No Boba Fett? No. I'm regular. What are you talking about? I'm just regular me. This is just regular old Eric being regular. What are you even talking about? If you'd come here earlier and me yelling at somebody, it probably wouldn't have been so obvious. But the answer remains no. I am not on anything other than life. Life and good vibes, clean head, clear attitude, righteous demeanor. Those are the only things I get high on. Unfortunately, that usually doesn't work. At which point I resort to drugs. I find them consistently much more effective at getting me high than any of those other things. But I don't know, some people call me a stickler for getting high. Or perhaps they just call me a stickler about matters pertaining to the acquisition of high. I think Rachel's puking, pooing, having mushroom digestive issues of some sort. Sounds like puking, maybe. I don't even feel nauseous at all, interestingly. I just feel like, well, It's a very stormy day in Las Vegas. So I feel like. Unlike Rachel, it feels better now, I bet. You feel better now?
Yeah.
Did you throw up?
No.
Or you
I
didn't?
just pooped.
Oh, you just pooped.
Yeah.
Sometimes mushrooms make you poop.
Yeah.
Sometimes they make you puke. Sometimes they don't do either.
Yeah, sometimes.
Do you feel nauseous?
No, just like I have to go poop.
Oh.
Right? That's
Yeah, those are different feelings. um, I also don't feel nauseous at all,
That's good.
despite tripping pretty balls, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, leave it up to for the baby to. You see it happen right there before your eyes. How sober it makes me have to yell at somebody.
Yeah.
And I just converted directly out of mushroom time into this guy needs to be explained. No. That guy makes me so mad because it's not just him being wrong. That's one thing. He's so persistently an advocate of something that's so inherently wrong because it doesn't generalize as a rule. If you use that kind of reasoning to justify things, you can justify anything. He didn't see that's a problem. That's what makes him so vexing, you know? It's like, then stop being such a passionate advocate for things. If you don't get that the purpose of government is to represent individual human beings and their autonomy and their agency, and not to just vigorously trample on it with special pleading in the first possible instance. It's like when people are arguing just like on the most base level of utilitarian frame. If I can show any kind of positive societal impact, then we should force it on everybody without counting that as an impact at all. It's just appalling. It's just horrible. It's like if you're gonna make an advocacy, do your job. Calculate the harms too, for fuck's sake. Play a little anticipatory defense, for God's sake. And at least go through the motions of pretending to care, you know. That's the point. It never even occurs to them. That's a real impact. Forcing people to do things they don't want to do. Never occurs to them that, like, okay, if you really want to force people to do this, you're going to have to force some people at gunpoint or under court order. They're really opposed to it. Do you want to be the one who's holding the gun saying, inject yourself! Inject yourself or I'm going to shoot you! Inject yourself or I'm going to lock you in a cage! Do you want to be the one to do that to that person? If so, then we definitely shouldn't be listening to your advocacy. I know that's an ad hominem fallacy, but I'm sorry. If you do want to be that person, we should definitely not be listening to your advocacy. If you're not considered that person, those people involved in that scene, again, should not be considering your advocacy because you're not calculating harms. So, do your job. Yeah, it's guava juice. I'm not gonna lie. But it's not guava juice either. I'm also not gonna lie. It's guava nectar.
Mm.
So, either way, it's got some guava in it.
It's got some guava in it.
It's not just nectar. If it were just nectar, it would just be spelled like that. Or you can't see that. It would just be spelled like that. Kern's nectar. Kern fruitless nectar.
Fruitless nectar.
Motto is all the nectar, now with none of the fruit. Current fruitless nectar. I should call Kearns and suggest this product to them. Why do you guys keep wasting all your time with fruit nectars? What people really want is just the nectar. Just pure nectar. And people might buy it. Current fruitless nectar? I'd be interested in trying it for sure. There's a lot of current nectar flavors that are out there that I don't buy. You know, we mostly just get the guava.
Yeah.
Occasionally, I prefer to get it in the cans, the 12-ounce cans, when they have them.
Yeah, I don't remember what place has them, but they do have them.
Or I often don't have them. It's like the same thing with the cans of that half and half. They exist, but they don't seem to have them very often. I remember we got like an 8-pack of the tall ones one time. Maybe it was a 12-pack of the tall ones. We got a pack of the tall ones one time. They're 16-ounce cans, you know.
Oh yeah.
So I know they exist in more than just single cans, but you rarely see them like that. And when you see the regular size cans, what do you see? We saw it today. Right, not today, maybe. Last time I went to the store. Which Arizona canned teas do we see instead of the ones we want to
Oh,
see?
the green tea.
Yeah, green tea with ginseng.
Yeah.
They have those, 12 packs of those, but I don't want a 12 pack of those. You don't want a 12 pack of those either.
No.
We want a 12 pack of half and halves. Light, not diet. There's a big difference between LITE, which means nothing, and diet, which means something bad. Things can write light on them all they want because it doesn't mean anything. If you put diet on something, that means it's like, ugh. That's the food industry's word for disgusting. Here's a regular version of this food, and here's the disgusting version. We can't call it that. Let's call it diet instead. And that's where diet was born. When they're eating and feeding people, decided they couldn't just call it disgusting, this new thing they had. Because of the rules in truth in advertising, though they couldn't call it good, they came up with a word for it. And that word was diet. That's a mirror cat. It's good because she's so beautiful. She looks like she's constantly looking in the mirror. Is that why? What a beautiful cat.
What a beautiful cat.
She's so much more beautiful in person than on the screen. Let me see if I can get you guys a better look at the cat.
Yeah, there you go.
More like this.
Beauty pants.
Oh, yeah, there. Sorry, Kitty. Just go right back to sleep. Just pretend none of this is happening. Okay, just act natural. Good, good. You're just sleeping like nothing's going on. Excellent. Wow. It is really impressive for acting skills. She had me fooled. I thought she was really just sleeping there. It looks like two cats. Oh, I see, yeah. I see that.
Oh yeah, it does.
Because of the way the cushion mirrors her tail meow. I see that now. Now I see that what you were talking about, mirror cats. There's Rachel's boobs, mirror cats. I was telling everybody, Rachel's boobs, mirror cats. He does look like a mirror cat so much. Oh my God. Look how much of a mirror cat she looks like right there.
Such a mirror cat.
Even in real life, but not so much in real life.
Yeah, not so much.
At the bottom, at the back a little bit there. Now I know what you're talking about. You're talking about a mirror cat. You're pro gun rights? Me too. You know, I've never met anybody who's in favor of going door to door and taking people's guns away. So, like, who exactly gonna take people's guns away? Other people? For what reason? Well, because we're qualified to have it, and you are qualified. Okay. What makes you qualified? River said training. I mean, like the police? They've done a great job lately, haven't they? Or you mean like the military? Which one of those bastions of good gun usage do you want to point to? I'd be more responsible with guns than regular people. I have a gun. I haven't even unpacked it yet. I've never shot it. And the main reason is because Cameron says I should clean it first.
Mm-hmm.
And if I clean it, I don't want to clean it. Can't I just assume that my dad left it clean? And Cameron's like, it's not clean though. Come on, Dad. What are you doing? Leaving me a dirty gun. How am I supposed to do anything with it? Plus, I packed it up all carefully, so it's I gotta get a knife to cut through all that packing tape. Knives are too dangerous for me, so I'm stuck. I should have thought about that before I packed up my gun so well in packing tape. I'm not responsible enough to use a knife. How am I going to get into my gun? Well, I really call painting yourself into a corner. Oh, wait a second. I actually am reliable enough to use a knife. I use one all the time, in fact. I frequently say to myself, God, I wish I had my knife with me. I probably do that even more often than I actually use it. Like, how else am I going to pick the gray stuff off of the wall?
Yeah.
I need this a lot. Now, I will concede, I cannot think of as many uses for a gun as I can for a knife. I'm ready to concede that a gun has dramatically fewer uses than a knife does. But I'll also point out that the quantity of possible uses has nothing to do with whether or not I'm responsible with it. Gasoline doesn't have a lot of uses, but I'm still responsible with it. You need to remember, individuals are all entrusted with the power to wreak massive amounts of havoc because we haven't made these illegal yet. You know? Humanity's old enemy, its old bugaboo, fire. If nowadays were a long time ago when fire was discovered, fire would be deemed too dangerous for people to have. First they'd make lighters illegal and matches, then they'd make sticks that are shaped like it could be used as a fire bow, like paraphernalia basically, are making paraphernalia illegal. So people have to surreptitiously keep a stick. It's really like you rub the roasting against. But they say, no, 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 that's not what this is. This is a butter separating stick, you know. Somebody's harming other people. Okay. What method are they using? Why does that matter? Just tell me, what method is it? Please let it be guns. Please let it be guns. It's fishing line. Oh, that's just depressing. Let's go home, everybody. It's knives. That's the one thing you never hear about is mass knifing. You know, you don't hear a lot about them, but they can be just as deadly as mass shootings. It just requires you do your knifing in a place where people are very slow. What a hilarious joke. Oh, that's a hilarious joke. I'm so happy with that joke. Mass knifings can be just as deadly as mass shootings when they occur at places where people are very slow. There's a one sentence variant of it. You know what I like a lot more than arguing with utilitarians about COVID? Hilarious jokes. Hilarious jokes are hilarious. It doesn't even matter if I make a hilarious joke or somebody else makes a hilarious joke. I just really like hilarious jokes. I'm a big fan of hilarious jokes, whoever the author may be. Does it look that pixelated? Or is it just me tripping? Does it look all... Does it look all like puberty to you? Or just me? I can't tell. I don't know why it would look all puberty to you. Like, I don't think my phone makes things look all puberty usually. I need to have my glasses on, I guess, to see if it's all puberty or not. Probably is not that puberty. Let me go get my glasses. He wants to eat as a family. Okay, I'm back, right? First I had to watch my cat eat. Also, I looked at this inside on the TV. It did look weird there too, but I was faced with the same problem I was faced with out here, which is, but is it just me tripping? Or does it look really weird? So obviously it's just me tripping. It's gonna kind of look weird in both places. And also, if it's not just me tripping, it's also still gonna look weird in both places. So how do you tell, you know? It's pretty hard to tell. Unlike whether or not we should mandate the COVID vaccine. That's easy to tell. The answer is no, and stop calling it a vaccine. Well, the cat was inside, not outside. That's the thing. That's why I couldn't see him. Not because I wasn't looking hard enough. There are only two possible reasons for me to not see him. And I could hear him meowing clearly enough with my ears. Ugh, there's so many lights on. I need to turn off some of these lights. There, that's better. Ah, but now there are so few lights on. I worry if there are enough lights now. Before there were too many lights. Now there might be too few lights. It's hard to say. What's easy to say, after a certain amount of searching anyway, is that no, I don't have my cigarettes with me. Nor do I have a drink. Those are two of the main ingredients for going outside. How are you feeling, Rachel? How are you feeling? Are you tripping and not you want to be tripping? Oh, so you think you're tripping less than last time? Well, it's funny, I think I'm tripping more than last time. Or the same, I'm not sure. Maybe more. Maybe I'm just having a better time this time, I'm not sure. Mushrooms are so weird. It's really hard to you can't put them down for anything, you know? They're like the ultimate non-committalist. Well, how about 7-ish? Still a little too specific for me, said mushrooms. Okay, well, how about evening? Uh, that's still a little specific. Okay, how about sometime today or evening? Uh, can we get a bigger window? Okay, how about from dawn until midnight? Oh, what if I'm not sure if I'm going to be there through that time, though? Are you going to be before dawn? Uh, it's hard to say. Okay, how about from 12:01 all the way till midnight? uh, look, there's no way you can arrive today with a bigger window than that. Does that include all the times today, though? Yes, it includes every second. Well, I don't know. That's how mushrooms is. And mushrooms were a cable installation guy. And mushrooms were pods. You want to come outside? That's basically what Pod said to us. Was like, okay, well, we're going to be there, sometime before 10 in the morning or so. Okay. Oh, now it's like 2 in the afternoon. Okay. Now it's like 6 o'clock at night. Okay. But are you going to come still? It's after dark now. Oh, yes. We're going to come straight to your house as soon as we get unstuck from the mud. Because otherwise, why would we not go to your house? I mean, it would just be a waste for us to just turn around at that point. We're already just like a half mile from your house. I said, okay, well, I want you to come here, so just come whatever time it is. Just come and drop it off. I'll get it up. It doesn't matter. Okay, we're definitely coming. Okay, I'll see you at some point. He never came. They stood me up like a girl stands up a boy on prom night. That didn't happen to me, but in a story. I stayed up waiting and waiting, and he never showed up. Finally went to bed, crestfallen. Where is our prom date? But he never came. It turned out, anyway, that they lived at a warehouse in Fresno. So, I don't know why we wanted them at our prom date anyway. They live in a warehouse in Fresno? Oh, no, never mind. I'll just hire movers to go down there and get my stuff. I don't want to take you to the prom anymore. Pods. Now that I know you live in Fresno, I don't even want to take you to the prom. I want to hire those people with that really tall guy. Remember those people, Rachel? A really tall black guy who had to be 7 feet tall. And the other regular sized Mexican guy. And they were super polite. And they did a whole bunch of shit too. They were really helpful, those people. They moved all of our stuff inside the house. They wanted to move inside. They moved beds around for us. They took apart beds and then put them back together again. I don't know, they did a lot of stuff like that. Those sure were helpful people. They were much better prom dates than you anyway, Pods. We didn't want to go to the prom with you anyway. We wanted to go to the prom with that tall black guy and that regular sized Mexican guy. That's who we wanted to go to the prom with the whole time. We were leading you on, Pods. You weren't leading us on. We stood you up for your prom, not the other way around. We were waiting up all the time. Oh, God. Now I'm scarred for life. Wonderful, now I'm scarred for life. What a wonderful time for me. Now I'm scarred for life. I'm not that scarred by Pod's not showing up, but I'm pretty scarred. As bad days go, that was the bad day equivalent of the good day when I dug out the drain. The bad day equivalent was the day we waited for Pods all day long.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's like we couldn't do anything all day long. We were just waiting for Pods. They keep telling us they're going to show up no matter what. Because as soon as they get unstuck from the mud, so anyway, the point is, we didn't want to go to the prom with Pods anyway. No. We had to carry all of our own stuff. He was not a nice man. He wouldn't have brought us a corsage or anything.
No.
And he wouldn't even take us to the prom and still expect us to put out. Wow. Listen, mister, that's not going to happen. We're good girls, me and Rachel.
Yeah.
We're not like that. We're not like your other Fresno hussies, Pods. We aren't going to go for that. We found a nice tall black guy and a regular sized Mexican guy to go with instead.
Yeah.
Do you remember their names? No, I don't remember their names. either. So that's why they get to be named tall black guy and regular sized Mexican guy.
Yeah, he was so fast. I don't remember.
Hey, that tall black guy was super nice.
Yeah, he was so nice.
I mean, he must have to practice being super nice so that people aren't scared of it like that.
It's a good assumption.
Yeah. And, you know, the regular sized Mexican guy just looked kind of shady. He just had a generally shady look about him. But there was nothing shady about either of them at all. They didn't steal anything or anything like that.
No.
I trusted them around our stuff, no problem. And I did that for work for a moving company. And also, they were curious about why I had a torch since we weren't doing concentrate. They didn't say it that way, but that's what I concluded. And the answer is because it's faster and better. It pulls a whole bowl through better, you know? And you don't have to fuck around with like, oh, this lighter doesn't have enough gas. Or any of that shit, you know? It's just better. You know what's not good though?
What?
On my nose is running, I don't have any paper towels.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's fine now. I fixed the problem by getting paper towels. Okay, everybody. You can stop panicking. It's alright. I fixed the problem. Oh, I know why I feel like I'm tripping harder and having a better time. Because this time I'm on Adderall too. Oh. Well, that explains it. I'm not necessarily tripping harder or less hard. I'm also on Adderall. Yeah. Anyway, we were there in the woods. It was dark. And there was lots of normal sounds like bugs bugging and birds birding and, you know, the normal sounds of night, right? The sound of the fire crackling. The sound of the moon beaming down on us from the sky. Normal night sounds. I mean, suddenly, it was like no sounds. That's what we knew. It was Sasquatch. Because nothing in the world can stop everything dead quiet like the presence of Sasquatch. And that's how it was for us. The birds stopped birding, the bugs stopped bugging, the fire stopped crackling, The moon stopped beaming. Every bit of it was silent. As silent as death itself. That's when we knew it was Sasquatch. Would you take a look at a few shorts on a channel and tell me what type you think this guy is? No, that's not doing too much for me right now. Everybody do ask it, it's fine. Also, I like you. Usually when people tell me to watch things, I don't like them. And they don't like me. So put a link then. I'm ready to take action and I realize I don't have enough information. I just know that it's a guy from a channel. Behavioral arts. Alright, I'll watch him and I'll tell you what type he is. With my typological wisdom. No, it's not too much for me. Ah, I just have trouble highlighting it. That's all. There, highlighted. Stop going away from me. Search Google for that. There, YouTube channel. Let's see. This guy.
And behavior analyst with a degree in social psychology, which means I've devoted my entire career to one thing, reading and understanding human behavior. Now there's a couple of ways I use this in my professional life. One of them is as a touring performer on stages and TV shows all over the world. In fact, some of you may know me from my other YouTube channel where I share footage of those performances as well as tutorials for mentalism as a performance art. But I wanted to have a second devoted channel to share my other passion, which is teaching you the secrets to body language, lie detection, behavior analysis, and persuasion. The material we're going to learn on this channel is stuff that I teach in university classes.
Probably ENFJ. That would be my guess. ENFJ. Can you click that? I could click that. Can you click that? I just was there a second ago. God. You're just making me go to the same place I just was at for no reason. If you watch some of these shorts, alright. I guess I could do that. Reopen, yeah. Why doesn't it say reopen close tabs? Reopen close tab, there.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to
Hey, shorts, huh? I didn't, oh, there's the shorts.
Don't fight in front of white people!
That's not even, what, oh my God, what is that? What is that? Why would that be his short? That's not his short. That's not his short, right? How could you say that's his short? I don't know why he says that. But that's very ENFJ-ish kind of thinking. Like, oh, I'm just going to make somebody else's yeah represent my yeah. Or something. I don't know. I don't know why he would do that. That's not very enthusiastic. You need better FE than that. Okay, and that was fantastic. I love doing that so much. I especially love after I tell you when you told me to go look at some more things. That's the part I love the best. I'm sorry, Matt Daddy. I didn't mean to ruin your experience for you. I actually enjoyed looking at that guy just fine. And I didn't mind looking at the shorts either. But I hated the shorts, you know? Like, why are you doing that? It made me cringe so much. It's an interesting topic of conversation. Why is he doing that? I don't know why. I guess he thinks that expresses how he feels right now. He doesn't want to fight in front of white people. I should take them all seriously. But you should take none of them serious because serious is an adjective and seriously is an adverb. Body language expert. I'm a body language expert. Yes, I am. Look at that person with his hand. He's like, whoa, don't come to me. That means stay away from him, you see. That's body language expert telling you right now. I got my PhD in body language. And I want to do my dissertation all over you, baby. That's a good pickup line for people to use. You can use that if you want. You don't have to credit me for it. You can just use it. I credit me for it. What happened? What found that? Now all of these balls fall onto me. I guess I just unclogged it is what happened, maybe. I thought for a second I broke a piece of the bowl off, but I think I just pulled out a big piece of clog is all I did. That's a good thing. You don't want a big piece of clog in your bone. Clogs are like the yuck mouths of bongs. I'll tell you all the secrets. Don't worry about it. A secret that could be you can matter how much you use an electric pencil, you can never make it go into oblivion. I'll tell you the secret. Secret is at a certain point it becomes too short to sharpen. That's the secret. If I don't know some more secrets like that, I'll tell you some more secrets too. What secret of why you don't see any pterodactyls around? Have you ever wondered? You ever said to yourself, Mac Daddy, I'm me. Why don't I see any pterodactyls around? Well, the answer is because the aliens took them all back. They said we weren't worthy of pterodactyls anymore. And they took them all back. For reasons we can't understand. They have their own alien metrics. Well, that's where all the pterodactyls went. There's another way to put it. Instead of, have you ever wondered why you don't see any pterodactyls in the sky? You could put it, have you ever wondered where all the pterodactyls went? If you haven't, then where have you been? That's what all the cool kids are wondering about these days. You're wondering wrong. So, let me tell you the answer to the question. Where did all the pterodactyls go? I'll tell you where. Into alien spaceships. They deemed us unworthy of them and refused to explain why. And we're still bitter about it to this day. At least they could have explained why. But no, with haughty disdain, they looked down at us and said, we will not explain why. They pulled the Jeff Shaw on us. They said, if you don't already understand, then it's already too late for you. And there's, we're pretty indifferent about the pterodactyls, actually. Where are these shrooms from? They're from my dad. They're directly from my dad. And they're fantastic shrooms, too. I mean, they arrived in a package of my old house where I lived at. So they're clearly a gift from my father to me. And that is really thoughtful of him. I'm going to call these mushrooms dad rooms. You know? Just like my dad, they're comfortable to live in, and they don't make me puke. So good for them. They're strong. They're good, strong mushrooms. But it's also hard to say with mushrooms, because, you don't take mushrooms for strength. You take them for intent. Okay? Rachel, what did you intend this time? I intended to trip on mushrooms. And guess what? I manifested it. Because now here I am tripping on mushrooms. And it's absolutely amazing. It's like, I really like mushrooms. And I was just like, oh my god, wouldn't it be great if just some mushrooms just came in the mail to me? And then they did. And it was like, see? That's the power of manifesting. I'm getting BDSM vibe from you. That's generally an ill-advised statement. You can put that under ill-advised statements to make, regardless of context. I mean, unless you're in a sex dungeon, perhaps. If you're in a sex dungeon and you say, I'm getting BDSM vibes from you, I guess you can expect in response, shut up, you sniveling worm, and then for them to whip you. How dumb can you be? Of course you're getting BDSM vibe from me. I'm your dominatrix. What other vibes do you think you'd be getting from me? Are you trying to be deliberately understated? You know I hate that. I hate it when people try to be deliberately understated. Rather than accidentally understated. I'm okay with accidental understatedness, but deliberate understatedness, no. That's just gonna make me whip you so much. Whip, 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 whip. But in other contexts, besides that, I would say it's broadly ill-advised to make that statement to anybody in any normal context. Hey, I'm getting BDSM vibes from you tonight, baby. Really? Which sort? You want to find out? No. Definitely not. I'm just curious about the extent of your BDSM radar. I want to know where you got it. I want to test to see how good it is. So, be more specific. What kind of BDSM vibe are you getting off of it? I'm trying to give a specific one right now. See, you're wrong. You thought I was trying to be dominant? No. That was me being submissive. Your BDSM radar is way off. You need to recalibrate it. You need to take it back to BDSM University and have them recalibrate it for you. You're getting totally wrong readings. Alright, try this one. What does this say to you? what BDSM ranking or score kind or type does this say? What vibe is that? What? You think that's the look a bear would give in a homosexual terms? No. I'm the opposite of a bear, whatever that is, in homosexual terms. What's the opposite of a bear in homosexual terms? just a non-bear that have an opposite. I'm just interested in Mr. Bobby's BDSM dar. I'm thinking about getting some for myself. I just wanted to see if I could take his out, test it out for a bit first, and see if it works properly. And if it does, then I'm gonna get myself a pair of BDSM vibe identifying glasses, which will allow me to see not only who amongst you is giving off a BDSM vibe, but purportedly which specific BDSM vibe. I've got odd names for them, like camel and such as a surprise. And spring roll, hell yeah. But don't let the names fool you. That's whatever it is we were talking about. Okay, those were all BDSM things. Right. Spring roll, spring roll. It's kind of hard to say back to back. Spring roll, spring roll, spring roll, spring roll. If you've ever had to say spring roll 5 times when gagged, boy, you're living a different life than me. I've never even had to say spring roll 1 time when gagged. That means I'm 5 times less than that. More than 5 times less. Maybe even 6 times less. Hilarious. Hilarious. That is the definition of hilarious. Where is my napkin? Ah, I have to go get another one. I should get more napkins. That's a good idea. I gotta get more napkins this time. So yeah, to answer your question, where did we get these mushrooms? They were mailed to our house. Our old house. By the post office. We were returned to our house for insufficient postage. They had our return address on them, but we never mailed those things to anybody. That's why I think it must have been my dad mailing them to somebody and purposely left unpaid postage on it so that we could get it. I don't know why my dad was mailing mushrooms to somebody, but we definitely weren't. Obviously, if we had mushrooms, we'd eat them ourselves. We wouldn't mail them to somebody. But yeah, that's where they came from. Shit you not. They came in a package on our front door that we didn't even look at till 2 months after it was picked up. That's where those mushrooms came from. Somebody used our return address as like a fake return address. They saw, I guess, that we were moving or something. And then they didn't put enough postage on their mushroom shipment, and it came back to our house. But instead of sitting on the porch, I was such a dummy. I thought I could just tell the post office the day we left, "Oh, we're changing our address now, so just change it, update it in the system." Well, she said it takes 2 weeks. So I had to tell the realtor, "Hey, you gotta tell these people, sorry, but we're gonna still get mail there for 2 weeks because I fucked up and I didn't know that it takes 2 weeks to do this." So he got all of our packages and he kept them in his office along with our mail and stuff. And then it stopped coming mail to us when it kicked in. Then he told Delilah, "Okay, that's it. There's no more stuff coming now." He waited a couple extra weeks even. Like, okay, for sure, there's no more stuff coming now. So come get your stuff. And she came and got the stuff, and then it was mostly packages and mail. Actually, it was all packages and mail. There's nothing but packages and mail. And one of those packages, much to our surprise, was full of mushrooms. We were very surprised. And we said, "What is this? Why are there mushrooms here?" But there were. It wasn't a dream. We pinched ourselves, and it was no dream. There they were, unexpected, unasked for, unbidden mushrooms in a package for us. I mean, the package wasn't for us. It was returned to us as though we had sent it. But we didn't send it. It was a mystery of the universe. It's like somehow, without remembering, I guess we must have mailed out mushrooms and put insufficient postage on them. And then we got them months later.
Yeah.
And then we cast a don't remember spell on ourselves. So we didn't remember doing that. But that is the only explanation I have for it.
So, before I settled on INFJ, which actually Eric typed me, I didn't even consider INFJ. I was typed as ENFJ, which was the closest, and then before that I was consistently typing myself as ENFP.
Even though that was wrong.
Yeah, it was very wrong.
Very, very wrong. Poor Eric? What about poor Eric? I feel sad for him. Why is he so sad about him? It's too controversial. I don't want to stir the pot at my daddy. Oh God, really? No, tell me, what is it then if it's too controversial? I want my pot stirred.
I want it stirred now too.
Okay, I was just gonna say, you remind me a lot of my grandma. Never mind. I take it back. Now I don't want my pot stirred anymore. Can you unstir my pot now? Oh, I want my pot stirred? Sounds sexual? Really? You think? I don't know. I was just talking about my regular pot that I have over here. Yeah, I really are. Maybe you already are an INFJ inside of you. Maybe you're like the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe. Behind you is a special Narnia that only children can enter. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the truth about you, Ruben R. You gotta reach them between your legs, please, and feeling proud. What are these things?
So like non-SI polar stuff is like I can recall certain instances from my past that are like linked to like music or movies or just like happy memories.
But I mean, the thing is, INFJs, SI is the enemy. ENFJs, they don't even think about it. It doesn't cause them any problems, any conscious problems. It causes INFJs conscious problems. They're aware of the problems. They blame stuff on SI that not necessarily should be blamed on SI.
Like what?
I'm thinking about Corey right now,
Oh.
not you in particular, but Corey talking about his addiction to Klonopin.
Oh.
That the way that sounded to me was very like, how bad can your SI possibly be that you could, and when you put together all the elements of his tale of slowly becoming addicted and not noticing, like, okay, well, how many how many months do you have to be taking every single night and not really notice that, oh, I guess I've developed a bit of a habit kind of a thing. And that's that kind of unconsciousness of SI is more in line with eighth than seventh slot. Seventh slot is more conscious of SI, values it more. It's an absolute value, but it's very much like a child at ease with it, unless extraordinary things put extraordinary pressures on it. Just like me and my F5. Me and my F5 get along fine. I just don't like other people's F5. It's like,
It's true.
just like, ENFJs, they get along fine with their SI. They just don't tolerate it in others.
I'm just terrible with tea. I mean, like, I have to SI to TE.
What you do when you now the thing is what you do instead of TEing is you SE. And as a consequence, you're more effective at it than I am a lot of times. Because a lot of times, what's required in figuring out how something works is the interface quality of interacting with it. Whereas I want to understand first how my training, and it's like the way I approach things is sometimes terrible to E because it countervalues the fact that I can't know ahead of time how long something's going to take.
Yeah. Like, the those yakisobas, I finally got like a perfect combination of steps. But I've done it several times so that I don't have to look at the directions anymore. Like in the beginning, I had to.
That's right. The first time you got one of those out, you put it away again because it's too complicated.
Yeah.
What does it say on it? I don't want to see what it says. It's so intimidating. I've never made one. Let me look at it. So, what you're talking about there is not involving TE at all, no matter what. You're reading the instructions and following them. That's like just SE. But the fact that you're TE poor is likely to make coordinated instructions seem intimidating to you. So let me see if I can find my glasses. I ordinarily instruct me to find my glasses. There. Now I have lights and glasses. I can do two things now. See and read. These are nice and beautiful glasses. I open the lid halfway and remove the two packets, marked 1 and 2. Open packet 1, containing dried garnish, and empty into the side space.
Yeah. It's so annoying.
And
I finally got it
empty into
down.
what kind of fucking instructions?
I know.
Okay. That is where I was with the multi-part instructions. Open packet 1, empty into the side space between the noodles and the container. Shake gently to settle.
So,
Step 3.
yeah.
Go ahead, Rich. What were you going to say? Did step 2 give you problems in the past?
No.
In making this? Okay. Step 3. Pour water over noodles until it reaches the fill line indicated by the arrows. Why do you have a fill line indicated by arrows? Why not just have a line? Okay. Now, close the lid and cook in the microwave on high for 4 minutes. After cooking, leave in microwave for 1 minute. You think that would be done? No. Step 5. Grab the corners of the tray and carefully remove from microwave. 6. Remove the lid carefully and pour in the contents of packet 2. Mix the powdered sauce until it is evenly dissolved throughout the noodles. Then and only then may you enjoy. I like that. Just then enjoy. Simply do these 6 incredibly complicated things. Then enjoy.
And like the same sort of thing, like I was intimidated by the kitty fountain. So I'm like, oh my gosh, all these parts.
Well, I mean, yeah, until I looked at the instructions, I knew I'd have to look at the instructions in order to figure out how to put it together.
Yeah.
That's all my initial ascertaining of the thing was, okay, I have no idea how this works. I'm going to have to look at the instructions and see how this thing, I don't even know what it's supposed to look like. So, it just looks like, because the way it came, it just looked like a box for used needles. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, it did.
Those are the kind of
Yeah,
things you
those
see at a
boxes.
doctor's office,
Yeah.
you know. Typology makes me even more aware of that than before. I always was, but now I have concepts for it and words for it. I can't not think about it. Well, you're right. That's true. But you know, you do get through a phase where it infests your thinking and its terminology. But then you get past that phase. But then I'm an SI type. It might not be that way for you as an NI type. You might be stuck there forever. In which case, well, sorry. That's the cost of understanding. That's the cost of the truth. You know, you can't unknow the truth. That's its inherent cost.
And I've gotten upset, like not obsessed, but I definitely like um when I heard that like people were throwing around the idea of me being an ESFJ, like of course like
It doesn't make any sense.
it doesn't, but of course I like entertained it for a little bit. Like I'm like, wait.
Because if you know about yourself by turning to externalities as thoroughly as the INFJ does, then when externalities are telling you something different about yourself, they could tell you you're a giraffe. You'd be like, am I a giraffe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, yeah. Cause
The answer is no. You're not a giraffe.
yeah. The answer is no. I'm not an ESFJ. Um, but yeah, like Eric says, like just whatever's put in front of my mind is going to be questioned.
Supersets of, I think supersets of Kegel makes the, what was the qualifying afterwards you picked there? Where is this thing I was just reading? While Rachel was talking, I wasn't really listening to Rachel, unfortunately. I was actually reading this thing that Ruben said, which was supersets of Kegel. Now, in a later reference, I believe you said without failure. I think that's extraneous. I think it goes without saying. If it's a superset, there's no failure allowed. Including the redundancy of that, you know?
Yeah.
Get with the program. Get with the program of sets and supersets, alright? I want you all to get hyped right now. I want you to get hyped up to become INFJs. I'm going to teach you all how to be INFJs right now, and you can all become INFJs. Are you ready? Number one, always look externally for information about yourself. Number two, never seem bothered by anything. Always calm and placid, but actually have emotions and then resent yourself for having those emotions. Number three, have perfect taste in everything. Number four, be just exceedingly gorgeous in every way. Those are all the things you have to do to be an INFJ.
Okay.
You also have to have magical ability to fluctuate your weight, which is not just Rachel has this ability. Corey has this ability too. When he decides he wants to get skinny, then he just does, like boom, like in a month or something. Crazy. No, you can't trust your NI like that. It's fourth. That's not a very good place for your NI. You can't reliably trust it. I know this from examples of my own daughter, my very good friend Taylor, and I don't know from examples of you yet, but I'm applying from those examples the general rule that your NI cannot be trusted. It's overreaching. It thinks everything is a pattern of some sort. Look at these muscles. Oh,
Yeah, it's a gun show.
That's right. Did somebody call for some guns? I brought some. They're right here inside of my arms. What did you say when you think that? Did you have bad? Nothing you said. I just said that. I don't have any examples of you using bad I have examples of my own daughter using bad my very good friend Taylor, who's also an ESTP, using bad and I'm applying from them a general rule that ESTPs cannot trust their NI. That's what I'm telling you.
I think that that's true for ESFPs too, but unfortunately, I think ESFPs do trust their NI.
Yeah, I agree. Well, of course, because you, as an absolute value SI, your own experience.
Every time there's this one like tarot reader, like
The truth is instrumental. Sorry, go ahead, Rachel.
that's okay. I like try to give her a shot like every time, and then like I end up getting a lesson on like how I'm not living my life up to the standards of like the law of attraction. It's like I came here for like guidance. I didn't.
No, you can't have a scolding.
Yeah. It ends up really kind of like the NI, the first letter NI, like turns up really scoldy, and I don't like it.
When you have an absolute value to your S's, it makes for arguments that Delilah and I have about COVID and her prioritizing the fact that it doesn't matter what the arguments are, Eric. You're precious to me. I love you, and I want you to do this because it's going to make you slightly safer in some way. This is a terrible. The reality is, I'm not unwilling to do it because you want me to, and you believe it's going to make me safer in some way. But that's just not the way shit works, right? It's like my individual reaction to that individual drug may be consistent with very limited studies suggesting that I have a lower chance of hospitalization and death. But that, of course, that assumes I have existing already a higher chance of hospitalization or death, and I've got a very zero to no chance of either of those things from COVID. So we don't need to reduce zero even more. You're so wrong about the INFJ. That's the truth, but understandable. I'm really tired of people trying to explain an I. Well, then you're tired of me, Jeff Shaw, because I like to explain things, including an I. Yes, it's true. Even an I is subjected to the rapacious explanations of Eric, gorging upon its holistic self to coldly detach from it its various components of meaning and compartmentalize them in their various places where they go. That's right. That's what I do. I explain the shit out of stuff. I can explain you, your NI, I'll explain the hell out of it.
Yeah, Karma's Pimp. It's her name is Gem Goddess. Like she's very popular. She's like I think she makes a living off of doing tarot readings.
Yes, Buffet, my explanations are rapacious. They feed upon the virgin modesty of ignorance. And yes, aggressively greedy in its pursuit of the truth. At the expense of vagaries like Jeff Shaw's, sad enough as they lie beside the roadway of truth, crushed by the precise language of those who actually mean things. And we may feel sorry and sad about their broken, battered bodies, but let us not be allowed to have our eyes drawn too long upon their pitiful carcasses, for we do the work of truth speaking, and that is God's work. Let us carry forward. Amen. Thanks and praise be to God and Jesus, without whom we never would have gotten those mushrooms.
No.
There's no other explanation for it. If that's not proof of God and Jesus, I don't know what it is.
I think it is.
Otherwise, why would we be suddenly mailed mushrooms out of nowhere? As though we sent them when we didn't even send them. It's got to be God or Jesus or the Holy Ghost or maybe my dad or a combination of all four.
Yeah.
Maybe they all teamed up. Maybe like
I think it was a team effort.
my dad floated an idea and got it to like an angel who was working directly for the Holy Ghost, you know. And then he was like, what the fuck? Let's do this. This will be funny. Let's send those people mushrooms. And he's like, okay, let me send it to chance, see what they say. And then he ran it by the Holy Ghost himself, you know. And he's like, I like it. I like this idea. Working small, but you know, you're causing big impact with just a little bit of budgetary costs here. Because we're gonna have to pay back the people who originally were supposed to get this in some way, you know. We can't charge these guys karmically. It won't be cool that we do that, so well, it's fine. It's good. It's a good expense. Eric and Rachel deserve those mushrooms. I agree with you. Let's send them. And then he said, just run it by you guys, God, Jesus, you guys both cool with this, right? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. We like the idea. We think it's great. I think it'll be fun. Cue us in what time it comes on, when it comes on Celestial TV. I want to watch it live. You know I can't trust the DVR. Anyway. And then they said, okay, it's green lighted. And then, of course, that goes back to the Holy Ghost, who then assigns it to one of the various slab masters. Some people think the slab masters are entities like you and me. Other people think they're monkeys.
It's pretty different.
Yeah.
So,
A little kind of monkey.
do we have a song? Yes, right?
Oh, do you and me have a song? Yeah, we do have a song. It's I love you so much. Yeah. That's that Beatles song.
In my life, right?
Yeah, in my life. There are people I remember. That's the song written by ENTP. Instrumental SI, you know?
Yeah, it's a John Lennon song.
Instrumental SI, absolute value NI.
I like really would love, like, clearly over time it's become more and more obvious that like John Lennon was an ENTP, but no one is saying that.
Well, you know, it's also absolutely FI over SI in terms of it's explicitly FI over SI, that whole song, you know, which is configurally appropriate for an ENTP. And what you'd expect of somebody who's got no conscious awareness of cognitive functions themselves. Just displaying them, you know.
Yeah, he had no. They none of the Beatles had any idea cognitive functions.
Do you think Yoko Ono was an INFJ?
No, maybe, but he beat her.
John Lennon beat Yoko Ono too? I thought he just
Yeah.
beat his first wife.
Like he.
What a horrible person.
Yeah.
Why would
No, it really sucks.
It's like it's not okay for people to take their own fucked upness and their own fucked up past and make it into somebody else's fucked up now.
Yeah, it's really not. I think that her aesthetics are a little bit more kooky than an INFJ's, but she could be. She could be.
Well, I mean, what does she have to say about that?
What does she have to say about that?
Yeah, about him beating her and shit.
That's a good question. I've never researched it.
You've never asked her?
No, I
Call her up
should.
right now. You call her right now. I want to ask her about it. So what's up with John Lennon beating you up? Did you tell anybody about it? And they didn't listen to you? Well, why wouldn't they listen to you? Because it was a long time ago and he was John Lennon to get away with murder?
I have a feeling she's an ISFP, and like, so the initial attraction was there, but then
I think he was just, he was writing this song that he thought he should write rather than the life he was living.
yeah.
Yeah, I wrote plenty of those songs. Before I realized, you know, before you learn the long hard way that, oh, you're supposed to feel those things first and then say those things. But that's hard thing to learn, you know, because you never feel those things until you feel them until you're with the right person.
Right.
And even then, it's not your feelings really that inform you about that. It is, well, it's the lack of bad feelings.
Mm.
Most of all, you know, like I don't have any bad feelings at all towards Rachel. I don't get sick of her. She doesn't bug me. There's nothing bad about her at all. She's as inoffensive as air.
That's good. I'm glad. That's my goal.
Well, I mean, you're also delightful. You're a lot better than just air. But I'm saying that in terms of things that I can consciously be aware of in my FI,
Mm,
it's easy for me to be aware of things that bug me.
sure.
But it's hard for me to be aware of things that are important and precious to me
Yeah.
because of their their unique meows.
Mhm.
Which is why I don't spend very much time talking to Delilah or anything like that, you know. Even though you think I should, I would because I love her a lot and everything, right?
Yeah.
There's not any disputing that.
No.
I just don't see any particular need to call her usually.
I.
Sometimes I'll call her just because I want to chat, I guess.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. I feel the absence of her at certain periods of time.
Yeah, and it happens like her to the same degree for her. Like she said that when we were in Los Angeles, she didn't realize how much she missed you
Yeah.
until.
She's more sensory than I am, and it matters more to her if we're in the same place, you know?
Yeah, but I also think that she like totally understands.
Well,
Like,
she's also a bipolar, you know,
yeah,
just like me, so neither of us, it's not like it's just one direction. I think we both would like to communicate more in theory if you were to ask us. Like, we both say, yeah, I wish I did talk to the other person more. I mean, we both say that. But nevertheless, we're FI polar, so we don't prioritize that. You know, it's like I would like to talk to her right now. Actually, I could call her. Well, she's still awake. It's only 11
she
o'clock.
might. Yeah,
Could you call her on your phone?
yeah.
That'd be nice. I'd like to talk to her. I'll have to tell her we're live streaming, of course.
I hope she doesn't get startled.
I hope she does get startled. Why not? Let's go crazy. I hope she gets startled.
Hello?
Hi, Delilah.
Hey Rachel, what's up?
Nothing. Just wanted to say hello.
I wanted to talk to you. What are you doing right now? Are you busy?
I'm hanging out with April, Reese, and Iris. Why?
Okay, so you don't want to chat with Dad right now. That's fine.
Not really.
I'm tripping on mushrooms and live streaming. So I just was saying, or just talking about how I love you so much, but for some reason I never call you anyway, you know?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think and say the same thing often, but yeah, I'm glad you guys are having a good time.
And now is not a good time to talk to you. I gotcha. All right, I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Alright.
Bye.
I love you too, and don't feel bad about not calling, I promise.
Okay, thank you. Bye. I love you.
Okay, love
Bye.
you too. Bye.
I didn't ever feel bad about not calling. It never occurred to me to feel bad about not calling. I just feel like I miss her sometimes, you know.
Yeah, and that's when you call, right?
Yeah, and I feel like as a general rule, it would be better if I were to call her more. But it never occurred to me to feel bad about not calling her. Like for her sake, you know. For good reason. She just reassured me, oh, yeah, you don't have to feel bad about not calling me.
That is nice though, right? Like,
Yeah. But it's funny that she would interpret that as that, but I never even considered it. I tend to reassure people in ways that want to be reassured.
hmm,
Oh, that's good insight, Ruben.
that is good insight. You know, Cameron told me that when people, and I guess this is like a workaround for Effie, He said that he learned somewhere that saying to empathize with someone about something crappy, you say, "Oh, that sucks." And like I always was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that." Like, but I still say I'm so sorry.
I think my response would be too much dependent on what exactly is being said.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I can't even imagine having a single response to something bad people say. I might say, wow, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that's
That's probably like the most general thing. But they tell me something weird, like a dinosaur ate my family. I'd say, wait, a dinosaur ate your family? Are you sure it was a dinosaur? And they say, yeah. Okay, well, describe it to me.
okay. Jeff you're drinking too much. NI is nothing but a curse. It is not a privilege, and most of all, defines a contradiction of self. Is meant to be forever kept within and always is. That's not true.
I mean, look, it is a denial of the other kind of knowledge and its dominant function, okay?
Yes.
So, yeah, to be an NI-DOM is to not be conscious, to be especially unconscious of your subjective way of knowing. But, Rachel is much more conscious of her subjective way of deciding, FI, than I am with hers in the sixth slot. Of course, it's countervalued. She doesn't like it in general, FI, and she doesn't like it in herself because usually it means something is run afoul.
Yeah, but sometimes it doesn't mean anything, and that's like the most.
But no, you don't talk about FI as though it were a mix of good and bad feelings.
No.
You only note the bad feelings.
Yeah. And
And
I know when I'm happy. Like,
in general.
yeah, in general.
But
General
what about
things.
how do you feel emotionally right now?
I hate that question. I feel like calm. Is that a feeling? Or is that just a state of being?
I kind of like the question. It makes more sense that I would like it and you would not like it.
Yeah, because I
I
can't.
don't know what I'm feeling right now. I feel happy.
I feel happy too. That's why I'm like, am I supposed to have like a different answer for that?
Well, I actually feel happy right
So do I, but I do feel calm. Like,
now. This is the problem with 8th slot SI, right? You're not distinguishing between now how you feel emotionally and how you felt before in a different time recently,
yeah, no.
which you didn't feel this way.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm happy right now because I'm on an absolutely delightful combination of drugs. I'm here with you, having a wonderful time. We're live streaming. But for a lot of various other reasons, when I sit here and go, okay, how do I feel right now? I realize, oh, I feel happy. I feel light and excited about life. You know, like I'm on speed and mushrooms. What can make you more excited and happy about life than that?
Calm could be SI, right? Is that SI?
Calm's an emotion in the sense that, like, well, it's kind of like the colorless paint of emotion,
Yeah.
right?
That's why I'm like,
Can
I
it be a
can't.
paint and not have any color at all? Hard to say.
A social worker I worked with, she gave me one of those emotion wheels, emotional circles, for me to identify what emotions I was feeling. Because sometimes
Did it have calm on it?
That's a good question. I don't remember.
If it didn't, then your story is not relevant. I'm just joking. I'm just joking, Rachel. I don't really criticize
I'm
at all.
trying to figure out.
Okay, so this is what I think about calm. Calm is the equilibrium state of emotion without anything standing out, especially. And that you deviate from as you go through the day as things either make you happy, or you stay happy for a little while, and then you go back to calm. Or they make you sad, and you feel sad for a little while, and then you come back to calm. And calm is the neutral, regular equilibrium of no emotion standing out in particular. Now, you can appear calm in a hectic situation, but whether you actually are feeling emotionally calm, well, that's another question. You could just be somebody who doesn't know how to react to something. Like, holy shit, what's going on here? That could be what's going on in your head, right? Everybody else look at you just says like, wow, how is he so calm in front of all of this? And really he's just like, oh my God, what am I looking at here? What kind of crazy nonsense is this? I don't even know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
I'm nothing, but I'm not calm at all inside. I'm a tumultuous upheaval of emotions. Could be like that. Sometimes the calmest lookers hide the least calmest seas. Sometimes the other way around. The least calmest lookers hide the calmest seas.
Yeah.
Like, Donald Trump sleeps fine at night.
Yeah, he does.
Man, he thinks he's perfectly right about everything, and that's just how it is. And contradictions be damned. Contradictions, schmontradictions. Talk is cheap. I'm Trump, damn it. I'm Madonna, bitch.
That too.
Yeah. Man, he never, maybe got a twinkle sometimes. I wonder if, maybe, nah. It couldn't be.
He's an egomaniac.
It's being more aware of your body. More like SE or SI. But being aware of my body is more SE on your part, baby.
Oh.
Being aware of my own body is more like SI. Like I know where my nipples are. One's right here, the other's right here. Here they are. Not quite in frame yet. There they go. They're right there. You might say those are pretty far apart, Eric. You'd be right. I'd say they're at least a foot and a half apart.
Oh.
What do you think?
Foot and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on whose foot.
Well, that's why we do standard 12-inch
Oh, yeah.
instead of random people's feet. Okay, well, I want to see if you're, now let's see. Let me see one of your shoes. What size shoe do you have?
6.
6 women. Okay, well, it's not 1.5 feet then. It's more like 1 foot. Because it's a little more than one of your feet.
So then, yeah, it probably is.
And you have small feet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think your feet are 12 inches long. I want to get a ruler. I want to measure your foot and see if it's 12 inches long.
have a.
Do you know where a ruler is?
I don't have a ruler. I have measuring tape.
Oh, well, you know where that is. Just go upstairs again.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go upstairs for you?
Sure.
So you got a sprained ankle. She turned her ankle bad. She's got the bruising and shit at the bottom of it. But she's like my dad. She's tough. I didn't hear a peep out of her. You know, if it had been me, I'd have been screaming bloody murder. Oh, good Lord! Somebody come and take my foot away! Mr. Betsy, I need some help. I would have been like, if I had turned my ankle, if she turned her ankle, she got the bruising and everything to show for it. But she didn't make a peep. She was more
Oh,
embarrassed
I'm so embarrassed.
than she was hurt. That's SIAFE tool.
Mm-hmm. My FE definitely takes over. Like.
That's terrible. You should call out in pain and say, Eric, come help me. I'm hurt. You got to help me. I would love to come help you, my darling.
Oh, thank you.
But you gotta tell me because I'm slow about shit like that.
You would know, of course you would.
No, but also I'm dumb. So it doesn't occur to me like, oh, I should help her. She just sprained her ankle. Yeah, you gotta tell me. Because I'm dumb like that. And now I remember, oh shit, right, sorry. I forgot about you and your old ankle. I've had that before. I know myself. The owie level you undergone to get those bruises where you got them. That's a badly rolled ankle.
Yeah.
I had one like that in playing basketball back in the day. I had one worse than that, but it was like the same basic kind of symptoms. But anyway, I know what it's like to get that kind of bruising. You got to do pretty bad.
Yeah. There was no like catching myself.
I had to give her the bad news. She's just not going to be able to play any pickup basketball for at least a month, 6 weeks.
Oh my god, that's such a long time. Oh. Well, it makes me feel better that we're not going to be traveling.
Oh yeah, we're not going to have the funeral like we said we were.
Yeah.
Probably we'll move all the way back to August or September. Into September, October. You know, we'll do at the end of September. We can play the Green Day song when September ends at the burial. And we can also celebrate Delilah's birthday at the same time.
Oh my god, what a terrible way.
And then we could play the song Hey There Delilah by the White Teeth. And we could finally get to ask her, what is it like in New York City?
Yeah. She knows. Don't forget to get the measuring tape for your nipples.
Oh, right. Thank you. I totally forgot about that. Well, I myself the measuring problem. I think I haven't know where a better measuring tape is. I mean, it's closer than that.
Oh, really?
I think there's a measuring tape in here. Yes, there is.
Oh, sweet.
Look at this.
Oh, that's so much easier.
That's a lot easier than going upstairs.
Yeah.
That's just in the drawer right there. Okay, let's measure the distance between my nipples. That's what we're getting at here. Okay, we start right there, the center of this nipple. Oh my god, my nipples are exactly 1 foot apart from each other.
You're so symmetrical.
My nipples are exactly 1 foot apart. 12 inches on the nose. What's the distance between my nipples? Unfortunately, nature does not correspond a 1-to-1 ratio between distance between nipples and length of penis. If it did, I'd be packing a full foot,
Wow.
but it doesn't.
Ruben says my magic 8-ball has one side that says that same thing. Your nipples are exactly 1 foot apart.
Yeah, apparently that's very good luck in Chinese culture if your nipples are exactly 1 foot apart.
Oh my god.
It means you have the power of the year of the tiger, but the grace of the year of the dragon, but also the stamina of the year of the bull. You get a lot of different things.
That's a lot of different things.
Yeah. They're pretty important Chinese ways. If you go into any Chinese restaurant and you say my nipples are exactly a foot apart, you get, not only will you get a discount, they'll pay you to eat their food. Trust me, I've tried it. It's worked every time. I mean, on a few occasions they asked if they could measure my nipples themselves, which is fair. I said, yes, sure, go ahead, you can measure yourself. And they asked me to confirm. And they've been this distance apart since birth, right? I said, oh yes. I was born with my nipples 1 foot apart. I was
Wow,
a
you
very
were
broad,
that way.
very
Wow.
broad-chested infant.
And you grew into it?
I grew into it, yeah.
Wow.
Very, very broad-chested. That's one of the things I brought to the table when I got jumped over the Grand Canyon on the horse when I was 1 day old. So, you need to be a broad-chested boy to attempt that at 1 day old. Because, you know, your necks aren't that strong at 1 day old, so you need a broad chest to support your head. Especially if you're jumping over the Grand Canyon on a horse, which I was.
Of course you were.
A lot of infants, a lot of newborns would get whiplash, would have neck injuries.
Yeah.
Not me. I was a broad-chested boy. I was like a turtle.
Broad-chested baby.
Yeah. I was named the broad-chested baby in 1971, actually. Every year, you give a broad-chested baby of the year award. I got it in 1971.
Wow.
We give it to the broad-chested baby with the most striking achievements in their first year of life. And the weighting you get it more weighted the closer you are to birth. So, jumping over the Grand Canyon on horseback at 1 day old was enough to win me the prize in 1971.
Wow.
1971's Broad-Chested Boy of the Year.
Broad-chested boy.
I also got regular chested boy of the year too.
You got normal. Wow.
Well, they didn't call it that. He's called a boy of the year.
Oh, you got boy of the year.
Yeah, I call it a regular chested boy of the year. To contrast it against my broad-chested boy of the year award.
Important.
Yeah. I know people would say when I walked on the street. I'm a borderline tenor, not quite a baritone. I'm lacking in lows. Lacking in lows. Lacking in lows. Or are you talking about yourself? That would apply to me too, more or less, what you're saying about that. Borderline tenor, not quite a baritone, lacking in the lows. You know. Although my voice has gotten lower as I've gotten older. I've lost some of my highs. I've gained a few lows. Just like the story of my life. I used to have more highs, now it's all lows. Wait, that's not right. It used to be low and now it's high. It must be backwards land. Borderline tenor, not quite a baritone. I think you're right on the one if you're describing my voice. You're describing your own voice, well, gosh, I don't know. Mid is the sweet spot. Post-process EQ is your bestie. Well, I mean, I tend to use a stock vocal compression thing that includes EQ in it for vocals. I use a mild one, you know. If I'm going to EQ the vocals at all, I would do it because I want. I do it because I want them to stand out more in the mix without them being louder. If I don't like the quality of the vocals as is, I should re-record the vocals or get a better mic, you know. But once you talk about fitting it into the mix, that's a whole other ballgame. Then you have to EQ according to the mix. Like, it depends what you're doing with other things. If you're, is one of the cats wants to come and
Oh, I think so.
You know what that is? Is it raining outside? No, it's not raining. It just winds. The wind was putting on a rain imitation. And it sounds.
Oh. It's raining?
No, it's not raining.
Oh.
This is what happens when you live with Eric all the time. You get in the habit of only sort of paying attention, which I cannot blame her for at all. Because I'm only occasionally saying things. A lot of times I'm just saying stuff to say stuff, you know. Like, how did you do? And what's up going on over there? Things like that.
Over there.
Those are the things I say a lot.
I like that.
What's up going on over there? I'm not saying all the time. I'm famous for saying that. All right, about the mixing. So it's like you got to see where it lands naturally in the mixes you currently have it, right? Ideally, you put the vocals down on top of drums already, guitar already, and bass already. But a lot of times you don't, because you don't. And you don't put the bass in until the end. And then you go, now I have to redo all that EQing and stuff, because now it's just, oh God, why didn't I do this at a different time? Why did I go out of order like this? God, Eric, you're so stupid. Oh, stupid, stupid Eric. And that's our story. Because I should have put the vocals last on top of everything. Or there should at least wait until EQ it until everything's there. You gotta EQ it last. It is after all the vocals. You gotta be able to hear that. And now you done fucked it up because you hard printed that EQ, Eric. Now what are you gonna do? Ask Rachel to sing it again? You're gonna look like an idiot. No, it's not gonna sound fine if you just EQ it more. Dumbass. Okay, fine. I don't even know what to do now. Or I'll just leave the bass out during those parts. It sounds good without the bass in that part. Why did I just do that? There. Now it's done. Isn't that a lot easier than doing a good job? Yeah, it sure is. I'll be sort of satisfied with it forever. Great idea, Eric. Great idea. For a failure.
No. No, 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 no.
Are you trying to police the cats as far as who eats which bowl and stuff?
Yeah.
Just give it up. If it's not worth the fight, it's already too late if it's possible, right? You gotta think about it in those terms. If it's that easy for him to give her AIDS, then
Oh,
she.
no, no, it's not that. I just want her to be able to eat. Like,
Oh, you don't want her to be all bossy about it.
yeah.
No, I get you there, but if she's not, did he chase her off of it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well then yeah, you were right. My bad. I misinterpreted what you were doing. I thought you did it in a vacuum.
Oh, no, no.
But instead, you were interceding in an active case of bullying.
Yes, because she needs to eat.
Well, of course she does, but she also eats plenty. I see her eat from his plate too. But
Yeah, she does.
I'm not worried about her not eating enough. I'm worried about her rights being trampled upon.
The dishwasher's pretty full. I'm gonna run it. Do you want to put the grinder in there too?
Oh. Well, the answer to that is yes, I think.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? I already tried cleaning it with a blowtorch after all. How much worse can a dishwasher be?
I think it might help.
Wow. I had to say goodbye to all this wonderful Keith, but see you later, Keith. I just scraped you, not that much of you. I spooned you out. Trouble, knock it off. You be nice to Capillo. God, what a dick was.
Such a dick.
I have to scold his ass. Even more. Hey, I don't like how you treat your sister. It's not okay. We only yell at people in this house. We do not chase them around. If you want to meow sternly at her, that's fine. Do not chase her around. Okay? You're an intuitive, for God's sakes. Act like it.
Yeah.
You know better than to treat your sister badly like that.
The conflict relation.
Well, it doesn't justify his violence.
It doesn't.
He may be the Lord of love and violence, but I'm the Lord of this house. And I say you will not beat up Kapia. Here you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a deal with trouble. He can do whatever he wants once he's mastered making this. When he can make this on command for Rachel, then I will stop yelling at him. I just let him do whatever he wants. Because this is really hard to make. I don't blame Rachel for having such a hard time with this. It's ridiculous the number of steps. It's like simply, and there's these 6 super complicated steps, and then joy. Okay, that's not simply. It does on the front. Just add water and microwave. Lies. This is lies, is what this is. It says just add water and microwave. Oh, it's lying. If it were that, then it'd have 2 steps. Add water, microwave. Instead, it has 6 horribly complicated steps. It's lying on the front of it. It's also, these 6 steps are in incredibly small print. Like, I have trouble reading it with my glasses on. The print could not be any smaller. Look at this. The six steps worth of print right there. Step 1. Open the lid halfway and remove the 2 packets marked 1 and 2. 2. Open packet 1 containing dry garnish and empty into the side space between the noodles and the container. Shake gently to settle. That's step 2. Step 3. Pour water over noodles until it reaches the fill line indicated by the arrows. Pour. Close the lid. All this is before you even put it in the microwave.
Yeah, I know. It's a pain in the ass.
This is like lies so much on the front. That's the thing that makes me laugh so much about it. It just says, just add water and microwave. That's what it says on the front.
Yeah.
Just add water and microwave. But really, on the back, we're on step 4, I believe. Close the lid and cook in the microwave on high for 4 minutes. After cooking, leave in the microwave for 1 more minute. Step 5. Grab the corners of this tray and carefully remove from microwave. Step 6. Why did it tell you to grab the corners of it? 6. Remove the lid carefully and pour in the contents of packet 2. Mix the powdered sauce until it is evenly distributed. Dissolves throughout the noodles. Please then enjoy. Then enjoy. That is so different than just add water and microwave. How different is that than just add water and microwave? It's at least 4 more steps no matter how you cut it. Adding water is 1 step, I guess, and microwaving is 1 step. But this is a lot more complicated than that. First you gotta do this, you gotta do this. Originally I like shit, you put it in the microwave, you push a button, you come back later, you unwrap it all and you eat it. And I don't want some bullshit thing that I gotta stop halfway and turn it around and do a little dance for it before it goes back in the microwave to finish cooking, you know? I want just, bam, just go in the microwave, uncooked, come out of the microwave cooked. That's it. 1 trip. We don't need it. I don't want you to have a layover flight in the middle of my 4 minutes.
Meow.
Eric moved to Japan. I don't want to move to Japan. Think of how many door frames I'd put my head into.
So many.
So many. Think of all the super polite racism I'd face.
Oh my god, so much.
And all the super polite explanations of how it's not racist, it's just our quirky Japanese ways. Oh, you understand. Oh, yes, you understand. We don't let foreigners in here. You understand. Yeah, I understand that you don't want me to go in there because I'm not Japanese. Is that the only criteria necessary for going in here? Is being Japanese? So, you'd let a common criminal in here if they were Japanese? You'd let, I don't know, Emperor Hirohito in here? Just because he's Japanese? Huh? He's that horrible guy who surrendered to the Americans. Shame on him. Shame, he brought shame on the Japanese people. He brought so much shame. You're going to let him into your little restaurant here, but not me? I didn't surrender to the Americans. I didn't bring shame on the Japanese people. Well, you can battle me all you want, but fact is, if you're going to let Emperor Hirohito in here, you should let me in here too. You know. Because I'm at least as good as Emperor Hirohito. I know that much. That guy wasn't very good at all. First he's like, hey, let's go conquer every place. And it's like, oh shit, we're getting bombed the fuck out of us by America. And let's still not surrender. Let's tell everybody that America's gonna eat your babies and stuff. Fuck. We're getting firebombed the shit out of us now. Oh no, I hope Russia doesn't declare war on us. Oh no, they're gonna declare war too. Oh shit. I guess I'll just render the Americans. Even though I've been telling everybody around me that they're gonna eat your babies. Oh Lord. People are gonna ask so many questions like, why aren't they eating my baby? Oh, fuck. Well, it's better than surrendering to the Russians, I guess. Better than surrendering to, I don't know, anybody else. So, fuck it. As long as I continue to be, for some reason, in charge, even though there's no reason to let me have this job, but okay, as long as I can still be emperor, then that's fine, I guess. We'll just surrender to the Russians. I gotta be better than that guy. That guy's terrible.
I think you are.
I mean, you give me 5 minutes with your Emperor Hirohito. I'm gonna give him what for to his Nanking, if you know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give him a stern scolding. Hey, these human rights atrocities of yours, not okay. You need to stop. It's not a good look. It's really not playing well with the younger crowd.
No.
You know, millennials are pretty harsh about it, but, you know, Gen Z, oh my God, they're crazy opposed to this whole atrocity thing. So, unless you want to age yourself out of relevance, I suggest you go to the program Hero Hito before you become Hero Heat Not. That's the only reason Hero Hito changed his ways. The nuke was just metaphysical, right? It was just something that finds its way into every story told by a Japanese storyteller. It was just referenced, you know, it was just big things aren't exactly mushroom clouds, you know. Just by far the largest collective ignored white elephant in history by the Japanese people. Let's not talk about this thing that happened. We're going to end our history in 1928, let's say. And we'll resume history again in 1954, 55. That's it, okay? I don't know. What years are you talking about? I don't. Do those years even exist? What? We are the noble Japanese people. We are peaceful as always. We've got our self-defense force, of course, because we have to defend ourselves, but we never pose any aggressive threat. We're not that kind of country. We've never been that kind of country, you know. Not really. We mostly just showed other countries how noble it was for, you know, how we killed each other more nobly than they did. And how little regard we had for our own life or for the life of others, and how really kind of cool that was. You know, because we're Japanese people. That's not cool, Japan. It's not cool. I know, and now we make up for it in our anime sometimes. Sometimes too much, sometimes we're oblivious, like, how could they be so tone deaf still? But, you know, we try to be wokish. Sometimes we are, kind of. Because there's one thing they can't help, which is good artists make good art. Good artists tend to not be idiots, you know? Some of them are terrible, the idiots, though, when I think about it. There's plenty of good artists who are complete idiots.
Yeah, they're.
So, or at least they're,
Good
I don't know if they're
music's
good
good.
artists.
Yeah.
They've made good art. I can think of people who've made good art who are complete idiots. Like the guy from Smashing Pumpkins. He's a complete idiot.
Complete idiot.
But he, you know, who can deny today is the greatest day I've ever known. Can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's much too long. All for it's so anthemic, you know.
It is.
It's great. He got another great couple of other great songs too. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but
1979.
1979. How does that one go? Na, 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 na. It's that one, right?
No. It's
What?
like more mellow. I can't.
That's
I
that.
think so.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's a good song. What's another good Smashing Pumpkins song?
There is one for sure.
Yeah, there is. That's it. The style on my face, I'm
Yeah,
still
yeah.
just a rat in the cage. That's not really a good song, but he sings that song, huh?
Yeah, he does.
God, his lyrics are terrible. Like, why would you sing that in a song with your lyrics? What are you trying to? How broad do your brushstrokes need to be? Have a little fucking nuance, for fuck's sake. Anyway, don't mean to rant about somebody. Tonight.
Oh yeah.
How does that one go? Tonight, I'm a Smashing Pumpkins guy.
That's like.
You tell me some of the lyrics and then we can think
Yeah.
of the melody. We're just gonna look up some of the lyrics. Tonight is the night that is tonight. Not yesterday night, nor tomorrow night. Those are other nights, but tonight is tonight. It's
I still can't.
Say it?
Yeah, I still can't sing it.
No, can you tell me what the words are?
Time is never time at all. You can never ever leave without leaving a piece of youth. And our lives are forever changed. We will never be the same. The more you change, the less you feel.
Oh my God, those lyrics are so terrible. Oh my God. Could there be any more terrible lyrics?
Well, Dave Matthews Band.
I don't even know what his lyrics were like. Let's just be like, I'm Dave Matthews, buy my shit.
That is what he does.
Oh no. He just says that shit.
Yeah.
Alright, so continue on with these horrible lyrics.
Believe in me, believe that life can change, that you're not stuck in vain. We're not the same, we're different. Tonight.
I don't know. I can't sing it. I can't think of it. I can't dream it. So, all I keep hearing the song. Tonight, we are young. Fire, gonna burn brighter That's a pretty good song. Although I did take it off of our Chapter Tracks playlist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and there are a number of things I want to change. I want to make, but I haven't quite get around to it. I want to add things. I want to take things off. You know,
Yeah.
I'm sure you also feel that way. You should edit it as you see fit, of course.
Thanks.
Just as long as you don't take away our song the other lady. That's my favorite song. That's why I Canada lady.
The Canada lady.
Oh, come your lady.
Oh yeah, Celine Dion.
Yeah, that Canada lady says a beautiful song. Yeah, I should leave it on the TV for me. I'm watching myself on TV right now. I can't hear myself on TV. But I can hear myself as things actually happen. But I can see myself like 5 seconds later. So it's like the TV. You're living in the past, bro. You need to let your past go. And it keeps ignoring my good advice. And keeps retaining its past. Well, this has been a fun mushroom trip, I gotta say. Except for that part when I yelled at that idiot. That part was depressingly sobering.
That's pretty early on.
Yeah, I got over it. I got over it, so now it's just a distant memory in the past. That horrible guy that I yelled at earlier.
Yeah, who is that gonna be long?
Just dumbass utilitarian reasoning or lack thereof. It's enough to make a good man, yelled that guy. How do I speak to myself? Or what's the Lord knows it will be the first time. Other good songs. Let's have some good songs.
Yeah, they do.
We've got, I think if that's the same song as I was looking for a job and then I found a job and heaven knows I'm miserable now in my life. Why do I give valuable time to people who don't care if I live or I die? Smiths are hilarious. Or I guess I should say Morrissey is hilarious. Because now he knows how Joan of Arc felt.
Now I know how Joan of Arc felt.
Joan of Arc felt as the flames came out and went meow, 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 meow. Cause I'm Morrissey and I know how Joan of Arc felt. What a silly guy.
That's a good imitation of him, though.
Yeah, that's a pretty good imitation of Morrissey. Feeling Joan of Arc's feelings. Being me, being Morrissey, is literally like being burned alive at the stake. Me just made it. Bye. Goodbye, everybody. I'm going inside now. Don't forget, me just made it. And just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. I've got to go primp. That's my imitation of Morrissey. Dealing with a paparazzi in England. Listen, I'm not gay. I'm sexually ambiguous.
Oh, sexually ambiguous.
Okay? Meat is murder. And so is killing people. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing?
They're both murder. The only difference is that the farmer who murders a cow doesn't go to jail. And that's a horrible injustice we need to fix by imprisoning farmers everywhere, right now, on capital counts of murder. They can plead insanity to avoid the death penalty, but they can't plead that they didn't know they were killing a loving heart. Because they knew that. They knew it, and they killed them anyway. And then we all ate them for dinner. I feel so bad. But I'm just glad that the farmer murdered somebody delicious. It could have been so much worse. Like, are you think about how it would have been if he had murdered a person? I would have had trouble choking that down. I don't know if the rest of you, this isn't really a Donner Party situation. I mean, I was hungry, but. Cha!
Cha!
Hilarious jokes. Yeah, well, that guy wrote some crazy good songs, you know. Yet he's an idiot. Have you ever seen an interview with him of any sort? You break your cringe muscle about 4 nanoseconds in, and it never recovers for the rest of your life. That's pretty bad. I know your cringe muscle is robust, but and maybe mine's a little flimsy compared to yours. Even so, my man, you're not superhuman. Your cringe muscle can't withstand that level of cringiness without suffering perma-cringe, as Coach Jitsu calls it. Oh, it's way worse than Neil deGrasse Tyson. Way worse. You think Neil deGrasse Tyson makes you cringe? Have yourself a heaping spoonful of Smashing Pumpkins guy, and you'll know a whole new level of cringe.
Yeah.
Talk about full of himself. Ay. You think I'm full of myself? I'm full of myself, but not like that guy. It makes me want to bring out my sassy no finger. Mr. Man, no. Like that.
That's good.
Yeah. In my former life, I was a stern school marm.
Oh, you were a school marm too? A stern school marm.
Oh, no, you don't, little mister. I'd say things like that. Or little missy, you know, depending. It was a co-ed school.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and I'd say, well, I don't know what they teach you at home, but we aren't going to put up with that sort of stuff around here at school. No siree, Bob. Nuh-uh. I am not here to clean up after you, little missy. And nobody else is either. Things like that. I dream about saying them sometimes when I'm asleep. Also when I'm awake. You can't really call them dreams, can you? If you're having them when you're awake. You're just pretending. They're not your dreams, you're just pretending. You're pretending to be a school marm back in the 1800s. Scolding people for being tardy. You'll never get anywhere in life if you're tardy. Saying things like that. Yeah, well, sometimes it'd be tough to live down some of your past lives. I've got some shady past lives. It's not my fault. I didn't choose the past lives I have. Obviously, I'd like to have past lives like president, general, the army, or whatever, but I got shitty past lives comparatively. Cheerleader. That thing I just said. What was it again? Oh yeah, school marm. I was a cheerleader, school marm. I was a fashion diva of some sort, but like either a designer or maybe a runway model. I'm not sure. Anyway, basically most of my past lives have all been super gay, is what I'm getting at. And you know what? That's fine with me. I'm proud of my gay past lives. I'm proud of their choices. I'm proud of them having been born that way. They were born gay or women. Same difference. What do you mean gay is not synonymous with woman? Are you sure? I thought it was the same thing, right? Like women are gay, right? Like kind of like, huh? That girly shit, gay, right? What do you mean there's another meaning to that word? Well, I get it, like, gay day parade, shit like that. They use the word gay for homosexuals now? When did they do that? I thought we always referred to them as upstanding gentlemen. That was our code word for the gays. It's those upstanding gentlemen. You can trust your sister around them, if you know what I mean. Winky, 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 wink. That's how we used to talk in gentleman talk back in the old days. I was an old-timey gentleman in a previous life too, I guess. The guy said, "Don't worry, Bartholomew, about Jacob here. He's the sort of boy you could trust your sister with, if you know what I'm saying. He's a sister truster." It was one of the earliest recorded uses of hate speech, actually. It was when Cornelius Brunfold referred to Jacob was a sister truster. The way he spat it in slur-like fashion. Don't worry about him. He's a sister truster. That's what made it qualify as hate speech. You mean you trust your sister with him? Yeah, I trust my sister with him. Sister truster. Go ahead. Take out my sister. I trust you. Damn, sister truster. So, it was hate speech doomed to fail based on it having hooked its wagon to a poor choice of horses intellectually. Pretty soon, we grew into Sister Truster. I love you, Sister Truster. I trust you. I trust my sister. You trust my sister. You trust me. This is love, Sister Truster. And then they all hugged. And it was wonderful. And that's how Sister Truster. But that's the story of the aborted attempt by Sister Truster to become hate speech. Sister Truster gave it its best effort, but it failed. Go ahead. Go. Take my sister someplace into the woods. I trust you. Well, turned out the guy wasn't actually a homosexual. He was just a serial killer. So, you shouldn't have trusted him so much to take your sister into the woods. Especially as she's screaming, please God, no, stop him. As he's carrying her away. Oh, I never should have trusted that sister truster. Oh, now he done up and gone and stole my sister. One of them anyway. How many sisters I got anyway? More than one, I know that. Meow, meow. Are you saying there was 2 sisters? Meow, meow, or is that 22 sisters? I got 22 sisters, that's right. That's why it's easy to lose one or 2 here and there. 22 sisters, all of them named Susan. I'm the only male child of the bunch. They named me Eric. Everywhere we went, they called us Eric and the Susans. Eric and the 22 Susans. Here they come. They say, we always travel around as a big group. All 22 Susans with me in the middle. Like a cherished, protected egg in the middle. Everyone would say, wow, look at those Susans go. Other people would say, now that's a lot of Susans. People laugh and ask me, why did your parents name all of your sisters Susan? And I say, It's a family tradition. Each of them came from a long line of Susans. And then people go, well, what was their mom's name? Margaret. But you know, a long line of Susans before her. You just gotta go, you skip her. So her mother was named Susan? Well, not her mother, but the girl's dad's mother was was a neighbor. Named Susan. The family really admired this lady. She had the most neatly displayed of all the flower displayed on the block. So, we decided to name all 22 of her sisters Susan. That's why. It's not as interesting a story as you'd expect, really. There could be more to it than that, but that's, you know, our parents were simple folk. They believed in two things, me and Susan. I I can't tell you girls apart anyway. That's what old dad would say. His name incidentally was Susan. So, anyway. I believe we were discussing why my parents named all 22 of my sisters Susan. But we're going to table that discussion for a bit, okay? As you see, it brings a lot of emotions out to me because of that dark day that we all remember when all 22 of my sisters were on one of the flights that crashed on 9/11, but it wasn't 2001. It was a different year. So it doesn't make it any less tragic to me, though. You know, people always ask me, what was worse, the day you lost all 22 of your sisters or that other 9/11? I go, they were both bad. But I'd say losing all 22 of my sisters was worse. That's what I always answer. People go, like, you, scumbag, what kind of American are you? I said, the kind who lost all 22. What are you chasing after? Oh, he's chasing after a mouse, I think. The cat is just boom, 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 going over that way. I guess he's chasing a mouse. I thought he was just fucking around back there for a second, but I guess that wasn't like a leaf or something that was blowing. It must have been a mouse moving around. Well, that really distracted me from whatever important thing I was talking about. You know, every time I open my mouth, some of the times words come out. So every time I open my mouth, there's a chance that words will come out. Can words really come out with your mouth closed? Well, it could, but it's a lot less convenient way to talk. Much less convenient. by a factor of 1 million. Okay, so anyway, what were we talking about? Some percentage of the time, when I open my mouth, words come out. Sometimes those words are worth listening to. Other times they're not. Distinguishing between those two times, well, it's easy enough to say, let the audience determine that, or the market determine that, Well, that would, of course, be rejecting your own ethereal role just as a construct for your own emotional megity meows. And that's not a good reason to do things. So I guess Trouble didn't catch that mouse. I feel sick, hungry. Like maybe I need to eat some food. But also I feel like, all of a sudden, like, probably need to eat some food. Probably need to end this crazy live stream. How long have I been streaming for anyway? Oh, this is a hard mushroom trip. This is the hardest mushroom trip I've been on in a long time. This is harder than last time for sure for me. This mushroom trip hit hard and deep. Like, a lot of mushroom trips they hit maybe fast and maybe sometimes hit kind of hard at first, but they don't hit deep. This one hit hard and deep. But, not so deep that I couldn't yell at that guy about COVID. Getting me all mad about something. Good way to sober me up real quickly. All of a sudden I'm talking like Captain Sanity Pants. No more Dean Martin stuff, It's easy squeezy when there's no combat involved. And you can just relax, but when you've got a well-defined foe you need to slay, well then everything comes into a much crisper focus. If you're angry about somebody's position because it's offensive, which it was, and is and remains. Everything else just drops away. It's just this appalling horror of somebody using generic utilitarian like justifications without any concept of what they're doing, as though there are no other ways to calculate impacts or anything, without recognizing that if you justify this with that, then you have to say that everything else is you can justify using this methodology is also justified, and you can justify all kinds of horrible things with that reasoning. So, you know, be smart. Don't be a dum-dum. Don't lie to yourself about shit all the time, you know, like a big liar pants. And they're like, oh no, this is a good idea. When actually you're just a big liar pants, or a big dumber pants, and don't get the fact that you have to, if you're gonna justify meow with this kind of justification, that means this kind of justification was legitimate to justify things. But it also justifies this garbage and this garbage and this garbage and this garbage we all agree is bad. So that's why we don't use that kind of justification for things. Fucking tard. And here you are like loudly and proudly advocating as though there's no framework to be done at all. I'm just arguing contention level impacts here as though framework doesn't even exist. I'm operating under a simple utilitarian frame, but I don't even know it. I mean, so that's the only way to interpret anything, and blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, what a tard. Like, I don't care about people not knowing how to argue, right? That's fine. Lots of people don't know how to argue are wonderful people. I wouldn't call them tards. I care about that particular form of Dunning-Kruger, where you got somebody who's just arguing basic utilitarian impacts, harms, and benefits, not even calculating any of the harms, just calculating prospective benefits, and being unaware that he's utilizing one frame of reference among many he could potentially be used, you know? Just, it's like, the Dunning-Kruger is just too much for me to swallow, you know? It's like, oh my God. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to argue anything. You don't know how to advocate things. If you were a responsible advocate, you'd calculate harms yourself. You wouldn't just leave it up to your opponents to do it. Yeah, fucking anticipatory defense, for fuck's sake. If you nothing else, at least make a show of being a decent human being and calculating your own harms. You know, okay, now look, everybody, this plant's not perfect. It does have some harms. And here's what they are. And you make it sound cool, like not so bad or whatever. You know, you don't even attempt to do that. And it's like, okay, you joker. Anybody who thinks they can have a responsible advocacy without actually calculating the harms as well as the benefits they want to calculate has no business advocating anything. Public policy is important, for fuck's sake. It's not for fucking tards to play around with. You know? The point I've tried to make many times on many different occasions. Public policy is important. It is not for tards to play around with. Play the song, take a break, keep streaming. Must be exhausting talking that much. It hasn't been exhausting to me because I'm on both speed and diminishingly so mushrooms. But that was a hard mushroom trip. Wow. I'm surprised. Rachel didn't have trip nearly as hard as I did. We had the same amount of liquid too. So I don't know. Of course, she is on an SSRI, which supposedly makes you trip less hard. But I think maybe she tripped a little harder the last time than I did. I'm not sure. Hard to say. Mushrooms are a confusing drug. Make you think of shrugs and hugs, make you think of lugs and bugs, but they never make you think of drugs. Boy, isn't that fan soothing to look at? It's like a beautiful light picture of soothingness. Oh my God. Could I be any more soothed? No. I'll tell you one thing I'm super happy about. It was something that I needed a lot. I went down and it caught my eye. I said, oh, why wait longer? Why? Today's the day you buy this guitar. It's nice and black and shiny, doesn't have a lot of knobs. Such things, they just confuse me, just sound like a guitar bob. I don't need your tone adjusting nonsense on my front of me. I'll have to then just figure out which sound I prefer to see, 'cause I don't want to be switching those things up every now and then for every other song or whatever kind of nonsense people do with that. I don't know why. I think that it's wrong to do so. Not only does this guitar not have those knobs, it's also got a built-in tuner. You can push this button right here. Then it goes into tuner mode. Then you push it again to turn it off. Oh yeah. There, now it's on. Then it makes those lights right there. Then you turn it off, and it doesn't make those lights. Isn't that great? It's made by proud Indonesians in the proud nation of Indonesia, a place where they make fine guitars. It's an electric guitar, but it's kind of like an acoustic guitar, you know? It's louder than a normal electric guitar. They could just play and sing with it just fine, you know? Like, every life reaches the time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, time when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and my satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or That's when I look for my sack full of sour sea. Hey, that satchel filled up with bone. Yeah, that satchel now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. That's not playing that song. Maybe I'll play a different song. Like that song. Or some other song maybe. Like, I know how to play this song. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. And Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work I left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions pile up, and his plans would interrupt all the work that held up so patiently. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing facts list to listless. So how all the people will chant his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you inside of your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do. And he had trapped time in the underview. Too much to rebut. So when, how, and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. And Gerald has a thought. And Gerald has a plot. And Gerald has a lot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. That was an excellent. Yeah, I got an amp. It's over there. I could plug it in, but it's a good volume, I think. Like just as it is, you know. I remember how to play Gregory. You know what, kitty? Here's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. It's not the chance to Didn't, didn't you yell at them? I can't remember how to play it. I need to figure it out again. I don't think I have it written down anywhere. Oh well, sometimes you have to figure things out again. Maybe you're dumb and you didn't write them down when you should have. Like someone whose name starts with and ends with Rick, namely Eric, namely me. I'm the dumb person we're talking about. You know what I want to play? Whenever it will require me to look it up on the thing. I want to play Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. Well, I'll look it up on the thing. It's not that big of a deal to look it up on the thing. Open. I don't have to use the keyboard, so it's fine. If I have to use the keyboard, that's a lot of hassle. In this instance, I just have to use the mouse. Okay, here we go. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous offering. Now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always clean yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray! Well, it wasn't perfect, but it was okay. I didn't kill it. I didn't do the song justice really because it's such a wonderful song. But that's what you have to live with in life sometimes. Just being mediocre. Like yesterday's yeast muffin. Well, I ate me yesterday's yeast muffin, and I gotta say it was pretty mediocre. Eating yesterday's yeast muffin, and I gotta say it was tasty mediocre. I've had yeast muffins every day of my life. Yeast muffins for breakfast, lunch, for dinner. I made one my wife. Yeast muffins. These are things that I know. I know yeast muffins like nobody's business. And nobody's business is Broadway. I business I know, business I know, business I know. I dance around and go like this and yeah, yeah, yeah. That's show business for you, baby. You dance around and go like this and yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a triple threat. I can dance, I can go like this, and I can yeah, yeah, yeah. Hollywood, if you're not barking up my tree, you're barking up the wrong tree. 'Cause I got it all, baby. I got you yeah. I got you go like this. I got you dancing around, everything you're looking for. And your next leading man. I've got my characteristically charming toothless grin. I'm the next Bruce Willis. I'm the next Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm the next Liam Neeson. I'm the next Ben Affleck. I'm the next Brad Pitt. I'm sorry, I'm the next Keanu Reeves. Only this time, it's personal. Like this? I'm just gonna go like this? Like this? No, tough, not confused, Eric. Like this? That's concerned. You're getting the faces all wrong. That's what they told me at the acting place. The acting place. You know, where the acting goes happens. I was wondering what happened to Rachel. I guess she went to bed or something. She likes to do that sometimes. I was like, Rosa, this is Eric on the telephone. It's very adorable. It's like, wow, look at you, listening to me, even when you're in a different room. She could totally be watching something else, you know? She still chooses to be here. It took me a long time to notice that she was just watching something else. Sometimes she does. But she's wonderful. She's my wonderful Rachel. She'll be Rachel Strauss soon enough. Probably appropriately, probably before my parents are buried. I'm gonna bring them to the wedding. I'm gonna have my mom and my dad give me away. I'm gonna put them on a wheeled contraption and have them metaphorically give me away. Mom, Dad, I'm so glad you're here today to bless our marriage. My dad saying, okay, I finally approve. Approve. Now that I see what you guys are up to, it's fine. It's not that bad. I expected worse. Thanks, Dad. You always gave a mean pep talk. Boy, that's something my dad did not do much of. There are not many pep talks. There are a lot of, God damn it, son! A lot of that. Yeah. And just, Eric, it's not going to work with the bigger hammer theory. Whenever I get frustrated at something, it was making me do that I didn't want to do. I'm sorry, Dad, I'm not a T-Don. You know? I suck at all this stuff that you're supposed to be good at, according to you. No, and I'm still better at your stuff than you too. Oh, well, thanks, Dad. You're not, but it's fine. You obviously think you are, so it's fine. And Mom, must be nice to be back to yourself again in heaven instead of all fucked up. You know, you kind of took Dad with you last few years. Well, I think you're both glad to be dead now. Presumably, in the afterlife that you very much did not believe in, Dad, all of your physical ailments are gone. It's like you got a new body in heaven where all the broken things work. And then what happens? Then you just watch people who are alive, basically. And you just go, oh, God, I wish I were alive. It's pretty boring, actually. But, you know, at least you can see and hear and fuck again and stuff like that, you know. I'm sure in heaven there's plenty of swap meets for my dad to go to. And so much storage space that even my mom doesn't have anything to complain about when he brings her stuff that she doesn't want from the swap meet. David, we do not need another cookbook. We do not need another meal. Oh, David, I'm sure it's very nice stuff. David, no. So they're having that conversation in heaven someplace. They're probably living in this house in heaven. All right, son. No, you killed it. You picked the perfect house. I don't know how you did it. Oh, that's right, I remember. I helped from heaven. No, Dad. This choice was an Eric, Rachel, and Delilah thing. Well, I'm glad you approve. You probably didn't at first. It was too impulsive a purchase or something. But now you approve for sure. Now you've seen how good a TE house this is. And Mom, you were sold right away. Because it looks absolutely so charming. It looks like the beautiful southern plantation houses that were made by all those helpful Negroes. When did they stop being so helpful anyway? That's funny. My mama wasn't racist against black people, actually. She was racist against Mexicans. And she was racist in favor of Asian people. She didn't have anything in particular at all to say about black people. I think she was embarrassed by her mother's overt racism against black people. But being an ISFJ, and her intuition was somewhat limited, and As a consequence, she didn't draw a parallel to her own racism against Mexicans, which I think persisted into her dementia even. One of the last things she remembered of all things was hating Donald Trump. Even when she lost the ability to speak, you showed her a picture of Donald Trump, she'd pound on him angrily. But maybe it's an alpha quadrant thing to hate Donald Trump. I wonder. What do you want, meow meow? Listen to all these different meows he has. Do you want the dishwasher not to be on? Well, it is on. Nothing any of us can do about it. That's exactly what you're doing. I wonder what that was in reference to. Well, Trouble, what you want to do, you should just go do. Go lie down with mommy. You don't need to wait for me. No, he's not bored. He wants me to go to bed. I am about ready to go to bed. He's not hungry. He's got food, more food than he knows what to do with. He's upset because our normal schedule of things is off. I should be in bed by now. Well, no, she was right to hate Trump. She may have hated him for the wrong reasons, but she was correct in despising the buffoon. There's not any disputing that. If you can be correct in your feelings, we all as Americans ought to hold in low regard a president who didn't even make a show of representing all Americans, right? He represented only the half of Americans he liked, and only some of those. He made that abundantly clear in his many communications with the American people via tweet. So none of us should have any regard for the man whatsoever. He's obviously a horrible president, because to be a good president, you have to represent all Americans and care about all Americans. And Trouble goes outside and hunts if he wants to play. If we want to be responsible citizens, we have to be responsible in our politics. That means understanding the job of the president is to represent all of the Americans, right? I love FI users because all you have to do is be nice to them, is all they ask. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. I've not ever thought about that. I mean, the point is, he's wildly unqualified for the job the American people elected him to do, which is to represent all of the American people as a statesman, not as a buffoon who doesn't explain himself. The president has no business ever saying talk is cheap. The primary number one job of the president is to communicate to the American people meaningfully about the business of America. We need to be accountable of being subject to questioning by American people. It's the most basic level of of accountability there is. And you're talking about somebody who avoided that entirely. That's unacceptable behavior for the President of the United States. We all have to be responsible about that. Whether whether we're on his team or not, we have to be responsible and remember that we're all on one team, America, right? And we won't validate somebody who refuses to represent all of the Americans as a president. Well, you're just wrong about everything, so whatever. I don't even know if I want time yet. He's an ESFP very clearly. And I'm putting it on time just because you bug me. No, Trouble has all the fun he wants outside chasing actual living things. He's a killer. He's a lord of love and violence. God, I hate, just like the mindless provocation. And this person thinks they're being clever by saying, there's an ESTP. Or they're just, oh God, just shut the fuck up already. Your provocation does not qualify as meaningful engagement. It never will. And I don't enjoy stupid provocation. I don't enjoy stupid shit in general, So there's no good way to be stupid around me. Oh, that's where the grinder is. It's in the washing machine. That explains why I can't find it. It's not out here. It's in the washing machine. Look, you can talk all you want about the positive impacts that Trump had. I think it was a good thing to get us out of various international agreements we were party to. Ultimately, it was a good thing to do. And you're talking about American interests. But I'm evaluating him against the metric of how do you tell if he's doing a good job? If he's qualified to be president, if he's a good, if we've hired the right person for the job. Remembering what the job is to represent all the Americans and to communicate with all the Americans in ways that are convincing as to why we're doing certain things. That's the job of the president. Okay? Remember, the president's just a guy in an office. He doesn't do anything himself, right? He just gives orders. So, what his number one job then is to explain to the American people why he's giving the orders he's giving. Why it's in America's interests. Nobody who's sane can claim Trump did a good job of that. Therefore, nobody who's sane can claim that Trump did a good job of being president. Because that was literally the job of the president, right? That's their job. So you can't do a good job by not doing your job. Boba Fett, I'm not in the business of making the claim that Trump was dramatically worse than Mia or a Mia president, right? Or I will tell you this for sure. Those who have to resort to claims such as there were other bad presidents too have already lost the fight, right? Not in the Jeff Shaw ambiguous style. You're grasping at straws if you're saying, well, there were other worse presidents than him. That's not a good reason to affirm or admire the guy. I mean, I agree. Bush Jr. was way worse in terms of measurable impacts. Way worse, for sure. Clinton was a good president. He was mostly hands off. Did a good job of communicating to the country. Reagan wasn't a terrible president first term. Um, yeah, he was pretty terrible. Um, I mean, FDR was a good wartime president. Eisenhower was a good president. Eisenhower was a very good president. No, he didn't explain that at all. He just claimed that, right? Claiming and explaining are not the same thing. You can't explain things on Twitter. You can claim things on Twitter, but you cannot explain things on Twitter. I mean, don't hint at shit. Don't Jeff Shaw about shit, right? Say what, if you have concrete things to say those things and prove that you're not being censored. He clearly wasn't being censored. He said such stupid ass shit. I mean, they had to, like, Twitter had to tell him you can't read a course or something that says, like, you can't ban people who don't agree with you from your Twitter account. What an asswipe. It's like, are you the president or are you Donald Trump? Do you understand that you're acting as the president right now? Because you still think you're on TV or something. For fuck's sake, show the dignity of the office a little bit of respect. I don't know. The point is not that America's had a raft of good presidents that we can all celebrate, but that we should all agree that Trump was not a good one. And that we can't determine whether somebody's a good president by looking at the outcomes in general of shit that they did or didn't do in their presidency. Sometimes you can determine the president's weak for a failure to act, like Biden's weak, you know. But and Trump wasn't weak. That's one of the advantages Trump had. But that's not how you evaluate whether somebody was a good president. You have to evaluate it by something that's not impact related directly, because otherwise it's just, if they happen to be on a good watch, they're a great president. If they didn't, they're a shitty president. You know, which is not, it's not a good way to evaluate things. You want to be accurate. So you got to look at their communications and their choices. Were they consistent? Did they justify themselves correctly? Were they transparent? Did they invite legitimate accountability mechanisms to be employed against them, rather than always trying to seize their own more and more of their own power and protect their power from scrutiny? You have to check to see if the mechanisms of a civil democracy are being upheld, represented well by that administration or not. That's the way to evaluate a president, you know? Look at Trump's turnover rate. For fuck's sake. There's never been a presidency that had anywhere close to that amount of turnover in its cabinet. I mean, he can't hold on to cabinet people. And its cabinet, you know, you got a serious leadership problem, right? I mean, you got cabinet members defecting. You got a serious leadership problem. That's just not good leadership. When your own hand-picked, most trusted people are going like, I cannot deal with this guy anymore. He's fucking nuts. You've got a serious problem. When that's the president of the United States, you have a serious fucking problem. When their press secretary is like, I can't even explain this guy's shit. I don't know. You got a serious problem. You got a president who, in the best interpretation of things, blurred the lines of legality regarding the transfer of power from his own presidency to the next president on completely unfounded specious grounds the election was stolen from him that has not been substantiated whatsoever by anybody ever. The man's a disgrace. He's a disgrace to America. Like, this is a guy who held a fundraiser or like held like some celebrity event or whatever with like Jeffrey Epstein and like, oh God, it's like what a scumbag this guy is in general, right? Not trying to guilt by association, but like he's aware of what's going on. There's video of him saying it in a speech, like, you know, some of these people here enjoy the company of young women, some of them quite young. He says it in a speech. He knows what the fuck's going on, and he's not putting a stop to it. That makes him pretty fucking awful. In my book. But, you know, Trump lovers gonna love Trump for some reason. Because he was real. He fought the system. Blah, 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 blah. He was just an idiot, guys. Not anything more than that. It was refreshing in how dumb he was in some ways. That's a departure from polished politicians. But let's not credit idiocy for more than it is. It's just idiocy. The guy's not evil. He's certainly not good. But he definitely is a complete fucking moron. Him leading the free world is the ultimate cosmic expression of Dunning-Kruger syndrome. I can't think of anybody less qualified in the history of mankind to be president than Donald Trump. Except Hillary Clinton or dementia Joe Biden. Okay, he's a better choice than those two. I mean, you know, douchebag or turd sandwich, as South Park would say. Regardless, don't be like, oh my God, this turd sandwich is delicious. You know, learn to distinguish between, oh, I'm glad my team won, even though it's this tard, and, oh, I'm glad we got a good president. Learn to distinguish between those two things. Is that too much to ask? I'm learning to distinguish between a couple different things, like feeling glad because my team won, and actually being glad because we got a good president. Those are different things. I can't tell them apart because I'm stupid. Oh, yeah. Well, stupid is as stupid does, you know. Stupid people love Trump. Trump loves Trump. Trump lives to. People, it's all a big group hug as long as you don't include anybody with any brains. You don't invite anybody with brains to the party and you're fine. The wonderful time is had by all. We're making America great again. By doing whatever the fuck we want and not explaining ourselves. That's how we make America great again. No, tards. That's how you make America gay again. No offense to the homosexuals of the world. I'm as gay can be. Rachel and I are part of America's gayest couple. When we're not gaying it up during the work week, we like to gay it up in our spare time as well. We gaily have 2 cats. Trouble, leave sister alone. Look at this guy. What is he up to? Be nice to your sister. You want to come sit with me? Come here. Come here, Mr. Man. Come to Daddy. Don't bother Capito. She doesn't want you to bother her. Come to Daddy. Come here. Okay, you're just going to lie down there. That's fine. That's a good kitty. Well, Biden's America is a weak America. It had nothing really to say about Biden's administration except humming and hawing and weakness. But, you know, I'm not saying, we're not playing a who's the worst president contest. I'm saying nobody should hold Donald Trump in high regard. Being better than dementia-addled Biden or Hillary Clinton makes you about as good as a used tampon. You know, it's like that's as low a bar as you can possibly set for somebody. If that's your bar for electing a president, you've got the wrong attitude across the board. You need to expect more from your presidents than to be better than Hillary Clinton and dementia-addled Joe Biden. I mean, come on. We can do better than that, America. If that's cause for celebration that our president is better than Hillary Clinton or dementia-addled Joe Biden, what kind of a country have we become? Your cat looks like it's plotting something, the bottom one. I mean, it's trouble. He's nothing but trouble, that cat. But you know what he also is? He's full of love and wonderfulness. Yes, you are, Mr. Man. Oh, yes, you're my handsome husband. He's disappointed in me as a wife, though. He's nice. He's not a domestic violence guy that much. He only hits me when I need to have a lesson taught to me. Well, that's the thing, Jimmy Blazers. We have not become a terrible country, despite the fact that we're terrible at electing presidents. But we need to become a better country and become better at electing presidents. That means, I guess, I'm going to have to provide the candidate that people need to vote for because there doesn't seem to be an existing one that qualifies. So, I guess you win this argument. Now it's up to me to do something. Alright, well, too soon for 2024. We'll have to go for 2028. By that point, Rachel and I will be married, and my parents will be buried. I'll have finally unpacked my boxes. A wonderful time will be had by all. Of course, I might not have unpacked all of my boxes by then, but hopefully. Here's hoping. That's why I named my daughter Hope. Okay, you caught me. I didn't name my daughter Hope. I named her Delilah instead. I was hoping you wouldn't catch me in my lie. But now, alas, I see my hope was in vain. For I have been caught red-handed in a lie. You didn't name your daughter Hope, everybody said. And I said to myself, good golly, I've done it this time. Now they're going to know what a liar I am. How sad for me. And that's when I started feeling very sad. Then I said, why don't you pull a bonger? Who's they, Jimmy Blaze? The CIA, the NSA? The spooks? Well, I don't want to be assassinated. Fortunately, I've got a bottle of Assassin Begone. It's like bug spray, but for assassins. The political establishment. Ooh. They sound fancy. Talking about top-ranking Democrats and Republicans getting together in a secret room behind closed doors. Or no, not even that. Unelected officials. Unelected shadow officials getting together in a room, making decisions, and then telling the elected officials what to do. Sounds not entirely implausible, but pretty implausible nevertheless. When you got presidents doing wildly different agendas, each reflecting their own personality, what they say they're going to do going in. Like Trump did what he said he was going to do going in, right? You got to give him that. He tried to follow through on what he said he was going to do. That's visibility. Of course, him not being a statesman, not knowing anything about the president, he was making promises the job of his office couldn't keep, right? It's not the president's job to write legislation. But he doesn't know anything, so, you know. And in Trump's idiot land, he can get walls built at the snap of a finger. Well, I mean, maybe it'll never happen because of that bad attitude of yours, Jimmy Blaze. Have you thought about that? Maybe if you put that bad attitude in your back pocket and started thinking positively about it, maybe things would go a little bit better. Huh? You ever heard of manifesting? It's pretty powerful, I understand. It's like how I manifested these mushrooms. I was like, damn, I don't have any more mushrooms. And then they were just there in the mail for me. And Rachel too. Thanks to my powerful manifestations. I'm a manifesting man. This is my manifest destiny. I'm gonna write a manifesto about my manifest destiny. I call it manifesto of manifesting, manifest destinies for me. It's a hard mouthful of a title, sure, but it's the title that appeals to me. That is a meowtastic photo. That is an idyllic scene of meowsing times. Oh my goodness. Oh, two kitties. Oh, look. It moved. Watch them link weed to Alzheimer's and ban it again in 5 years. Good luck. The problem is, even cops don't, cops are people too. They don't want to be busting in with guns on people smoking weed. I mean, it took them a while to realize that, but I think nowadays they probably do. That's a trigger word for you, manifest. Well, let me tell you, it's your manifest destiny to manifest, see? You're manifesting right now. You're manifesting whatever you think about. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, it's bullshit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about manifesting things. That's stupid. It just happens sometimes and you just credit it to God or Jesus or mom or dad potentially. Don't try to understand too hard. You just come to the conclusion that everything's a simulation. You try to understand too hard. And it's not very informative. Because so what if it is a simulation? It's still my life, the only life I'm ever gonna have. It's still precious to me. Like a pea in a pea pod is precious to its mom. Like a burgeoning tulip is precious to the spring. So too is my life precious to me. That's why I cherish it so much. I cherish my precious life. Because it's so worthy of being cherished. Do I think we should defund the police? No, I think we should refund the police paying them less money, though. Because they make too much money, in my opinion. Also, you get like these ridiculous pensions and all this other shit. I think in general we should do away with public unions. The state can't act as a business would, so the employees should not be able to act as a union does. Don't worry about what? No, I'm saying you're wildly off base, and I supposedly, which is really very much. I guess it is knowing externally. It's not knowing from your experience, but you don't. You're wildly ill-advised to know that from the disparate kinds of cues we have. Even if they were to link it to Alzheimer's disease, it wouldn't be banned again. They wouldn't treat it again as an illegal drug like meth or something. The society has changed too much. It's just not there's not any strong voices in favor of militarism regarding drugs. And there won't be again for the foreseeable future because the drug war was such an epic, obvious, indisputable failure on all levels. So we live in a post drug war failure epic. Public policy decisions are going to be informed by that milieu, right? So to fail to take that into account suggests wildly poor intuition. Probably fourth slot NI. You have to evaluate things in their actual real world context in lots of nuanced ways to make predictions about things like that in the future and have them be informed predictions rather than just wildly speculative nonsense like you gave us here. So, stay in your lane. No, it would not be beyond awesome, but it's not even conceivable. A military coup in the United States is not even conceivable because you've got multiple branches of the military. All of them have a single president be their commander in chief. Because the president's the commander in chief, he already has the military at his disposal, right? Every president does in succession. It's not possible to have a military coup. Right? Some general of the army is going to come in and say, now I'm the president. It's like, no, it's not going to work. Sorry. It just won't work here at all. It's inconceivable. The military is too much integrated into our regular communities of people. Regular Americans comprise the military. And in general, the U.S. has a very positive relationship with its military. And military people in general have a very positive relationship with America, so to speak. Like they're patriotic people, they tend towards being more liberty respecting minded than some other populations, perhaps. But that might be a stretch. It's a pretty broad swath of people who go into the military. Um, but yeah, military coup just doesn't make any sense at all here. Would never happen. Could never happen. I can't even conceive of it happening. Oh no, I mean a military coup. The thing is, you've got multiple branches of the military, right? You've got the Army, the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy, the Coast Guard, the National Guard. And which of those branches of the military is launching this coup? And how are they going to stand up against the other branches of the military? No, we're definitely immune to that. America is extremely well structured in its division of powers, and really brilliantly put together as a having the commander in chief be the president is brilliant, right? Because it prevents a military coup by making the top guy the same thing as the president. Top guy in the military, the same thing as the president. Anyway, we've got two robust habits and institutions of democracy. Courts have too much power. The thing is, a good civil society that's rooted on firm foundations as Americans is it's hard to damage from the top, which is how it's getting damaged, because its foundations are so strong. We've got hundreds of years of jurisprudence that at least by and large references upholds the idea of rights of a transparent accountability form called the courts, um, of ensuring everybody have legal remedy, etc. Like the basic job. It's like don't underestimate the strength of America. We are built on excellent foundations. It's the most well structured representative democracy in the world. But, you know, it's still subject to the fact that people are pack animals, and so much so that they forget when they're voting or thinking about public policy that we are part of one pack called America, and they think of themselves as part of the sub America pact that's opposing the other America sub America pact. They're worried about winning on the club level rather than at the national level. It's like you need to worry about the nation's interests, not the partisan interests, not your satisfaction of getting the other guy. You know, it's like the right president is not going to give you gotcha satisfaction. I'm not going to give, I mean, I'm going to give probably everybody some gotcha satisfaction and some, hey, don't get me responses as well, right? Because I'm going to be correct about everything. I'm going to explain why this is why, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to be very direct and upfront about it all. And if you don't like what I'm saying because you're attached to some particular wrongness, then you're going to respond however you're going to respond to it. If I'm wrong, correct me, you know, but be aware of the fact that you need to be a sophisticated thinker to even begin to attempt that. Don't be Dunning-Kruger Joe, who's just a complete tard, who comes and wants to correct me. Because you don't like, because your feelings are different or whatever. I'm absolutely open to be corrected, but it's absolutely the case that not anybody out there, not everybody in the world is capable of correcting me. A very select number of people generally are about important things, about things that matter. Like, obviously, any old joke can correct me if I'm factually wrong about some simple fact or something. Facts like that, they're easily checked. They aren't very significant in whatever it is you're saying, really. A well considered position isn't predicated on a whole lot of simple facts, because it's not dealing with simple realities. It's dealing with the complexity of human endeavor from a public policy perspective, especially. And so we have to address the framework first, or else we doom ourselves to whatever implied framework somebody's arguing under. And nobody seems to get that. How frustrating for me. How frustrating for me. Surely you're not the only person who gets that, Eric. I'm sure I'm not, but, you know. Almost everybody I talk to is either like, yeah, fuck Trump, I'm the Republicans. Or is like, no, Trump is wonderful, and the Republicans are too. But, small sample size. I haven't encountered that many people. And I don't generally initiate conversations about politics. So the demographics of that subset of people who choose to initiate conversations with me about politics makes my conclusions about that subdemographic ungeneralizable from. It doesn't generalize the other way. So I guess that's just specious reasoning on my part. Oh well. Back to the drawing board. We had a drawing board, but we threw it away recently. It was called a Buddha board that Rachel's mom hilariously sent her as a gift. And its tagline was the art of letting go. Talk about projection. Yeah, I timed you out. You're not correcting me, you're just wrong. I like how TI uses it. You guys don't really walk on water. I don't think I walk on water. I think I'm correct. And I believe I timed you out for annoying me with my exact reasoning. So, don't accuse me of timing you out for something I didn't time you out for. I timed you out because you annoyed me. As I said at the time. No, I don't think I walk on water. I think I'm correct about public policy matters, and that one can be correct about public policy matters by applying a rigorous process of disinterested deliberation, and that consistently the real world proves that the most well-reasoned policies work well, and ones that don't withstand argumentational scrutiny are disastrously bad. So, regardless, I'm committed to the process of being correct about public policy. That doesn't mean about every single instance of it, I'm always going to be correct. There may be instances where I, to the best of my ability, ascertain yeah, is correct, but I'm proved wrong. Not by the outcomes, but by further information. Um, Sometimes I might even be guilty of just bad judging. Like I did not calculate adequately something, and I concluded that it was okay, but it really wasn't. Or, it's like, I could conceivably do that. Maybe. I'm human. But what I can't conceivably do is anything that would cause me to not uphold my basic principle of a disinterested process of deliberation, you might call dialectic, applied to public policy, is the only correct way to determine public policy. That each particular public policy needs to be determined on its merits, whether it's prospective legislation, whether it's a case before the Supreme Court, or whatever. And that argumentation at the top level, above the actual fray in politics, is stupid and a waste of time. Like arguing about abortion, what we should do or not do with it in society, is a dumb waste of time because what really matters is, well, was the Supreme Court going to overturn Roe versus Wade, which they did, right? That's the real conversation to have. Should they overturn it? Why should they overturn it? Why should they not overturn it? Those are real conversations to have that aren't about abortion rights. They're about legal arguments, right? And important legal arguments. Like, does the federal government have jurisdiction over this matter, or is it a matter better left to the states? And that question is much more important to talk about in a disinterested fashion than the question of whether or not women should have the right to an abortion. Okay? Because the fact that women are going to get abortions sometimes is persistent across all public policy paradigms. So the question is, how do we want to deal with that? Do we want to do nothing, which is to essentially let the free market ensure legal access, free access to anybody who wants it whenever they want it? Should we regulate it in some way, like limit the amount of months a person can be pregnant, blah blah blah? Should we place a special circumstances requirement on it, like only acceptable under circumstances of rape, incest, or health viability of the mother? Do we want to put a tag like that on it? Or then, lastly, the question of are these criminal punitive kind of legislations? Like if somebody gives an abortion beyond a certain period of time, are they guilty of the crime of murder? Those questions are like that, right? So the problem is everybody's so inflamed about their position on abortion, whatever it is, that they don't want to engage in a disinterested, cold, rational calculus of the question. And after I've thought about it a great deal, my conclusion is that it completely lacks parallels. It's a totally unique kind of issue. It can't be adjudicated by rights because a woman can't consent to getting pregnant. She can only consent to having unprotected sex. You can't consent to something that only sometimes happens, whether you want to or not. Some people never get pregnant. They want it so bad. They go to the doctor for years. It's like pregnancy is not the natural consequence of sexual activity. If it were, the vast majority of sexual encounters would result in pregnancy, whereas the exact opposite is true. So, since you can't consent to that happening, it can't be evaluated on a rights calculus. It can't be a rights violation to get impregnated. It can be a rights violation to be penetrated. They'd call that rape. But getting impregnated can't be a rights violation. Because you can't consent to it. Because it's not something you do, it's something that happens to you. So, the consequence, it's not clear. It's not clear where ownership would lie. So you can't calculate it on a rights calculus, which means you're left with some other kind of mushy calculus. I mean, you can't calculate on a rights calculus for multiple reasons, really. It's just impossible. Because the thing's either person or property. If it's person, it has a full array of rights. If it's property, it has no, that includes in that designation, it doesn't have rights and never can attain them. It's property. People can't be property, right? Property can't be people. So, we can't designate it property without special classing it, special pleading kind of shit. What is a special class of property that's exempt from all the other qualities of property and that it grows into a person at some point? That's some very special pleading-y kind of reasons, But if that doesn't work, the bottom line is, it's a moral gray area because part of our understanding of a human being with rights is somebody that we've observed before. For most human beings, there's no observational access to this purported being. Only to the mother, she can observe its kicking, meow, 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 or the people she points it out to, they can observe it, meow, meow, meow. If it's that old enough to kick around and stuff. But until that, and especially before the mother starts to be aware of the baby inside of her at all, it's entirely unobserved. Therefore, it functionally does not exist in any human's reality. Therefore, the extinguishing of that which does not exist doesn't bother people nearly as much as the extinguishing of that which does exist. Understandably. Of course, the problem is, even though it doesn't exist to us all, in the sense that we have no observational linkage to its existence, except the size of the mother's stomach, it could just be a fat lady. So we don't have any kind of real linkage, right? Nevertheless, it still exists because there's enough observational data to establish that it exists. The mother can establish that it exists if it's to the point where it's kicking, right? If it's before that, then the only observational data that exists is some ultrasound or whatever, or some yes, you're pregnant test thing. And at that point, people are not very swayed by that strip of paper claiming jurisdiction over existentiality, right? It's like, well, I don't care what this paper says. We don't have a baby yet. Makes sense. Sensible thing to say. In a world where you can get rid of it, right? is a sensible thing to say. Let's say you have sex and you don't use any protection and you come inside with this lady and you don't even know who she is. And you're like, oh no, I had sex with this lady. Here, can you use plan B? In that case, you're just saying, I want to be reassured that you're not pregnant. I want to not have to worry about you being pregnant. So, here, take this pill that makes you feel horrible. What am I supposed to decide what happens to their body and no one else? Well, I mean, but that's the past that. When you're talking about a woman who's 9 months pregnant, let's say, but whose water hasn't broken yet, there's pretty clearly a human child inside of her. It's no longer part of her body at that point, right? I mean, yeah, it's still inside of her, but it's definitely its own alive, living creature, right? So this is the problem that abortion has, is we've got these shifting kinds of logics we use, when the reality is our logics are being dictated to us by our perspective on observational reality. So for people who want abortion, they're focusing on the fact that in the following ways, you can't establish that that person exists yet. And for the people who oppose abortion, they're saying in the following ways, you can establish that this person exists already. And they're having arguments about whether or not it exists, but they don't deem it that. They deem it whether or not it's an entity with rights or not. But they're really talking about whether it exists. Well, it's not alive, but it is indisputably an early stage of development of an organism of some sort that we call, incidentally, human being. I mean, lots of early stages of development of things can't survive except under very protective conditions. That doesn't make them less instances of the thing, right? So, like a brand new seedling, you put it out in the blazing sun all day long, it'll die. It needs protective shelter of the shade. It doesn't make it less an example of whatever plant it is. Just because when it grows up, it's hardy. It's like, that can't be a tree. It could have easily have died in the blazing sun. There's no way that was a sequoia tree. Couldn't possibly be. Sequoia trees are tough. They get down in the sun, no problem. It must not be one. No, it was just a little baby one. Needed protection and nurturing. Like a regular baby can't live on its own. So do we not call that alive? Do we think babies are dead because they can't live on their own? Oh God, this baby is so dead. It keeps demanding milk. It's crying and it's pooping and stuff. God, when will you grow up and get a job? Until then, you're dead. The only things that are alive are things that can live without my help. Like Larry over there. I don't help him at all. Look at him. He's thriving. That guy's alive. You're a newborn baby with your meow meow meowings. You're a long way from being alive. You got a long way to go, little mister. And a lot of spankings between then and now. A fetus before 24 weeks literally can't survive because its heart and lungs aren't fully formed. Okay, well, that's a good time to kill it then. Therefore, it's not really killing it. If we just, you know, it doesn't count as killing, therefore. That's what I'm saying. We're just removing a growth that is pesky, a pesky growth. Right, Astropasta? So, if a fetus before 24 weeks literally can't survive because its heart and lungs aren't fully formed, not even for a few minutes, then when you pull it out of a woman, does it die? Why? What is this fixation with surviving on its own? Oh, it doesn't die because it was never even alive. Wow. So when does life begin? At 24 weeks? Because that's when your heart and lungs fully form, and then you get to count as being alive. All that other stuff was pre-life. You know, that 1 cell, 2 cell, 4 cell, 8 cell, that whole nonsense that we went through, that was all pre-life. Now, this is life, okay? Pre-life is different from life in that it's the part that I want to be allowed to abort you during, right? Yeah. Well, there aren't any good arguments, is the point. Notice how Eric doesn't respond to my comments? It's because he's lost. He lost. Sorry, Eric. Cowardice is a virtue. Don't even think I saw your comments. But listen, if I don't respond to a comment, some of the time it's because I don't see it. Sometimes because it doesn't interest me at all and I don't feel like responding to it. And it's never because of cowardice. Eric, you're FE phony. Oh ha ha, you're FE tertiary is your worst aspect. FE tertiary is an asshole who wants to be liked. That's you. That's true. You nailed me. I am an asshole who wants to be liked. Because you know what? I'm not always an asshole. A lot of times I'm actually quite pleasant. But you got me. I'm an asshole who wants to be liked, and that is FE tertiary. You correctly described third slot FE for somebody who's got 8 in their tri-type, you could say. I've been known to be an asshole on an occasion or 2, or 3, or a dozen, 4 dozen, 100 dozen. Look harder, asshole, and stop dissembling. I'm not dissembling. I agree with you that I am that. How's that dissembling? Right, I can lay out all the 33 trillion ideas detailing how and why because that's what is required to be actually significant. I did just correct you and you ignored my comment. Where? You honestly don't think there could be a pushback on weed in the next 10 years? No, I don't. Right, well, they banned flavor based because of kids, right? They say it's appealing to kids, but you can't say that about weed in general. And you can ban various kinds of advertising. You ban advertising entirely. But just go back to criminalization. I think you're insane to think that that's going to happen. So that you didn't correct me on that at all. How's that even a correction? What you said was you honestly don't think there'll be a pushback on weed in the next 10 years? You don't think there'll be at least a debate on that? They banned flavored vapes because of kids. They can do that on weed. They can't do that on weed. That's not a correction. My point is that criminalization of marijuana is not going to be on the table in the next 10 years, if ever again. There's simply too much compiled evidence that it doesn't work and that you put in prison perfectly good human beings who are guilty of nothing, right? It it's not a good intuitive leap to make to think that's the future you envision is going to be correct. There may be some pulling back on more liberal aspects of weed laws. Like there may be some cracking down on gray market shops in California, for example. But the cat's already out of the bag. It's a poor intuitive leap. But most importantly, how can you asking me questions count as correcting me? You honestly don't think blah 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 in the next 10 years? Not to the any extent that you're talking about at all, no. You don't think there'll be at least a debate on that? No. I think you misunderstand the momentum of the argumentation and the strength of the evidence against that highly criminalized prohibition attitude. But regardless, how does any of those things qualify as correcting me? You're asking me questions. And then you say, I just did correct you and you ignored my comment. You can't correct me by asking questions. And then you call me a cockroach up your ass. I call you a cockroach? I don't think I called you a cockroach. I may have called you other names, but not a cockroach. I typed you as I have no idea who you are. For goodness sakes. Just, yeah. Okay, Horsemonger wants to correct me. It could be done if the Joint Chiefs jointly declared POTUS and VP outlaws and enemies of the Constitution and enough troops supported it, they could ask them if you were. Yeah, okay, fine. It still wouldn't even really qualify as a military coup. Look, I'm not taking a stance on it. I'm not advocating one particular stance on it, right? I'm telling you that I have no idea who the fuck you are. Yes, but I do know that you're going back on timeout. No idea who that guy is. Jimmy Blaze. The thing is this. Rachel and I have already talked about what would happen if she were to get pregnant. And I think we both think it would be wise to end the pregnancy because she's on hardcore psych drugs, right? That can't possibly be good for a baby. So a pregnancy would be a choice between her mental health and the baby's health. So for me, given that I live in a state in which abortion is legal, personally, I would want, I think Rachel's in agreement with me on this, we have talked about it, to terminate that pregnancy. But it doesn't mean I'm irresponsible about the matter of pregnancy at all. I obviously would prefer to avoid a pregnancy rather than terminate one. So that's why my ejaculate doesn't end up inside of her body. Number one, ew, that's gross. Number two, that's how ladies get pregnant. So, there's a lot of complicated science out there with these condoms and birth control pills and yiggity yas, right? The IUDs and the IU don'ts. All the riggedy ras. Well, let me tell you something. The real key to not getting a lady pregnant is to not shoot your cum inside of her. As long as you don't do that, she won't get pregnant. And you don't have to take any pill for that. You don't have to put anything on. You don't have to get a vasectomy. You just have to, that's right, cum on her tits. Oh, it is reliable. It's more reliable than they told you back in school. New studies have proved it's the most reliable ever. As long as you actually successfully pull out. If you pull out, if you're not reliable about pulling out, that's the only thing about it is not reliable. But like occasionally I think, oh no, I think one squirt may have gotten in there. No, Astafasta, if you look into it, actually, that was the bullshit part. They tell you that in health class, but it's not true. That stuff cannot get you pregnant. And that's what I'm talking about, the new studies. The newest studies on pre-cum. The hot new, you gotta read the hot new rags on pre-cum. I shit you not, Google it. Use your Googling fingers and Google it yourself, Googler. I shit you not. There's a lot of shitting going on here. Okay? A negation of shitting. The opposite of shitting. Unshitting. Okay, has this been plugged in long enough so you go outside now? How many electricities do I have? I can't say. When I'm streaming, okay, all right, you get me. No, you are trying to get me, and you did get me. I did a typing session where you gave me ISFJ expert. Why do you keep carrying on about it? I never said you weren't an ISFJ. I said Trump was an ESFP. I don't know what you keep carrying on about your whatever type I told you were. I never said anything about your type. I don't know what fucking type you are. If I said you were ISFJ, I guess you're ISFJ. I don't know. I don't remember. It's like you expect me to remember everybody ever typed? Well, let me tell you something, mister. I don't. Okay, well, I guess I was wrong then. I guess you're not an ISFJ. What are you really? Tell me. What is it? Let's hear. Let's find out. Let's find out what you really are. What are you really? Well, that happens sometimes. I don't guarantee to be right. I guarantee to do the process as well as I can. It was a long time ago. I don't do it as well as I do it now. You know, I'm the best available typologist. That doesn't mean I'm right 100% of the time. And I don't ever promise to be that. Because I'm the best typologist, I don't make that promise. I don't make that claim. Sometimes I am wrong. I just have an hour to work with somebody, to ask them questions, talk to them, you know. I'm not a bullshitter, so I go into the conversation, everybody knows, hey, yes, I do sometimes make mistakes. I'm not 100%. You know, there's no guarantee that I'm going to get you right. I mean, how the fuck am I supposed to know what type you are? You just chat words in a live chat annoying me. The same reason why I put you on timeout last time, I believe. I'm putting you on timeout again. You're annoying me. Quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. Okay, well, if you love quids and you love pros and you love quos, it follows without saying. I need to smoke this cigarette. I guess this has been plugged in long enough. I'm going to grab a cigarette. Then I'm probably going to wrap this shit up. It's already 2:18 in the AMs. And where has the time gone? What have I even been talking about? I don't even remember most of it. I'm sure it was all very important, though. This was a wonderful, wonderful night on drugs, I gotta say. I really enjoyed the drugs I was on. So, thank you, drugs, for making me high. First I enjoyed my Adderall. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Then I enjoyed some mushrooms, y'all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Together they were swell, together they were fine. But then I pulled some bomb rips too. And now I'm feeling up to 99. I don't know, how about you? That's my song about today. I'm feeling fine, as though I lived in a climate of 99 degrees. But in a place that only had Backstreet Boys on the radio. And there was only radio. No TV, no internet, no movies, just radio. It was all Backstreet Boys. I'm really not. I may have in the room. What are you talking about, Mr. Talker Tens? What are you saying here? I'm really not. I may have in the past, but it is not what I'm aiming at. In fact, that's so much disclaimer. You just claim, you're just claiming butt off. You know, one way to know you're dealing with a real INTP is they have disclaimers for their disclaimers in a Jeff Foxworthy fashion. When you've got disclaimers sitting on top of other disclaimers, you just might be an INTP. That's Jeff Foxworthy things. I like to stack my disclaimers. I get them stackably fresh from the stackable disclaimer factory, where they make them stackably best. Oh, Jeff Foxworthy. If you do comedy like this, you just might be an idiot. But you know, iconic in your own way, I guess, Jeff Foxworthy. There's a kind of joke that's now called Jeff Foxworthying. At least that's what I call it. It is a cumbersome name. Jeff Foxworthying. Foxworthy doesn't make into a gerund very well. Foxworthying. It's a lot of E's, all smushed into one elevator. And there's a big sign on the elevator. No E's allowed. So, there's a plot twist for you. If you enjoy a good plot twist, you'll enjoy that story I just told. Or also, M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong's The Sixth Sense. Boy, that one's got a twist to it. In the end, it turns out Bruce Willis is actually the kid. And the kid is Dustin Hoffman playing Tootsie. So it's kind of a twisted up affair. Dustin Hoffman makes a cameo playing Dustin Hoffman looking at the kid becoming Dustin Hoffman playing Tootsie. And he goes, wow, wow. That's what he says. The makeup team did just amazing work. They found an old iguana, and they made it look exactly like Dustin Hoffman. It was unbelievable. When they were done shooting the iguana, I asked if they could just keep the makeup face, you know. It was getting excellent seats at Hollywood's finest restaurants. Whereas before it had been met with nothing but iguana sanctioning, legally sanctioned iguana discrimination. We'd go across town everywhere, we'd see signs, no iguanas allowed. But then after it got Dustin Hoffman's face, it could get in places. He'd say, I'm not an iguana. And they'd say, aren't you Dustin Hoffman? Yeah, I'm Dustin Hoffman. Aren't you a little short to be Dustin Hoffman? Oh, wait. No, never mind. I guess you're not. Well, you know, eventually the iguana was found out, and an irate woman patron grabbed it by the tail and threw it out of the window. And it died by defenestration, which was poetic end to a noble life. I'll respect his wishes and just call him Dustin, the name he chose, rather than the slave name his birth iguana parents gave to him. It's out of respect. Things always work better when you time out people who call you on your bullshit. I don't time you for calling me on my bullshit, dude. You're not calling me on anything. Right? You make a dumb claim, then you ask me questions, and then claim in the aftermath of having asked me those questions that you corrected me. That's not any kind of discursive engagement that any sane human being would call productive. So I time you out for exactly the reason I tell you. You annoy me. Why would you not believe that to be the reason? Lots of people disagree with me. When intelligent people disagree with me, I listen to them. Like, Horse Mumbler corrected me about the potential for a military coup and described the precise mechanism by which such a coup could be attained. And so I stood corrected, you know? That's called a smart person tries to call me on my bullshit. And they're right. Oops, I was wrong. There is a means by which a military coup could be attained in the United States. How long it would be sustained for is hard to say, but I have to concede it. I was wrong. Then there's you, Jimmy Blaze. You are not that person. You are the opposite of that person. As intelligent as Horse Mumbler is, so you are on the opposite end of that particular pole. So naturally, while I tolerate a certain amount of it, your thick-skulled buffoonery does not amuse me. And I time you out when you annoy me. Not because you disagree with me. For God's sakes. People disagree with me all the time and not get timed out. Because most of those people aren't as annoying as you. So, you know, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But yeah, I find you annoying. It's like watching somebody run down a basketball court holding the basketball and go, look at my moves. Not getting that they're supposed to dribble. Like, no, I don't want to look at your bullshit fake moves. So just shut up already. Oh yeah? How about this argument? I'll be on this argument. Ah. You silenced me. You chicken! You coward! How dare you avoid my argument? Your things aren't arguments, stupid. They're just nonsense provocational words you say. Nonsense provocational things you say. They're just sounds you make with your mouth. Except you're making it with your fingers. They're just sounds that you think mean things that they do not mean. You have a challenged relationship with words. Which is fine. Not everybody has to be good with words. I just wish the people who didn't understand how to use words weren't so eager to use them all the time. You'd think somebody who wasn't good with words would be quiet. But not necessarily. Like, I'm not good with my fists. Hence, I don't throw any punches. Well, I guess hence is kind of a lie. That's not the reason I don't throw any punches. I have plenty of reasons not to throw punches. Even if I were good at using my fists, I still wouldn't throw punches. So, okay, the analogy breaks down. Okay, granted, I'll concede that. Fine. You win this round. Jimmy Blaze. You win this round. Oh, it's dark over here. I wonder if there's any lights around here. There. That helps. Well, trash can number 1 was full. So I went ahead and put it in trash can number 2. We still have all of trash can number 2, minus that little bit of trash they just put in. Plus trash can number 3 and 4. Still to go. And it's already like Friday or something. Maybe even Saturday now. So we're really doing well on trash this week. We got plenty of room for extra trashy things we want to throw away in the trash cans. Things like trash, garbage, refuse, recyclables. Is Rachel in here? She must be upstairs. Yeah, she's upstairs. I was correct. Rachel's upstairs. This is the bathroom. Let's go in here. Welcome to the bathroom, everybody. This is where I bath. I'm like, bathing. And then I rinse it all off. I go, there. I'm clean. Now let's have sex. Pretty much the only time I bathe. I'm not a big fan of regular bathing. You know, I like to cultivate a rich, ripe, gamey aroma. The kind that says to me, here I am. No, I don't really like to stink. I don't smell very much though. As I put on deodorant, why would I smell? I just smell like cigarettes. I do. It's like, well, I'm just gonna wash that off for 5 minutes anyway. Not like that is any kind of permanent solution to me smelling like cigarettes. I guess if I carried around a can of Febreze at all times, I might have mistyped you. Yes, it's possible. I don't remember you. Is it possible that I mistyped you? Yes. Have I mistyped people before? Yes. But obviously I don't remember you and have no way of, nor interest in returning to the question of your type. So, there you have it. Did you expect my response to that to be different somehow? Some way? You're gonna be like, no, I didn't mistype you. Or it's like, who knows, dude? I don't know if I mistyped you or not. It's possible. That's what makes me the most reliable typologist. I know that sometimes I get people wrong. Other typologists are less good about that. Although I think Amy's quite good about that as well. She acknowledges that sometimes she gets people wrong. You know who doesn't do that? C.S. Joseph. Horseman Warrior, why do you say you can emulate any type? Because I can. Look, I'm an ISFP. That's a pretty good imitation of an ISFP. Now what type am I? That was the ENTJ. That was the ENTJ. Did you guys guess it? Okay, now what type am I? I'm that guy from the emojis. No, I'm the emoji guy. That people use when they're trying to be passive aggressive. I just find it curious that you'd say something like that. Got me wondering about you. My intuition was right. There's something off about you. Morale? Where are you, Miraging Tense? Over there? Oh, Morale. What a wonderful man. No, you guys, no. That was INTJ. You're so wrong. There's either INTJ, ESFP, or ISTP. I'm not sure. One of those three. God, why do you guys have to be so wrong about everything? Ah. Jimmy Blaze, I don't care if you like me. Maybe I should. Unfortunately, I don't. I guess I'll get me nowhere being just like that guy I just sang about, but by and by it's why. Yeah, I don't really care if you like me. It would be nice to care more about that. I'd probably be more likable. Oh, wonderful man. Daddy loves you too. Look at wonderful man. Oh, yes. What a wonderful man. Oh, yeah. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Oh, yeah. What a good kitty, man. What a fantastic kitty, man. Dog cat you are. You sit on my feet like you are a dog. Sitting right here and you guard me. I appreciate your being my guardian. But you know, I think your mother would really appreciate it if you go to bed with her sometimes. She wants to cuddle with you and you're always hanging out here with me. I think you need to have a conversation with her and explain to her. Or maybe just change your ways a little bit and go sleep more with her. I don't know if you're going to be able to talk your way out of this one, mister. Well, you can ignore me, but you hear me. You know what I'm saying. I'm saying, look at that kitty man. What a wonderful kitty man. Man, that's a good looking kitty man. What a wonderful man. Oh, yes, you're a wonderful man. And Daddy's heart is filled with delight by your presence. Oh, yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Okay, Jimmy Blaze, you've said that multiple times now. Will you STFU about it already? Yeah, I don't know if you know what that stands for or not. Okay. I'm going to end this now and go to bed. Or maybe do something else, but I don't know. I'm going to end this now. It's been a lot of fun. I want to thank you all for being here. From the bottom of my emotion heart, I want to thank you. And I want to give you the following goodbye. Stay strong, brethren and sistren. Together, we can overcome the calamity that is whatever today's hot button topic. Pow! And to all a good night.